of the Deputy President to the Speaker of the Senate within 2 days. And in the event that the motion does not meet the required threshold, that is 233 members of the National Assembly, and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya continues to hold office. We are awaiting for the business of the National Assembly to commence any moment from now to consider the impeachment motion against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And in the event that this motion is upheld today, that is before midnight, and the Speaker of the National Assembly communicates to the Senate Speaker, Honorable Amason Kingi, in regards to the decision by the House to impeach the Deputy President, the Speaker of the Senate, in regards to the Constitution and the standing orders of the Senate, is expected and must convene a sitting of the Senate within 7 days of receiving the resolution of the National Assembly. And after convening a sitting of the Senate, the House must decide either to establish an 11-member committee or to investigate the charges facing the Deputy President under plenary, where all the 67 senators will be hearing the matter in plenary before voting. Similarly, as in the National Assembly, where the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, will today be expected to appear in his defense and convince the members of the National Assembly as to why the grounds listed in the special motion do not hold any water. In the event the House upholds his impeachment or votes to impeach him, the Deputy President will equally be expected to appear yet again at the Senate to convince senators as to why the House should not uphold his impeachment by the National Assembly. In regards to the Constitution of Kenya and the House standing orders, the Senate must conclude the investigation, hearing and voting on matters impeachment yet again within 10 days after it is convened and has received a resolution from the National Assembly. At the Senate, we will be needing at least 45 senators to vote in favor of the impeachment motion for any of the charges to be upheld, for the Deputy President to cease from holding office. But that will be a matter of wait and see to see if indeed this motion that has 11 grounds listed as the grounds for impeachment will be making its way to the Senate after the House votes to impeach the Honorable Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, or if indeed the matter will be resting today if the House fails to attain the required number of 233 members. Dear viewers, remember, an impeachment by the National Assembly has to be vetoed by the Senate of Kenya, and in the moment and in the event the House votes to impeach the Deputy President, that matter must be heard and decided yet again at the Senate, where the House will be investigating whether the National Assembly indeed had substantiated the 11 grounds for the removal from office of the Deputy President. Now it is upon the Honorable Member for Kibwezi West, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, as well as his witnesses, to convince the House that his 11 grounds really do hold water and the Deputy President really has committed an offense or offenses that, so to speak, warrant an impeachment. And to just take you through the grounds for the impeachment this morning, Among them is a gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. This is charge number 11. Charge number 10, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse has accused the Deputy President of gross misconduct by openly or publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. That the Deputy President has shown gross misconduct that is incapable with the high calling and dignified state of the office of the President, and equally having served as a member of the Cabinet and a member of the National Security Council. According to the move of the motion, the Deputy President, Honorable DP Gachagua, has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Intelligence Service and its offices and officers. The further grounds listed in the motion by the mover is that, according to the mover of this motion, there are serious reasons to believe that the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under Article 45, subsection 1, Article 46 and 47, subsection A and 3 of the Constitution in regards to the proceeds of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. This is in regards to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Dear viewers, if you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is just about to commence. The Speaker's procession, closely followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, has made its way into the chamber this morning, signaling that the business of the National Assembly is just about to commence any moment now. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. My name is Gladys Mungai. Have yourself a great morning.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Take your seats. Member for Trans Nzoia, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication in relation to the motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, as you will recall, on Tuesday, 1st October 2024, the member for Kibwezi West, the Honorable Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse MP, gave notice of a special motion seeking a resolution of the House for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, AGH, as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thereafter, upon consideration of the notice, the House Business Committee, at its sitting of the same day, resolved inter alia that the sitting of Thursday, 3rd October 2024 be suspended, which it was, that in the intervening period, the Clerk of the National Assembly collects and collates public views on the proposed impeachment on Friday, 4th October 2024. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seat. Okay. That a procedural motion be moved to provide for the speaking time during the debate on the special motion, and that consideration of the special motion be undertaken today, Tuesday, 8th October 2024. Honorable members, as you are aware, public participation sessions were held on 4th and 5th October 2024 in all constituencies. I also note that the public participation exercise, which commenced on 2nd October 2024 with the invite to members of the public to submit views, included the collection of physical and electronic views, some of which were submitted by Kenyans in the diaspora. Whereas the earlier directive by the House Business Committee had intended to centrally collect views from all constituencies at identified locations in each county, in keeping with the orders of the High Court sitting in Kerugoya dated 4th October 2024, the collection of views was extended to 5th October 2024 to include all 290 constituency offices and the 47 county women representatives offices, being offices under the Parliamentary Service Commission. This additional time and coverage ensured the inclusion of a higher number of respondents from across the country. Notably, this extended time also saw the submission of additional views through hand delivery to the office of the clerk, as well as through electronic means. Honorable members, on behalf of the House Business Committee and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to appreciate you for your support during the public participation sessions and commend you for your conduct during the exercise. You took a lead in ensuring the public were well informed of the process and refrained from commenting on the merits or otherwise of the motion, whether in public or on the media. This is how it is supposed to be. Contrary to media reports on the general absence of members in the various venues at which public participation was conducted, I wish to clarify that the absence was in keeping with the requirements of the standing orders. Having said that, honorable members, I wish to inform you that the views collected during the exercise have since been collated and compiled into a report which was noted by the House Business Committee at its meeting held yesterday, 7th October 2024. The House Business Committee has designated the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona MP, one of its members, to table the report on its behalf under Order Number 5. At an appropriate time in the course of today's proceedings, I will allow the Honorable Minority Whip a maximum of 15 minutes to give an overview of the process undertaken and the contents of the report. It's expected that as the House debates the motion, members will take into consideration the views of the public as expressed between 2nd and 5th October 2024. I therefore call upon committees to take a keen interest in the report and isolate matters that fall under their respective mandates for possible consideration, reporting, and approval by the House. Honorable members, may I remind the House of the resolution on the limitation of time as resolved on Wednesday, 2nd October 2024. The mover will have a maximum of 60 minutes in moving and a maximum of 30 minutes to reply. All other members will have a maximum of 5 minutes except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party and the member seconding the motion, who will each have a maximum of 10 minutes. This is in addition to the 15 minutes allocated to the minority whip to highlight the contents of the report of the public participation. Honorable members, permit me to also remind members of the provisions of Part 14 of our standing orders on the rules of debate, Part 16, on the rules of debate that ought to guide today's proceedings. Notably, members should strictly restrict their contributions to matters that are relevant to the motion before the House and not the provisions of Standing Order 91, responsibility for statement of fact. The Standing Order notes that a member is solely responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. Additional only members will recall that ordinarily Standing Order 95, closure of debate, and Standing Order 96, adjournment of debate, allow a member to hasten the conclusion of a debate on a motion or delay the conclusion of a debate on a motion, respectively. However, these two standing orders do not apply with respect to the consideration of a special motion, such as the one that is before the House today. I will therefore not entertain any call for the mover to reply or any dilatory motion to be moved until the debate scheduled for today is concluded. Honorable members, I'm sure that you are all aware of the rules of natural justice which require that no person should be condemned unheard. This rule is embodied in our Standing Order 67B2, right to be heard, and pursuant to this standing order, I will accord the Deputy President and or his representatives that opportunity to be heard at 5 p.m. for a maximum of period of 2 hours. Thereafter, the mover will be called upon to reply, following which the House will proceed to vote on the special motion. Further to the communication issued on 1st October, I need to not gainsay the need for the House to conduct itself in the most decorous fashion during today's proceedings. For the best use of the time allotted to members' contribution to the motion, I urge that each member be listened to without interruption. Honorable members, as we commence today's proceedings, permit me to note that I'm aware that yesterday, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya held an interview with the local media in which he laid out his defense to the special motion before the House. Whereas Standing Order 85 prohibits members of this House from anticipating debate of a motion for which notice has been given, the Standing Order, when broadly interpreted, also extends to non-members, especially persons affected by such motions. Noting that the special motion is scheduled for debate and voting today, I believe that the Deputy President ought to have exercised restraint and refrained from holding the press interview. It is noteworthy that the Deputy President has been given an opportunity to appear before this House to make his response to the motion in accordance with the rules of natural justice. Be that as it may, I will not wear the hat of a judge on this matter, but permit me to put it on record that the conduct was, to say the least, abhorrent and decided conduct in the light of the proceedings scheduled to commence the House. The House is accordingly guided and will now move to the next business. Members, take your seats. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 8th October, 2024, morning sitting. One, special audit report of the Auditor General on illicit financial flows in Kenya. Focus on management of tax exemption on public infrastructure projects by foreign companies for September 2024. Two, annual report and financial statements of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority for the year ended 30th June 2023. Three, the annual report of the National Police Service Commission for the financial year 2023 to 2024. Four, the audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 from the Central Bank of Kenya. And five, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following. One, the Retirement Benefits Authority, and two, the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, order members. Reduce the levels of conversation. Minority Party Whip, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 8th of October, 2024. Report of the public participation on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Soda.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, special motion, proposed removal by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Honorable Mwengi Mutuse Ekomas, you may take the floor. Begin. Can the majority and minority leaders approach the chair? Honorable members, as we start the motion, a slight variation on my communication. The majority leader and the minority leaders in the House will prefer to speak immediately after the subject of the motion speaks, before the mover is called upon to reply. I have acceded to their request and it's so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to move the special motion on the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker and honorable members,
Start Mwenge Mutuse by saying, I beg to move the following motion and read the motion as it is on the order paper. What you probably can skip is reading out all the names of the members which you read. Just say this, The members who signed the motion are set out on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the following motion that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145 and Article 151B and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders number 64 and 65, the House resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1, gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B and C, Article 27(4), Article 73(1)(a), and 2B, Article 75(1)(c), Article 29(2) of the Constitution, and Article 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, has persistently made utterances threatening to discriminate, exclude, and unlawfully deny sections of the people of Kenya and regions of the Republic of Kenya equal opportunities for public service appointments and allocation of public resources. Ground number 2, gross violation of Articles 147(1) and 152(1) of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of national government's executive mandate. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, has made unilateral statements inconsistent with policy positions collectively adopted by the government and contradicted the President on critical matters of governance and the exercise of the President's function as a symbol of national unity. 3, gross violation of Articles 6(2), 10(2)(a), 174, 186(1), 189(1), and the 4th schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, interfered with the running of Nairobi City County Government by inciting citizens against lawful directives of the county government on the planning and relocation of markets and publicly disparaging the leadership of the county government and its decisions. 4, gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, has undermined the institutional and decisional independence of a judge through public attacks on a judge of the High Court of Kenya and falsely threatening to file a petition for the removal of the said judge in a matter in which he was a party. 5, gross violation of Article 3(1) and Article 148(5)(a) of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, breached his oath of office and allegiance on account of the utterances and actions attributed to the Deputy President under grounds 1, 2, and 3. 6, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has committed crimes under sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, has persistently made inflammatory, reckless, insightful, public utterances over the last 2 years in contravention of the law. 7, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has committed gross economic crimes under sections 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act and sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, has committed gross economic crimes, namely conflict of interest, abuse of office, and conspiracy to commit crimes under the sections highlighted by inexplicably amassing property estimated at Kenya shillings 5.2 billion that is incompatible with his non-legitimate income, and by trading with the office of the Deputy President through proxies. 8, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 9, gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, a member of the Cabinet, and a member of the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Intelligence Service and its officers. Number 10, gross misconduct by openly or publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And number 11, the last ground, gross misconduct by persistently bullying state officers and public officers. Mr. Speaker, the motion is supported by a total of 291 members and is contained in the order paper. Mr. Speaker, in prosecuting this motion, it will be remembered that we gave the notice of motion on Tuesday 1st, 2024, and the House also takes public notice that law and procedurally, the Deputy President did address the nation yesterday, and therefore, part of what he said may form part of what I will be talking about. For purposes of members following what I will be presenting, I choose to be very methodical. I will read the ground. I will restate the provisions of the law that have been violated. I will then briefly state the facts constituting the particulars, and I will tie it up finally with the evidence supporting our allegations. This will make it easy for members to understand what it is that we are accusing the Deputy President of doing. In doing this, Mr. Speaker, I choose to be a prosecutor and I remove my political cap. I will therefore avoid the bravado and machismo that was displayed yesterday on television, and we will just talk about the law, the facts, and the evidence.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker,
take your seats, McClap.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and Kenyans at large, if I do not talk about my departed relatives, it is because I do not think it is proper to use departed relatives to whip public emotions. It is because I do not think it is proper to use departed relatives to seek public sympathy. And therefore, much as I have also departed relatives, I will not talk about them. Mr. Speaker, before I begin going count by count, allow me also to state on two important questions, and I want honorable members to listen. Two things are important. That this is an historical moment and it is also a constitutional moment because Kenya, under the 2010 Constitution, has never dealt with the impeachment of a deputy president. However, we have dealt in numerous times with the impeachment of governors. And our courts of law have set the threshold on which impeachments should be considered. And I thought from the onset, it is important for me to set out the threshold on which impeachment should be considered, so that as I take you through the evidence that we have, you can gauge the evidence against what the courts of law have decided. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read paragraph 31 of Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014, famously called the Wambora decision. The Wambora decision is now the locus for most of the impeachment cases and has been cited with approval by our Supreme Court. In paragraph 31, the court stated as follows: our reading and interpretation of Article 181 of the Constitution, as read with Section 33 of the County Government Acts, shows that the removal of a governor is the constitutional and political process. Underline constitutional and political process. It is a sui generis process that is quasi-judicial in nature, and rules of natural justice and fair administrative action must be observed. What I'm going to read is the most important part. The impeachment architecture in Article 181 of the Constitution reviews that the removal of a governor is not about criminality or culpability, but is about accountability, is about political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the coaching of Article 181 in the Constitution, which relates to removal of a governor, is similar to the coaching of Article 150, which relates to the removal of a deputy governor. And therefore, mutatis mutandis, what the Court of Appeal did state, that the removal of a governor is not about criminal or culpability. It is about accountability, political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility applies to the removal of a deputy president. Mr. Speaker, the standard, I am prepared this morning to discharge my burden of proof, because he who alleges must also prove. And I am ready to discharge it to the required threshold. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in consideration of the time that I have been given, allow me now to go to the specific grounds. Ground number one, Mr. Speaker, ground number one, briefly. On ground number one, Mr. Speaker, we have alleged that the Deputy President has grossly violated the Constitution, and particularly Article 10(2)(a), Article 10(2)(b) and C, Article 27, Article 73, Article 75, Article 129, Article 147, and Article 131. Mr. Speaker, for clarity, allow me to read out the specific provisions so that members may relate with what we are saying. Article 10 is about national values and principles of governance. Article 10(2)(b) states as follows: the national values and principles of governance include patriotism, national unity, important national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people. B, human dignity, equality, social justice, inclusiveness. Underline the words national unity and inclusiveness. C, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, we have also alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 27 of the Constitution. Article 27 of the Constitution is about equality and freedom from discrimination. In particular, the Article 27(4) states as follows: the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly, against any person on any ground, including race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, and so forth and so forth. Important, the state shall not discriminate. Mr. Speaker, we have also alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 73(1) of the Constitution. In particular, Article 73(1) is on leadership and integrity, and it speaks to the authority that is assigned to a state officer. And it states as follows: Article 73(1)(a), that the authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that is consistent with the purposes and objects of this Constitution. Article 73(2)(b) states that the guiding principles of leadership and integrity include objectivity and impartiality in decision making, and in ensuring that decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favorism, underline favorism, other improper motives or corrupt practices. Mr. Speaker, we can go on and on to demonstrate in Article 75 and Article 75(1)(c) that the conduct of a state officer shall behave, whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids C, demeaning the office that the officer holds. Mr. Speaker, I am taking time on this one because it is important to demonstrate that the Deputy President has not lived up to the high calling of the office that he holds, and thus has violated the Constitution. Article 129 is about the principles of executive authority, and particularly we have said that the Deputy President has breached Article 129(2). Article 129(2) states that the executive authority shall be exercised in a manner that is compatible with the principles of service to the people of Kenya and for their well-being and benefit. We have also alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 147 in conclusion on this particular ground. And Article 147 is about the functions of the Deputy President. And it provides that the Deputy President shall be the principal assistant to the President and shall deputize for the President in the executions of the President's functions. Article 131 is the one that provides for the authority of the President. And under 131(2), it provides as follows: that the President shall A, respect, uphold, and safeguard the Constitution, and C, promote and enhance the unity of the nation. Promote and enhance the unity of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it is our allegation that on numerous occasions in the last 2 years, the Deputy President has used divisive language. He has described the Kenya government as a company. He has described the Kenya government as a shareholding company, where it is only the shareholders of the company who should benefit. And it is our contestation that that particular shareholding language contradicts and contravenes and violates all the provisions of the Constitution that I have highlighted above. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does require, even at the preamble, recognizes that Kenya is a multi-ethnic society. We have about 45 ethnic groups in this country, big and small. And all of them are recognized by our Constitution, and all of them need to enjoy their equal rights. And the Deputy President has consistently told Kenyans in several places of this country that some will benefit from government and others will not benefit from government. Mr. Speaker, I need not waste a lot of time prosecuting this point, because those of you who listened to the Deputy President yesterday, he did admit that he has been using the shareholder and company language against Kenyans. The only thing that he did, and when there is an admission by the accused person, the prosecution does not need to prove a point. And therefore, I will be urging members of this House to find that this allegation is proved, and to find that the Deputy President indeed did admit that he has been using the shareholder language. Only that for the first time, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the Deputy President did, while admitting, he said that he has been referring to the shareholder company language in reference to coalition agreements. The evidence that I'm going to present shortly will demonstrate that he has never, in his utterances in the last 2 years, talked about coalition agreements or power sharing deals that were signed before the election among the Kenya Kwanza political formation. He has been talking directly to communities. He went to Kajiado. He told the people of Kajiado that they do not have shares. He went to Kitui during a church service at AIC Kitui, and he told the people of Ukambani that they should not even be having a cabinet minister in government. He went to Bungoma and told the people of Bungoma that they have had too many appointments in government and the votes they brought are not equivalent to the votes they brought. He went to Nandi and told the people of Nandi that they are a major shareholder and they will benefit more than others in this government. And he has been using the language in direct reference to communities, not to political party formations. Mr. Speaker, without belaboring this point, allow me now to request that the evidence on ethnic profiling and divisive shareholder politics as contained in video 1 and video 4 be played for the House to take note of the evidence.
Hii serikali ni kampuni na ni ya shares. Si ndio? Ni ya shares. Kuna wenye kampuni, wale wako
order members,
kuna wale wako na chache, kuna wale hawana.
The technicians who are playing, I kindly request that you repeat and you play it with on a higher volume. Please pause it. And I also request, Mr. Speaker, you direct that during the time that we are playing our clips, our time be paused. Please repeat so that members may appreciate and also Kenyans may know that we are not persecuting. We are not persecuting.
Serikali ni kampuni na ni ya shares. Si ndio? Ni ya shares. Kuna wenye kampuni, wale wako na shares mingi, kuna wale wako na chache, kuna wale hawana. Sasa nyinyi mliinvest kwa hii kampuni ya William Ruto na DP Gachagua. Sasa lazima mvune. Yule ambaye alipanda atafanya nini? Simulipanda? Simuliamuka mapema? Mukasema mutaki kusikia mambo ya ile system na nini? Muka invest, mukapanda, mukapalilia, mukaweka mbolea, mukamwagilia maji, wakati ya kuvuna ndio huu. Na itakuwa namna hiyo. Hiyo wengine wananikashifu ati mimi nasema ati wale walipanda wavune kwanza. Iko makosa? Iko makosa? Hata hao watavuna lakini wangoje. Si wale walipanda na wavune kwanza. Wakishavuna wavune ile tabaki kidogo, wale wakupanda waingie watafute huko nini ile itapatikana wachukue wakwende. Si iko namna hiyo? Na itakuwa namna hiyo. Ndio watu wakipiga kura waelewe hii kura tukusema nini. Hii kura iko na maana. Nyinyi hamwezi piga kelele huko, mpige kelele. Mnasema William Ruto ni bure, hawezi, mnaita majina, alafu akipata, akigawa, mnapiga laini atibuko pale mbele. Ati mnataka mpite wale walisema anafaa atibukue pale mbele. Inawezekana? Mimi kazi yangu pale kwa Ikulu ni hiyo. Ni kupanga hiyo laini. Hapo ni kazi mimi napanga hapo. Mimi naangalia kwa laini, nikiona wewe ulipanda, Natoa wewe nyuma, napeleka wewe mbele.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I have 14 other videos that the Deputy President is recorded speaking in different parts of the country. Same language, saying that Kenya is a company, and a company belongs to shareholders. It is clear from the clip. I am not the one who made that clip. The person talking in the clip is none other than the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the office of the Deputy President is a national office. The territory of the Republic of Kenya is defined in the Constitution. The territory of the Republic of Kenya is known. The ethnic communities of the Republic of Kenya are all supposed to enjoy benefits from the government. And therefore, I am inviting members of this assembly to find that the Deputy President has breached all the articles of the Constitution as contained in this ground. Mr. Speaker, it needs no gainsaying that divisive ethnic politics are dangerous. You need not look further than the country of Yugoslavia. What ethnic politics did to the country of Yugoslavia. You need not look further than the country of Bosnia. What ethnic politics did to the country of Bosnia. You need not look further than the country of Rwanda. What ethnic politics did to Rwanda. You need not look further than the country of Burundi. What ethnic politics did to the country of Burundi. Until today, they are trying to reconfigure their state. You need not look further than Sudan. What ethnic politics have done to the good Republic of Sudan that was once a stable state. You need not look even further than the country of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, our own country, Kenya, 2007, we experienced post-election violence. You would remember that in 1992, there were clashes in Molo. And Mr. Speaker, character is important in evidence. The Deputy President, there is evidence to show that during the post-election clashes in Molo, he was a district officer in Molo. Character is very important in deciding evidence and in persuasion. Mr. Speaker, in 1992, there were clashes in Likoni, and our tourism has never recovered. Mr. Speaker, we need not go that direction again. And a person occupying the high office of the Deputy President, if they want to take Kenya in that direction, the time has come for the National Assembly to stand on its feet to defend the Constitution and to impeach the Deputy President. So that even if not on any other ground, for purposes of dividing Kenya, the Deputy President today must be impeached. Mr. Speaker, allow me to turn to my ground two. Mr. Speaker, on ground two, I am alleging that the Deputy President has violated Article 147(1) of the Constitution and has also violated Article 152(1) of the Constitution. Because all of us are not lawyers, please allow me, for purposes of clarity, to read those two articles for members to appreciate. Article 147 of the Constitution does state as follows. Functions of the Deputy President. The Deputy President shall be the principal assistant to the President and shall deputize for the President in the execution of the President's functions. Article 152(1) states as follows. Composition, the Cabinet consists of the following. 1, the President. 2, the Deputy President. The person I am pleading to the House today to impeach is a member of Cabinet. C, the Attorney General. And D, not fewer than 14 and not more than 21 Cabinet Secretaries. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this is to show that the Deputy President is assigned to assist the President and is a member of the Cabinet. And what we are demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, because of time, is that the Cabinet has been making decisions. The Deputy President sitting in Cabinet, cabinet memos come before cabinet, they are discussed in cabinet, and then the deputy president moves out of cabinet to contradict those decisions. In proving this, I am relying on the affidavit of Mercy Wanjau. Mercy Wanjau is the secretary to the cabinet. And in our affidavit that is in my bundle of documents, at page 77 to 79, Mercy Wanjau does in oath state that the cabinet made a decision to rejuvenate Nairobi River. And when that decision was made, because the law requires that settlement be 30 meters away from a river, the deputy president was sitting in cabinet. The deputy president is actually the chair of cabinet subcommittees, and I believe he chaired the cabinet subcommittee that made this decision. However, for political expedience, immediately after the decision was made, the deputy president moved out of cabinet and went to the public to oppose the decision. Mr. Speaker, that is inconsistent with the principle of collective responsibility. That is inconsistent with the requirement that once a decision is made, you need to live by that decision. During his televised interview yesterday, the deputy president said that he's the most compassionate person. He cares so much about the poor. This afternoon, honorable members of parliament, I want to ask the following question, and if I may be heard in silence. The deputy president of the Republic of Kenya is on record as being the person who ordered demolitions in Mavoko constituency in Athi River. Yesterday, he gave half-truths to Kenyans, saying he opposed this cabinet decision because it was unconstitutional, because he's very compassionate about Kenyans. Why didn't he also go ahead to say that he's also the one who led demolitions in Mavoko constituency? Are the people of Mavoko constituency lesser citizens of this republic? Or is it because in his own thinking, they are not shareholders of this republic? And therefore, I'll be pleading with honorable members to find that the deputy president has breached the particular articles of the constitution by being averse to the doctrine of collective responsibility and by contradicting the president and cabinet decisions. Quickly to ground three. Mr. Speaker, ground three.
Tangu mutupatie nafasi ya uongozi, sijapata nafasi ya kuja kusema asante. Nataka kutoka kwa roho yangu ndani, watu ya Kayole, asanteni sana. Mimi najua nimeona iko shida ya watu ambaye walibomolewa, si ndio? Na nimeona mumeandika vizuri ya kwamba mteue kamati ya watu wachache ndio mkuje niketi na nyinyi. Mtakubaliana? Mimi ningetaka wale watu ambaye walipata shida hii ya ubomoaji, ambaye ni kitu tulikuwa tumeahidi wananchi haitafanyika kwa serikali yetu, mimi ningetaka niwasikize na nitapanga na mheshimiwa Meja Dong wakuje ndio tukue na nafasi ya kuongea. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana?
Mr. Speaker, that is beyond the affidavit of Mercy Wanjau, which is on record. That is a live video depicting the deputy president contradicting a cabinet decision, a decision which is sat in cabinet in terms of making the decision. I now proceed to ground number three because of time. Under ground number three, Mr. Speaker, the deputy president has breached Article 62 of the Constitution, Article 10(2) of the Constitution, Article 174 of the Constitution, Article 186 of the Constitution, and Article 189 of the Constitution. Briefly, these articles relate to the functions of county governments and the cooperation with which the cooperation framework between the national and county government. And Mr. Speaker, then we are relying to prove this ground on the affidavit of His Excellency Johnson Sakaja, the Governor of Nairobi, which in our bundle of documents is contained on page 80 to 84 of my motion. We will also later rely on the oral testimony of Governor Sakaja. And basically what we are saying is that The work of regulating markets is an exclusive function of county governments. And the county government of Nairobi is a government that is independent, but also independent of the national government. And where a function of a county government is independent of the other arm of government, the national government has no mandate at all to interfere in the execution of that document. And in the affidavit of Sakaja, as members would know, Sakaja does state on oath that the county government of Nairobi made a decision to relocate traders from CBD, and the deputy president recklessly and without regard to the high office that he holds went to incite people to obey lawful decisions of the county government of Nairobi, hence undermining devolution. Mr. Speaker, we invite members to find that the deputy president did breach and violate the constitution in terms of undermining devolution and in terms of interfering with the running of the city county of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to move to ground number 4. Ground number 4 is about intimidation and vilification of judges, which is contrary to Article 160 of the Constitution. Article 160 of the Constitution speaks to the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, in our bundle of documents, at page 145 to 163, we have attached the decision of Lady Justice Esther Maina, where the Lady Justice Esther Maina found that 200 million shillings assets of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua were proceeds of crime, and directed that the same be forfeited to the state. In intimidating the judge, the deputy president, in a public statement, accused the judge of corruption and did state that he will file a petition for the removal of the judge solely because the judge found him culpable of crime, of economic crimes. Mr. Speaker, you see, in terms of rule of law, Parliament makes laws. The judiciary interprets those laws and makes decisions. Members of Parliament must ask themselves what kind of a country we shall have if a judge makes a decision that does not favor me, then I will resort to personal vendetta against that particular judge. Mr. Speaker, I will be playing shortly a clip where the Deputy President did threaten to occasion the removal of Justice Esther Maina on ground of our finding that he was culpable of money laundering. I request the media team to play the clip in evidence.
On its threat, with Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now filing a petition to push. Now we begin the bulletin with the war on the judiciary, where Kenya Kwanza administration is making good on its threat, with the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now filing a petition to push for the removal of a judge from office.
Gachagua says he will on Thursday file a petition with the Judicial Service Commission to push for the removal of Justice Esther Maina, who handled an economic crimes case against him in 2022 for alleged corruption and misconduct. Now, speaking in Iten, where he accompanied President William Ruto for a church service, Gachagua told the Chief Justice to first clean up her house by dealing with pending cases with the Judicial Service Commission. Now, in the sustained onslaught against the judiciary, President William Ruto vowed to deal with unnamed government officers he described as incompetent, saying his administration will slay the corruption monster that has reared its ugly head in various arms of government. Chamatai Goin reports.
After After Chief Justice Martha Koome invited Kenyans with complaints over the conduct of judicial officers to submit their lamentations to her office, the Kenya Kwanza administration, through Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, has taken the challenge, with the DP announcing that he will file a petition this week.
Amechallenge sisi tutoe ushahidi. I will lead by example. On Thursday, this coming week at 2:15, I will personally present a petition before Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome against Justice Esther Maina for her removal from the judiciary for misconduct and corruption. Mimi mwenyewe nitaongoza because sasa unajua sasa si ametuuliza. Sasa tuko tayari, mimi ndio nitaongoza kwa executive.
Gachagua reliving his July 2022 incident where 202 million shillings was seized to the state after Justice Esther Maina ruled the money was proceeds of corruption having been acquired through dubious means.
Huyo judge through corruption declared my hard-earned wealth proceeds of crime without giving me an opportunity to be heard. Against the rules of evidence, where he who alleges must prove, we made an application to cross-examine the investigator akakataa kwa sababu anajua there is no case. Na evidence tuko nayo vile ilifanyika.
The Kenya Kwanza Battalion.
Mr. Speaker, I will request that we pause the video in the interest of time. In the interest of time, we pause the video. From the utterances, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the attack on the judge is based on the decision the judge made in performing a constitutional mandate as a judge. It is clear that this is personal vendetta. It is clear that the Deputy President was threatening the judge. It is clear that this is intimidation and an attack on the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President is a president in waiting. And if he cannot, he's a president in waiting. And if he cannot protect and uphold the independence of the judiciary, that becomes a dangerous man. And he must be impeached for that particular reason. Mr. Speaker, I will therefore be requesting members of this House to find that this allegation has been proved to the required standard and approve the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua from the office of Deputy President. On ground number 5, we have alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 3.1 of the Constitution, Article 148.5 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 3.1 of the Constitution is about adherence to the Constitution. It states, for avoidance of doubt, as follows: that every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this Constitution. Article 148.5 is about the oath of allegiance that the Deputy President took on assumption of office. And in that oath, the Deputy President did take oath and swore to protect and uphold the Constitution. I have demonstrated in all the particular incidences above that he has not lived up to the calling in the oath of office. And therefore, I'm calling this House to find that the Deputy President has not been upholding the Constitution and has run averse to his oath of office in terms of his conduct, as highlighted above in the allegations that I have already proven. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, to find that ground number 5 is also proven. Quickly running to ground number 6, and there is enough evidence, Mr. Speaker, to prove that particular ground. Ground number 6 is breach of the National Cohesion and Integration Act, particularly Section 13(1) and 62 of the National Integration and Cohesion Act. Mr. Speaker, the two provisions read as follows. Section 13 reads as follows: it is an offense for any person to use threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior where the person intends to stir feelings of ethnic contempt, hostility, violence, or discrimination. Section 62, on the other side, provides as follows: that a person commits an offense when the person makes statements that are intended or are likely to stir up feelings of ethnic contempt, hatred, hostility, violence, or discrimination. Mr. Speaker, in proving ground number 1, in terms of violation of the Constitution on national unity, I did provide evidence that the Deputy President has been using the shareholder language, has been terming the Kenya government as a company. And as much as those words offend the Constitution, similarly, they offend the National Cohesion and Integration Act. And by the same evidence, I invite members to find that the Deputy President has breached those provisions of the law. Mr. Speaker, turning now to ground number 7. Ground number 7, and this is important for members to know, is that serious reasons to believe that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the ground is about serious reasons to believe. So all you need is to believe. All you need is to believe that he has committed crimes. All you need in law is to believe that Rigathi Gachagua has committed crimes. That is the threshold. If in your mind you believe that Rigathi Gachagua, by the narration that I'm going to give, has committed crimes, then you vote in the affirmative. Serious reasons to believe that Rigathi Gachagua has committed crimes under sections 45, 1A, 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and sections 2, 3, 4, 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act. And Mr. Speaker, our allegation here is that the Deputy President, in the last 2 years, has amassed wealth that during the short period that I was able to do research, totals to about 5.2 billion, which is inconsistent with his known sources of income and with his last declaration of income. Mr. Speaker, it will be remembered that during the presidential debate, the Deputy President did declare that he was worth 800 million. It is also known by virtue of the gazettements by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission that he earns $1 million or thereabout per month, and therefore he needs to show where he got the money to amass these properties. The import of my allegation is twofold. Number one, there is what we call unexplained assets under the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. And number two, there is money laundering. Mr. Speaker, in my motion, I have listed a total of 22 companies that I believe the Deputy President has been using, number one, to amass, to award himself through conflict of interest, businesses in his office and in government. And number two, to purchase properties using unexplained sources of income. Mr. Speaker, it will be remembered that yesterday during the televised interview, the Deputy President went through all the companies and they did not deny that either of them belongs to him. All he did was to say that he registered some of them before he became Deputy President. I am not interested in the time that the companies were registered. I am interested in what the companies have done in the last 2 years. And I will demonstrate that these companies have actually done economic crimes against the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed properties. I have listed a number of properties that the Deputy President has purchased within the 2 years that he has been in office. I have listed Treetops Hotel in Nyeri. I have listed Olive Gardens Hotel. I have listed Queensgate Serviced Apartments. I have listed Wamunyoro Investments land in Embakasi. I have listed the Aberdare Treetops Hotel, Outspan Hotel, Olive Gardens Hotel, and the Vipingo Beach Resort. Mr. Speaker, you will be told by the defense that some of the properties that I've listed do not belong to Rigathi Gachagua, but they belong to the estate of Nderitu Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, as you listen, please know that this man is not fond of telling the truth. And I will prove to you, and I want you to listen to me very carefully, that Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, it is true that he was one of the administrators of the estate of his late brother. It is easy to hide under the dead because the dead cannot come to give evidence. But also, there are documents. I have with me the joint will executors report on the status of the estate of Nderitu Gachagua as at 27th June 2024. This is a valid document that is part of our bundle of documents, and that also I have seen is part of the documents that came through public participation. And in this document, what the Deputy President has not told Kenyans, and listen to me, because the Deputy President actually committed another crime yesterday, misleading Kenyans. What the Deputy President has not told Kenyans is that in those 2 years, he is the one who has bought the properties of his own brother through coercion. And I am not interested, I have no problem with people owning property. What I have a problem with, and this is what he needs to be explaining to us, where did you get the money to buy these properties? This is the big question. This is a big question. Mr. Speaker, you will be told that when I became Deputy President, I transferred my companies to my 2 sons. And my 2 sons are the best entrepreneurs that Kenya has ever produced. They are the best investors that Kenya has ever produced. And one day they walked into a bank and they got a loan of 600 million. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the ID numbers of the 2 sons, and I can confirm that they are in their early 30s. I want Kenyans, Gen Zs, you were in the streets. I want Kenyans to tell me which Kenyan, 23 years old, can walk into a bank. Where do you get the security to secure 600 million loan? I started by saying all you need to do is to believe that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has committed crimes. And buying properties worth 5.2 billion within a period of 2 years is not reason enough to believe that he has stolen from the Kenyan Republic. What else then will be a reason to believe? If a 28-year-old can be alleged to have walked into a bank and gotten a loan of 600 million, what else is a serious reason to believe that an economic crime has been done? Mr. Speaker, at page, shortly, Mr. Speaker, I have therefore proven that the Deputy President indeed is the one who bought through coercion the estate of his late brother. The source of funds to buy the estate is not known. Also in my bundle of documents, Mr. Speaker, there is a company called Crystal, and this is a very interesting company. This company called Crystal is the one that bought Aberdare Safari Hotel. And I have exhibited at page 122 of my bundle of documents a transfer document transferring the ownership of Aberdare Safari Hotel from the original owners to the children of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at a consideration of 535 million. And this transfer, Mr. Speaker, was done on the 22nd November 2023, immediately after the Deputy President assuming office, and telling Kenyans that he found empty coffers. He was able, within 2 months, to buy a property worth 535 million in Nyeri. Which empty coffers did he find? The other day, I have exhibited at page 118 the CR12 of the new company, which shows that his 2 sons are the directors. I have also exhibited the transfer document to show that actually the ownership of the company did shift at a cost of 535 million. And therefore, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof to the required standard. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Deputy President said immediately became Deputy President, he asked his children not to do business with government. But you will realize, because he's speaking from both sides of his mouth, you will realize that even in this transaction about hotels, Treetops belongs to Kenya Wildlife Service. Yes, it is true he has leased. But if you say that you have instructed your children not to transact with government, and then you lease an hotel owned by the government, are you not transacting with government? Are you not transacting with government? And therefore, the live interview by the Deputy President yesterday is a further ground for the Deputy President to be impeached. I can go on and on and on to show that the Deputy President did purchase Kuruwitu Home Resort at a cost of 250 million from the estate of his own brother. Mr. Speaker, you were told also that Vipingo Ridge Hotel is a property within the estate of the late brother to the Deputy President. But I have exhibited in my bundle of documents CR12. CR12 is a document that shows the company directors, showing the children of the Deputy President as directors of Vipingo Hotels. The children of the Deputy President are not listed in the will as executors of his estate. So one would wonder, because they are not listed as executors of the estate of the DP Gachagua, then where do they come in terms of owning the Vipingo company? It can only be by way of purchase, it can only be by way of money laundering. Mr. Speaker, one other reason why I have provided the 20-something companies and the properties is also to demonstrate character. Some of these companies have not transacted. It is my prosecution theory that these are special purpose vehicles for purposes of money laundering and for purposes of preparation for money laundering. And therefore, one would wonder why the Deputy President would have so many companies that are not active, except for the reason of waiting for a prime day for them to launder resources from government. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed many companies and suspicious transactions where companies were being paid as much as 100 million from the office of the Deputy President. They are paid in the morning, and at noon, they are withdrawing the money in cash. You are aware that under our regulations, you cannot withdraw more than 1 million shillings from the bank. But I have listed in schedules where in a singular day, as many as 10 transactions, cash transactions, were being done from monies that had been paid from the office of the Deputy President. These are serious reasons to believe that the monies were being withdrawn for suspicious reasons. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof, and this ground is proven beyond the required threshold, and it should be confirmed as a ground of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, allow me to proceed to ground number 8. Ground number 8 is about breach of Section 132 of the Penal Code and breach of Section 129 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Basically, these are about misleading the public. Mr. Speaker, on this one, I rely on the evidence of the video in the case of Justice Esther Maina, that the Deputy President did mislead the public that Justice Esther Maina was corrupt, simply because she had made a finding that was against him. Mr. Speaker, I also rely on a video that I'm going to play shortly, that the Deputy President did attack the National Intelligence Service in a televised television interview in Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, In that televised interview, and you will see it shortly, the Deputy President misled the Kenyan Republic on several accounts, which I will discuss after the video has been played. I now request the media team to play the video on NIS in Mombasa.
Where did the rain begin to beat us? Where did we stop listening to the people? President William Ruto and I were the darling of the Kenyan people. By listening to them, by engaging them. And as a government, we have established institutions to ensure we not only listen to Kenyans, but also genuinely understand their concerns. We invest significant resources in these institutions, particularly the National Intelligence Service, for this purpose. It is clear there has been a failure in the intelligence and advice we are receiving, particularly concerning crucial government policies. The President of the Republic of Kenya today has admitted that it has come to his attention that the people of Kenya did not want anything to do with the Finance Bill 2024. The President has now agreed that we need to listen to the people. And I sympathize with my boss, President William Ruto, because this information was not available to him. I know President William Ruto. Had he known 2 months ago that the people of Kenya did not want anything to do with the Finance Bill 2024, he would not have asked his parliamentary party to push it through. Yet, we have an organization paid by the public to give him and government such information. And that is where the problem is. We have a dysfunctional National Intelligence Service that has exposed the President, the government, and the people of Kenya. Had the National Intelligence Service briefed the President 2 months ago about how the people of Kenya feel about the Finance Bill 2024, so many Kenyans would not have died. Property would not have been destroyed. Offices would not have been touched. There would have been no mayhem. But they slept on the job. It had to take people to die, property to be destroyed, protests across the country for the President to know the truth of what the people of Kenya feel. Yet, there is an organization paid for by the public to brief the President and the government about the feeling of the Kenyan people.
With the permission, Mr. Speaker, I request that we pause the video because
officers of the national...
we have already displayed the context. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making here is simple. That this is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. By virtue of being the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he is also a member of the National Security Council. The NIS is also in membership of the National Security Council. And therefore, the Constitution has provided fora where the Deputy President, in case he has any concerns, he can raise them within the official structures of government. Instead of doing that, he chose to be reckless, in complete disregard of the office, of the high calling of the office that he holds, the office of the Deputy President. It will be remembered that at this particular time, the country was at a security crisis, and inflammatory remarks would have led to the country disintegrating. Inflammatory remarks would have led to the social fabric of this country tearing apart. And therefore, by such doing, I am inviting the House to find that the Deputy President did mislead the public. The Deputy President did live below the expectations of the office that he holds, made unfounded, sensational statements, and therefore, that ground should be upheld for his impeachment. Mr. Speaker, Further to that, in the oath of allegiance to office, the Deputy President swore, and I quote, to refrain from directly or indirectly revealing such matters as shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy. Mr. Speaker, as you would notice in that clip, the Deputy President says that he has been told in confidence. Mark the words, I have been told in confidence by officers of the following. And while aware that he took an oath not to divulge information that comes to him in secrecy, he went ahead and divulged that information. I'll be inviting this House to find that the Deputy President breached his own oath of allegiance to office. And a person who breaches his own oath of allegiance to office is not fit to hold the office of the Deputy President. I therefore urge members to find that this ground has been proven to the required standard and uphold it for impeachment. Under ground 9, Mr. Speaker, on gross misconduct. Gross misconduct has been defined as the dereliction of duty in the Black's Law Dictionary. Gross misconduct has been defined as the dereliction of duty, unlawful or improper behavior. Mr. Speaker, we have alleged that the Deputy President did breach Article 151B of the Constitution in his utterances against the National Intelligence Service, and that is incompatible with the high calling, dignified status, and the discretion required of the office of the Deputy President. And because I had laid basis in the foregoing ground, I wish to urge members, using the same evidence that I've adduced above, to also find that ground number 10 is also proven. Ground number 9, that is. On ground number 10, gross misconduct on insubordination. We have the evidence of Mercy Wanjau in the form of an affidavit that Cabinet makes decisions and the Deputy President defies. I have video clips in Nyanza where the President did direct. In fact, he said it is primitive for people to say that certain sections of the country cannot receive development by virtue of how they voted in the last elections. And then immediately thereafter, the Deputy President repeated his shareholder Kenya government company utterances, directly contradicting the President. In that arrangement, Mr. Speaker, I am submitting that that is insubordination, and the evidence that we have tendered in the interest of time on record is enough to prove that ground, and members should be able to approve that the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, has been undermining his boss, has been undermining cabinet, and therefore is guilty of the offense of gross misconduct in terms of insubordination. Mr. Speaker, I come to a very interesting last one, which is that the Deputy President has breached Article 151B and Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Mr. Speaker, in my bundle of evidence, I have the affidavit of Dr. Andrew Muller, which I would want displayed. Dr. Andrew Muller, Mr. Speaker, was the acting CEO of the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency. Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, through funding of the Global Fund, did advertise for a tender for purchase of mosquito nets to benefit Kenyans. The tender was worth about 3.7 billion. In this affidavit, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Andrew Muller avers that when he came to KEMSA, and Mr. Speaker, the witness is before the House, but because this is not the trial chamber, We will not lead him in evidence, nor will he be cross-examined, but is ready to be cross-examined when we go to Senate. He avers that when he was appointed as an acting CEO of KEMSA, and he came to office, he found the tender ongoing, and one day, the deputy president called him, threatened him, so that he could release a bid bond. In his testimony, he says that a company that was being fronted by the deputy president, if you allow me just to get where the, because this is important, at page 70 to 76, at page 70 to 76 of my band of documents, Dr. Andrew Mulwa avers that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua called me from his mobile phone. The number is provided. On my mobile phone number, the number is provided, and pressured me to surrender to his proxy the original bid bond submitted by Sobika Impex for the above tender. He told me that he would send a proxy to collect the original bid bond. He goes further to state that Dr. Ikuno Rigathi, who is the son to Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president, called me and sent me a WhatsApp message from his mobile phone number, which is provided, claiming to be acting for and on the instructions of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. He asked for Sobika Impex Private Limited's original bid bond for the above tender, which he said His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua was trying to collect from KEMSA. Annexed here to and marked AM1 are the screenshots, and I would like them, they are already displayed on the screen of those messages. He goes further to aver that Dr. Ikino Rigathi, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua's son, sent a one Ogora Wilson Okulo of national identity number that to collect the original bid bond submitted by Sobika Impex Limited. He concludes by saying that given the status, power, threats, influence of the people involved in the interference with the investigations and the cover-up of the irregularities surrounding the procurement of treated mosquito nets, I was constrained to surrender the original bid bond to Ogora Wilson Okulo. In short, members, please listen to this. In short, I was caught in a tricky situation, as there was nothing much I could do as a junior government officer against a sitting deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this allegation was admitted by none other than the deputy president yesterday live on his interview or live on television. He did confirm that, yes, he called Dr. Mulo. He also confirmed that he called him in relation to a bid bond. And he did confirm that the company called Sobika, the local representative of Sobika, is a company called Crystal. And the company called Crystal is owned by none other than Rigathi Gachagua and his children. And therefore, there was a direct conflict of interest that the deputy president, that the local representative of Sobika, which is an international company registered in India, is a company owned by the deputy president. And the deputy president is making a call regarding a tender to a junior government officer. I wonder how many other calls he has made. But I do not need to belabor this point, because none other than the deputy president himself did admit on live television yesterday that he did make the call. It was in relation to the bid bond, and therefore I urge members to adopt the evidence of Dr. Andrew Mulwa as the truthful and factual evidence, exhibiting that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did interfere with the tendering process and also did interfere with the investigation into the same. His Excellency the Deputy President did inform the country falsely that no money was lost. Mr. Speaker, you would know that this tender was funded under the Global Fund. And the Global Fund, through letters that we have exhibited, did cancel this funding. And therefore the Kenyan people lost up to 5 billion Kenya shillings and as well a relationship with the Global Fund, which is a major partner in our health sector. And therefore, to allege that no money was lost is false, because the Global Fund did cancel the tender, and also it affected our relationship in terms of funding from the Global Fund. And we had to do a lot of diplomatic work, going to WHO, going to Geneva, in order to restore our relationship with the Global Fund. Mr. Speaker, lastly, members, I have rushed through the grounds because of the time allocated. I have endeavored to provide evidence that all the 11 grounds that are proposed for the impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua are merited, and there is enough evidence. The work of this chamber is to examine whether prima facie there is a case. The trial chamber is the Senate. And therefore, I want to plead with members of this House. It doesn't matter whether you signed the motion or you did not sign the motion. I have endeavored to persuade each one of you individually that this country requires a serious leadership. And His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua is not part of that serious leadership. I have endeavored to persuade each one of you that this country requires leaders who can respect the rule of law. This country requires leaders who can respect the Constitution. And His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua is not one of them. And therefore, I take this time to implore on each one of you, besides our political persuasions, to realize that we want the best for our country. This is the country that we shall bequeath to our children. And if the country is destroyed by reckless leaders like His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, there will be nothing to bequeath our future generations. And therefore, persuade each one of you, please vote with your conscience, put Kenya first above your politics when you come to vote. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, if you listen carefully to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, and I did say at the time of giving my notice of motion, I have nothing against him as a person. But I was perturbed yesterday because His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did insult members of Parliament. He insulted the intelligence of members of Parliament. Yes. There are members here who are senior lawyers. There are members here who are senior accountants. There are members here who are teachers. There are members here who are accountants. There are members, all of us are respected in our societies. The people of Kenya have elected us to exercise a constitutional mandate in this country. But His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did say that most of the members of Parliament signed the motion without reading it. That is an insult to your intelligence. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, in the live interview yesterday, did say that Parliament is a theater of the absurd. In my training as a lawyer, he who insults the jury, he who insults the jury deserves no mercy from the jury. He who insults the jury deserves no mercy from the jury. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has insulted you before Kenyans. I urge you to rise up to the occasion. I urge you to rise up to the occasion. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Mr. Speaker, there is evidence that I have not gone through. The whole issue of Wamunyoro investments and the land in Embakasi. I have evidence in my bundle of documents that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua used his office as the Deputy President, called junior officers at the Ministry of Lands, forced them to forge documents to the effect that Wamunyoro Investment had bought the land in Embakasi long even before it had been registered as a company. That land, Mr. Speaker, belongs to a sickly civil servant. It belongs to a father, it belongs to a mother. Mr. Speaker, we must have a Deputy President who is compassionate. I watched the Deputy President yesterday on television displaying impunity and arrogance. He told Kenya, yes, I have said Kenya is a company, Mutadu. He has said that Kenya is a company. Unapologetically, He has said Kenya is a company. Is this the kind of a person you would want to be your deputy president? Members of parliament, I do not want to imagine that anything can happen to the sitting president. I do not want to imagine. But it is also a factual reality that something can happen to the president who is in power today. If anything, and God forbid, happens to the president who is in power today, is this the man you would want to complete the term as president? This man, honorable members, this man called Rigathi Gachagua has already said that the members of parliament in Mount Kenya are either to Gunia, I don't know what that means, or are collaborators, and that he will take them home. He has already said that where I come from, we deserve no development in Ukambani. He has said that the people of Nyanza deserve no development. He has said that the people of Western deserve no development nor appointments from the government. He has said that the people of the coast deserve no development from the government. He has said that the people of Northeastern deserve no development from the government. Those are the people you represent. Those are the people you represent. As you rise up to vote, please have the best interest of your people at heart. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. When this motion is finally put to vote, please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. Please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua on all the grounds. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that colleague members of parliament will approve this motion. And I want to assure you, in the event that you vote for this motion, I will also persuasively defend it before the Senate. And I am sure the Senate of the Republic of Kenya will also uphold, and Kenya will have a better deputy president who views the country as a whole. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and call our able deputy majority leader, the Honorable Owen Bayer, to second the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Bayer, you have 10 minutes.
It's okay.
Owen Bayer, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the special motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in opening, I would like to thank the Honorable Mutuse for the courage and valor in tabling and moving this motion. Honorable Speaker, in his address yesterday, the Deputy President called Parliament and this National Assembly a theater of the absurd, a house of ridicule, a house which processes trash. That's what he said about this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, just like the Deputy President, I'm a student of literature, having been taught by the late Wasambo Were and the late Professor Imbuga. In the definition, Honorable Speaker, of the theater of absurd, a theater of absurd is without plot, is directionless, is laced with stupidity, lacks thoughts, lacks coherence of ideas. It is irrational and logical. If you have read the book by Samuel Beckett, you will know that in that book called Waiting for Godot, that he actually said, this parliament is as good as that literature. Honorable Speaker, I sit in this parliament and many of you do that. Members, are we a theater of absurd? Members, are we directionless? Members, are we stupid? That's what the Deputy President characterized this Parliament, that we are stupid, we are directionless, and we are people who are very useless to this country. Honorable Speaker, a person of the stature of a Deputy President who can say such things about this chamber does not deserve to continue to become the Deputy President of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, what is the theater of absurd, Honorable Speaker, is when the Deputy President demands that for the 8 million votes, from Mount Kenya, he should be paid 2,000 shillings, translating to 16 billion shillings, so that he can bring peace to this country. Honorable Speaker, that is the theater of absurd. That is the theater of absurd, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua has committed impeachable offenses as provided in Article 150, 1 and 2. He has grossly violated the Constitution and has committed crimes under national and international law, as has been ably demonstrated by the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, looking at the evidence provided by the mover of the motion, Honorable Speaker, that is enough to impeach the Deputy President, and he must stand impeached by the end of the day today. Honorable Speaker, Article 131E of the Constitution says the President is a symbol of national unity. Read together with Article 147(1), that the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President and shall deputize the President in the execution of the functions of the presidency. Honorable Speaker, for this to happen, there must be harmony at the top, in spite of how they were elected to office. His shareholding utterances, and we saw the utterances on the TV here, as demonstrated by the mover, on the shareholding. This ensures that there's no harmony at the presidency. But what the Deputy President wants to do is to balkanize this country. Balkanize the country where, like in George Orwell's Animal Farm, there are other people who are more equal than others. And as a parliament, we must refuse to buy into the theory of the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has taken himself and wants to be a tribal king of the Murima, ready to break the country, sow seeds of disunity for his own political gain. And this chamber, today, by the end of the day, we must have no Deputy President who wants to balkanize this country. Honorable Speaker, the office of the Deputy President is a high office as established under Article 130. The authority of his office must be exercised within the provisions of Article 10(2), which anchors this principle of national unity. As core, the holder of this office must exercise this article at the highest level ever. Honorable Speaker, as Deputy President, he must be beyond reproach. Like Caesar's wife, Honorable Speaker, like Caesar's wife, he must be above any form of suspicion, beyond reproach. But Honorable Speaker, the utterances and the actions of the Deputy President brings his reputation to disrepute, because he has sown sort of disunity and he has taken a trajectory that is likely to bring balkanization of this country. For that, Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue to have a Deputy President who cannot uphold the oath of his office, and therefore Rigathi Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the story of Pompey, the wife of Julius Caesar, you realize that although she had been accused of sacrilege, but the court acquitted her. But Julius Caesar actually divorced Pompey, not because of what she had been accused of, but because there was suspicion that he could have done something like that. And on that, only on that, Honorable Speaker, as a chamber, as a parliament, we have the authority and right to say This guy has brought himself to disrepute. He has gone below, and he has portrayed himself as a man who cannot be trusted with the position of a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, Rigathi Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, Article 131(2) C and D gives the president and his deputy the responsibility to promote and ensure the unity of the nation and promote respect for the diversity of the people and communities. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has presided over the politics of exclusion and has championed the rise and resource allocation to only one region of this country. Has the Deputy President exhibited the values of national unity and diversity? No, Honorable Speaker, he has not. He does not embrace that value, a key value of the Constitution, and therefore, this Deputy President must remain impeached because for him, the vocabulary of diversity and unity does not exist in his vocabulary. On that premise, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President, Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, must go by end of today. Honorable Speaker, Article 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, read together with the third paragraph of the Constitution of Kenya, reinforces the fact that Kenya is one united, indivisible state. In the same breath, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution establishes the structures of counties as units of sharing resources. However, the Deputy President has established an unlawful and constitutional structure of the country as a structure of sharing national resources, where we have now a new structure of shareholders and non-shareholders. Honorable Speaker, that is sacrilege. We cannot establish another structure of resource allocation apart from the one provided in the Constitution. But now we have a new structure where those who are shareholders in the country get more resources and those that are not shareholders don't get resources. For that new structure that he's trying to establish in this country, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, must go. Honorable Speaker, there was a time in this country, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to say this, and I will ask you to add me a few minutes more to say this, that there was a time in this country when the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Nancy Baraza, was bundled out of office because of impropriety, because of an issue that Kenyans thought was not proper. Nancy Baraza, just pinching the nose of someone. And she was bundled out of office, the high office of the Deputy Chief Justice of this country. That's what happened, Honorable Speaker. Just pinching a nose. And she was bundled out of office. But here we have a Deputy President who has committed sacrilege, trying to balkanize this country. A Deputy President who has called people names. A Deputy President who has called a member of Parliament a prostitute. A Deputy President who has amassed wealth that cannot be accounted for. For that, Honorable Speaker, just like Nancy Baraza was bundled out of office, the Deputy President must also be bundled out of office because of that impropriety. Honorable Speaker, we saw the mover has ably demonstrated to us how he took on a judge. But Honorable Speaker, it is not just a judge, it is a female judge. Honorable Speaker, probably he attacked this judge because she was a woman, a lady judge. Where is the place of women judges or women in this country if we have a Deputy President who has no respect for other female or lady leaders in this country? Honorable Speaker, for the abuse on a woman judge, a lady judge, the Deputy President must go. Honorable Speaker, I know my time is running out, but I want to say this in closing. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. When you ever face an impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, you'd rather have a rich dead brother who you can shield yourself with. We saw what the Deputy President tried to do yesterday But I want to tell him that Kenyans are clever and they read through what he wanted to do yesterday. And they will not buy it. It does not sell. It won't be bought. We know who he is. We know.
Give him 1 minute. Finish up. Finish up.
He's my friend. Yes, Honorable Speaker. We know what he tried to do yesterday, but we can't buy it, Honorable Speaker, and therefore, Rigathi Gachagua must stand impeached at the end of the day. Honorable Speaker, we are in this boat together. We have one character in this boat called Kenya who is trying to rock it from within. He's trying to break this country. In that event, Honorable Speaker, we have a duty, if we're in that boat, to remove this one person from this boat and toss him into the high seas so that everybody is safe. And that is the duty that we must do today. And I want to convince even those that still have doubts of whether this guy should continue. I want to convince them we are safer as Kenya without Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President of this country. We are safer as a country. The northeastern region is safer. The coast is safer. The Nyanza is safer. And all parts of Kenya are safer. Honorable Speaker, and Kenya is safer without Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, we do not want Rigathi Gachagua to resign. We want this house, which he has called the House Theatre of Absurd, Honorable Speaker, to impeach him so that he knows that he needs to respect institutions also. Lack of respect of institutions, Honorable Speaker, is sacrilegious for the person of the stature of a Deputy President. For that, Honorable Speaker, for not respecting this Parliament and the Senate must impeach one Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua tonight, and we send him home so that he knows his place in this country. For those many remarks, I second, Honorable Speaker, and ask other members to support this question. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order, members on their feet. Ruth Odinga, take your seat. Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, and you'll note that on the order paper, there is the long version of the motion and the abridged version of the motion. So those of you who want to look for details of the longer version, it is there. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145 and 151B and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 64 and 65, this House resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B, and C, 27(4), 73(1)(a), 2 and B, 75(1)(c), 129(2) of the Constitution and Articles 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. 2. Gross violation of Articles 174(1) and 152(1) of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of the national government's executive mandate. 3. Gross violation of Article 6(2), 10(2)(a), 174, 1861, 189(1), and the fourth schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. 4. Gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. 5. Gross violation of Article 3(1) and 148(5)(a) of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. 6. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. 7. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under sections 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. 8. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 9. Gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Intelligence Service and its officers. 10. Gross misconduct by openly and publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And 11. Gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. Honorable members, the motion is supported and the list is attached by 291 members of this House. Yes. Members, before I open the debate, I received a letter from one Honorable Wandeto purporting to withdraw his signature. I want to invite the Honorable Member to read the standing orders that are very clear. Once you append your signature to a special motion, once you append your signature on a special motion, you have crossed the Rubicon, and you cannot withdraw that signature. Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, shall I use the dispatch with your permission? Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this special motion is unprecedented but contemplated by the Constitution, and I support it. Let it be a lesson, Mr. Speaker, that be you ever so high, the Constitution is still above you. Mr. Speaker, some have told me and have told us that this is not our war. But, Mr. Speaker, they do not know that in circumstances of combat, a bystander is at greater risk than a combatant. You must choose your sides. And I've chosen, Mr. Speaker, after listening to the display of jingoism by the Deputy President, after listening to the self-entitlement for 2.5 hours, after listening to the disdain of governance institutions, this Parliament and the courts, after listening to the DP threatening that Parliament and the courts should know that it's not easy to remove a Deputy President who had 7.2 million votes. Mr. Speaker, after treating Kenyans as fools by trying to mislead on the intent and purpose of his utterances on the idea of government being a company, it was easy for me to make a decision to cast my lot with impeachment of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, there can be much to say on the reasons. It is easy, for example, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the confessions of the Deputy President regarding 600 million that his son under 30 years was able to acquire. And he says, without tabling any evidence, that it was acquired from a bank. But he admits, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, two things. One, that the property in issue was government property irregularly acquired without the usual procurement processes. He also admits, Mr. Speaker, that the son was able to be given, a moratorium of 1 year not to pay anything while enjoying the proceeds. And the DP thinks there's nothing wrong with that. It is for good reason that the anti-corruption laws in this country do not limit themselves to the individual. They go to the spouse and the children. It is for such reasons. Mr. Speaker, it is also interesting that the DP admits to abuse of office. How does it do that? The DP admits to abuse of office on the issue of KEMSA. It is important, and this bears repetition, that the evidence tabled by the Honorable Mutuse includes an affidavit by Dr. Mulwa. That affidavit at paragraph 5 is very instructive, and it says that the DP's phone calls was aimed at interfering and covering procurement irregularities. And that is on a direct affidavit. But more importantly, if you look at page 69, you will see the SMSs. And that SMS, the son of the Deputy President, Dr. Ekinu Rigathi, has the courage to say that there is a document for His Excellency we are trying to collect, not for himself, not for any other company, for His Excellency. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the DP admits to these processes and sees nothing wrong with it is a very serious matter of integrity. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll not speak to all those two. I'll speak to a more fundamental fact. The blatant justification of discrimination and insightful utterances against Kenyans. That is where I want to focus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this, the DP, and they have gone through the documents, there are various clips where the DP repeats this, that Kenya is a company and those who did not vote for Kenya Kwanza are not entitled to enjoy the proceeds from that company. What worries me, Mr. Speaker, is that with a straight face, the DP could appear on live television and justify these utterances. How does he justify it? He says that he is entitled to do that because there are some partisan political agreements or promises that were made. What does that mean? The DP elevates promises at a political party level above the National Cohesion and Integration Act, Section 13. He elevates those promises at a political party level above the Constitution of Kenya. There are 15 different articles that speaks against this. The fact that the DP can think that he can justify such utterances and elevate these agreements above the law and the Constitution is the clearest evidence that he must go because he has breached the Constitution. It is important to note that Article 145, 1A and C do not say that if you are respecting a political promise, then you can breach the Constitution. If that was to be the case, Article 24 would include that as a limitation. It does not include. If you want one reason, members, to impeach the Deputy President is because he has admitted to breaching the Constitution on account of a political promise. Mr. Speaker, Article 145, 1B is another interesting one. And it speaks to serious reasons to believe that the DP has breached the Constitution. You do not need the hard evidence. Members, remember, for conviction, that is for courts. We are not a court of law. Ours is to look at the evidence and see if there's a serious and reasons to believe. Those serious reasons speak to integrity. they speak to impropriety. And if you look at them and then find that there's some impropriety, then ground 7 will have been proved. Ground 7 talks of the issue of acquired property coming to 5.2 billion. What struck me, Mr. Speaker, is that the Deputy President took 1.5 hours to explain why he's not corrupt. Of the 2.5 hours, 90 minutes was to explain why he is not corrupt. The very fact that you take 90 minutes to explain you are not corrupt is prima facie evidence of corruption. Mr. Speaker, for one who is not corrupt, you can explain it in a sentence, period. To take 90 minutes is in itself prima facie evidence that there's corruption. Mr. Speaker, on the KEMSA issue, other than their affidavit and their interference, the affidavit, the DP then admits interference. Whoever advised the DP to do that live interview could not have had his interest at heart, but has made our work much the easier. Because now there are self-incriminations, confessions, and admissions that we can work with. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from yesterday's presentation that the Deputy President can no longer deputize the President. The role of any deputy under the Constitution is to deputize. Mr. Speaker, I crave for just 2 more minutes. So that, Mr. Speaker, even the fact, Mr. Speaker, it is not a ground of the impeachment by Honorable Mwangi Mutuse. But it has become a clear ground from yesterday's interview that the DP is incapable of deputizing the President. And if we needed an independent ground, that is very clear. It is also clear that the DP can no longer be part of a cabinet. It is a basic rule in terms of labor law. If you cannot work with your boss, if you insubordinate your boss, if one person is to go, is the subordinate, not the boss. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to just close by addressing one issue, and it bears address. Some Kenyans, hello, Mr. Speaker, it is important to address this issue. Some Kenyans want us to divert attention from the impeachment that is before us. There's only one impeachment motion before us, and it's in respect of the Deputy President. Now, some people have said, kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Now, let me explain to you. First of all, when you say kufa dereva, kufa makanga, you must remember that in that bus there are passengers. And those passengers can die if you are reckless. In this case, those passengers are Kenyans. We as Parliament must navigate that issue so carefully that the passengers called Kenyans remain safe. Mr. Speaker, that is extremely important. Why? We are in a very unique position where we have a president and a deputy president, but we do not have an IBC. If anything happens right now, as we are going to, if we impeach the deputy president as we want to, as we need to, the position can be filled even without an IBC. But if there is no president and there is no deputy president, only the speaker can act for 60 days. Within those 60 days, there must be an election. We cannot currently have an election because we have no IBC. To have IBC commissioners, you need a president to nominate the board that will select them. Once the board is nominated and they propose a name, then the name must be forwarded again to us, and it's only the president who can nominate them. In other words, if you say kufa dereva, kufa makanga, you want absolute turmoil for all the Kenyans to die in that accident. That would be a very reckless act. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced, having looked at the Deputy President, having listened to him, that the Deputy President is not remorseful. He is not sorry for any utterances. He is not prepared to change. He is a man who must be saved from himself by impeachment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
George, order. George Morugara. Order, honorable members, order. Order, Bensouda. Freeze. Freeze where you are.
Order, members.
Order, honorable members. I know the limits of exuberance are high. Order. Beatrice, freeze where you are. I know the levels of exuberance are high, but let's listen to those who are speaking. There's a lot of requests to speak, and I did tell you that in a motion such as this, Dr. Bukose will not ask to put the question. So let's listen to each other. Of course, the canned and band of debate cannot be ruled out in acknowledging good issues and disagreeing, but let's have some decorum. Those of you who speak, you have 5 minutes. If you can finish earlier, the better, so that many more can speak. Good. Go on, Murugara. And members, when you are given permission to speak, if you wish to come to the dispatch box, do so. If you want to speak from where you are, do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I even state my position as regards this motion, it is important for me to express what the views of Kenyans are regarding this motion, and especially with a hindsight of the public participation that we did, and also from the public opinion which was communicated to Kenyans through an agency that conducts opinion polls. It is vitally important to remind Kenyans that through the public participation that we did on Friday and Saturday, it was overwhelming that Kenyans were in approval of the motion, and therefore we must respect their position. We must also remind Kenyans that an agency by the name TIFA has come up with an opinion polling, which again has indicated that Kenyans are in favor of the motion. Therefore, even as we debate today, even as we agonize over this motion, even as we consult the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, as we have done from time to time, as regards this motion, it is quite clear that Kenyans are in favor of the motion carrying the day. I therefore respect the position of Kenyans. I respect the position of my constituents of the Raka, and I do confirm that I rise to support the motion. That today, the motion that has been brought to this House to have His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, impeached, carries the day by a vote to be taken by the House. I must commend the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, who is actually my Vice Chairperson in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, for work excellently done. And repeat the position he has made, that we are not a court of law trying a suspect. We are a House of Parliament which is required to just consider whether the grounds advanced are actually substantiated. Do we have reasons to believe that the grounds advanced are substantiated? Having listened to the mover, having looked at the documentation, and I confess we have burnt midnight oil looking at this particular motion and the supporting documentation, these grounds are substantiated. Allow me briefly to just mention but a few. Ground number one, which is on dangerous divisions in the country, is propagated by the Deputy President. The Deputy President last night admitted and tried to qualify the admission that he had likened Kenya to a company. There is total difference between likening the government to a company and stating categorically that the government is actually a company. The Deputy President, in the clips we have watched, was candid in a statement to Kenyans that the government is actually a company and that each one of us has or does not have shares in that company. The net effect of this is, if you do not have shares, then you do not belong to Kenya. If you have shares, then you are more Kenyan than any other person who has lesser shares than you. This is the dangerous division which this House must frown against. And it must hold squarely against the Deputy President. The second admission he made, which is a very strong ground of this motion, is breach of collective responsibility. It has been clearly stated that the cabinet includes the Deputy President. The President is the the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President. Having breached this doctrine of collective responsibility, and he clearly said he did so because he thought, in his view, in his opinion, it was unconstitutional to have decided the way they decided, clearly shows that the Deputy President is not able to work with the government in which he is mandated to work with. To have actually failed to assist the President so that you speak contra to what the President says is itself insubordination, as we have actually been told. The net effect is that even if the Deputy President was actually to survive this impeachment motion, our question is, where would he work? He cannot work with the President because he made another admission that this motion actually has the nod of the President. We have not had any PG, we have had no meetings whatsoever regarding this motion, but he is convinced that the President has a hand in this motion. If that is the case and he survives, who will he work with? Who will be his boss? Number two, he says whatever they do in the cabinet tinkers on the unconstitutionality. If that is what his position is, that the cabinet as it sits today would actually make decisions, which decisions they would have to execute at one time or the other, which are unconstitutional, which cabinet will he work with? Therefore, it goes without gainsaying that the personality of the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, is untenable as far as the presidency is concerned and as far as the cabinet is concerned. 1 minute more. There has been an argument regarding the companies, and Honorable Mutuse has read out the companies, which nobody seems to know exactly why these companies were formed. Exactly what was the ulterior motive of forming these companies. But what I wish to point out regarding the companies, and what Kenyans should know, is that some of the properties under which the Deputy President aid, stating that these were properties of his late brother, are actually today his properties. Most important is a property known as Kuruwitu Home Resort. This property was actually sold to another company known as Kuruwitu Properties Limited for Kenya shillings 250,000. A search of these companies indicate that Kuruwitu Properties Limited is owned by Vipigo Beach Resort Limited and John Y. Mavenge. We therefore have to ask ourselves, who is Vipigo Beach Resort Limited? And CR12 indicates that this company is actually owned in shares by Keith Ekino Rigathi, Kevin Gachagua Rigathi, the estate of the deceased James Nderitu Gachagua. As we were told, these two persons named, Keith and Kevin, are not executors of the estate of the late Nderitu Gachagua. So if they actually own this company, which owns one of the properties of the deceased, purchased at Kenya shillings 250 million, then it goes without gainsaying that in fact, the Deputy President has an explanation to give regarding this. Finally, we've been told about the press statement he made in Mombasa, and this is the evidence of insubordination. The country was on fire. The country was burning. The president actually finished or completed giving what measures he would take to restore the country. The Deputy President went to Mombasa, where he gave a statement which in itself was inciting to Kenyans, casting aspersions on the government, casting aspersions on our agencies, and at the end of the day, we have also seen him casting aspersions on the judiciary, which is supposed to be an independent institution. What we are required to do as members of parliament is to prove only one ground. The rest of them may fall or may succeed. But I can assure you, out of the 11 grounds, there is cogent evidence that the Deputy President has committed acts inconsistent with his office, acts which in themselves warrant this House to impeach him today as we go to the vote. As I conclude, I urge the House, let us look at the bigger picture, which is the bigger picture of Kenya as a country. What we are doing is not to try and appease one person. We are trying to do this so that the country is saved. And we have always asked the question, the second in command who does not work with the first in command and his team, of what use would that person be to the country? With those very many remarks, I do beg to support this motion. Thank you.
Mishimbogo. Give her the mic.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama hapa kuunga mkono hoja hii ya kumng'atua mamlakani naibu wa rais Bwana Rigathi Gachagua. Na naunga mkono kwa sababu katiba yetu kifungu 159 imetupatia sababu mwafaka za kuweza kumng'atua naibu wa rais. Na sababu ya kwanza imezungumzia kukeuka katiba. Na nikiangalia Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua amekeuka katiba, haswa nikiangalia kipengele cha 10 ambacho kinazungumzia maadili ya kitaifa. Maadili ya kitaifa ikiwemo umoja, ikiwemo demokrasia, ikiwemo usawa. Mara nyingi sana amezungumzia mambo ya kwamba nchi yetu ni kama kampuni na ni ya washikadau. Na amesema ya kwamba washikadau hawa ni wale ambao tu wamepiga kura katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hivyo basi kukiuka maadili katika kifungu cha 10, kwa sababu tunajua Wakenya wote wanalipa ushuru na Wakenya wote wana haki sawia, wale waliopiga kura kwa serikali na wale ambao pia walikuwa katika upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu ni demokrasia. Unaweza kuwa upande wa serikali na unaweza kuwa upande wa upinzani. Vile vile pia tunaona katika kifungu 147 kinasema ya kwamba yeye atakuwa ni msaidizi mkuu wa rais katika serikali, na msaidizi mkuu pia atakuwa ni naibu aibu katika zile kazi ambazo rais anazifanya. Lakini je, vitendo vyake vimeonyesha mambo hayo? Vitendo vimeonyesha ya kwamba yeye si msaidizi. Kuna wakati ule wa Gen Z, wakati rais ametoa hotuba hapa Nairobi ya kutoa mwelekeo wa kitaifa na jambo lile, yeye alikuwa Mombasa akitoa hotuba ambayo ilikuwa inazungumza tofauti na ile hotuba ya rais, na hapo pia akatia fitina katika taasisi zetu za kiserikali na kumlaumu bwana Nurdin Haji. Kwa hivyo imeonyesha ya kwamba yeye ni kama anachukua nafasi ile ya rais, hachukui ile nafasi ya kwamba yeye ni msaidizi. Vile vile pia tumeona ya kwamba naibu wa rais amekiuka katiba na kuwa amezungumzia utovu wa nidhamu kwa hali ya juu. Ile Kiingereza tunasema gross misconduct. Kwa mfano, aliita mmoja wetu Mheshimiwa Jematia na kumuita malaya. Unapoita mwanamke yoyote malaya, umeita wamama wote wa Kenya malaya. Sisi si malaya, sisi ni kina mama na sisi ni viongozi. Hatuwezi tukakubali naibu wa rais kutuita malaya. Akarudi akasema hawa wamama wa Mount Kenya ambao wako pamoja na mimi, hawa ni wamama, wote ni wamama wa rais, hawa ni wamama wake. Alikuwa anamaanisha nini? Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, huna heshima kwa kina mama wa taifa hili la Kenya. Vile vile katika huo utovu wa nidhamu, tunaona sehemu ya Nyandarua alinunua shamba ambalo kina mama walikuwa wamelima mahindi, wamelima viazi, wamelima zile mushiri. Alimweka pale MCA na wakavuruga hiyo chakula yote. Angekuwa yeye ana hekima kama kiongozi, angeacha vikue, watu wavune, alafu achukue hilo shamba. Lakini ni kwamba hana nidhamu na wala hana kufikiria wa Kenya kama naibu wa rais, na wala hana ubinadamu. Vile vile pia sababu nyingine inakuwa ya kwamba ukikosa ufanisi, Kiingereza incompetence. Na mimi nataka niseme alikosa ufanisi kwa sababu alisema anapigana na pombe haramu na anapigana na madawa ya kulevya. Akaja kule Pwani, kazi aliyofanya kubwa ni kutukana viongozi, kusema anajua wanaouza mihadarati, atawataja, atawashika. Aliwashika. Mihadarati iko ama hakuna? Na hii pombe haramu iko Mlima peke yake ama pia iko kule magharibi, iko kule sehemu ya Nyanza na iko hata hapa Nairobi? Tumuulize yeye mamilioni ambayo ameyatumia kwa hiyo kazi yametupatia natija gani? Yamefanya faida gani? Isipokuwa kunyakua ardhi, akiandika kwa jina la mke wake ati atatengeza sehemu za kuweza kunasua vijana kwa jambo hilo. Jambo jingine ni kashfa ya KEMSA. Imezungumziwa vizuri sana vile alivyowezesha watoto wake na makampuni yake na kuiba pesa zile katika kashfa hiyo. Hatuwezi kuwa na naibu wa rais ambaye juzi na jana alikuwa milioni 800, yani kama mali yake. Hivi karibuni ati ni bilioni 5.2. Kwa muda mchache tu pesa hizo umezipata wapi? Pia umedhulumu bibi wawili wa marehemu ndugu yako aliyekuwa gavana wa Nyeri. Utakuwaje upewe flati 10 na wao wapewe 5 na ni wawili na kuna na watoto? Jamani, ni sheria gani? Tunao sheria ile ya Kiingereza.
Give her 1 minute.
Tunajua hiyo sheria imezungumzia wakati mume amekufa, yani ni mabibi na watoto ndio wanaorithi. Sasa wewe itakuwaje uchukue huo urithi wote? Mpaka hoteli umechukua, ati uliandikiwa, ati ndugu yako alikupa. Jamani, wewe kama makamu wa rais muogope Mwenyezi Mungu na ujue ya kwamba hatuko hapa sisi katika ukabila. Tukiangalia act ile ya National Cohesion Integration Act inazungumzia yoyote atakayetumia maneno ya matusi, maneno ya kutishia ili kuweza kuleta bughudha katika makabila, yeye anatakikana ashtakiwe na amefanya makosa. Rwanda juzi na jana matamshi ya kikabila yaliwatia katika vita vikali vya kikabila, na wewe leo unataka kuleta vita katika taifa la Kenya. Tuliona molo clashes na hata wewe unasemekana ulikuwa kwa hiyo maneno. Tuliona
Time up, Mishi. Faith Gitau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for according me this opportunity. And from the onset, I support this special motion. First, our supreme law of the land expects the presidency, which includes the president and the deputy, to be a symbol of national unity. In that case, the holders of that office are expected to portray a national image as opposed to an ethnic outlook. Honorable Speaker, our Deputy President has been at the forefront in advancing a selfish ethnic agenda. For him, it is about his community and nothing more. After an election, Mr. Speaker, the government has to serve both those who voted for it and those who did not. It was wrong for the Deputy President to advocate for shareholding in order to discriminate against the rest of the communities, which may create ethnic animosity against Mount Kenya region. As a county member of parliament, I think I have traversed this nation more than the Deputy President. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President, as the second in command, should act as a father figure to members of parliament and the community at large. Far from it, the Deputy President, during his tenure, has been divisive and very egocentric. For him, it is about me, myself, and I. It is unfortunate that he has lowered the status and respect expected of such high office. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when we went to the people urging them to elect this government, we gave them an undertaking that women must be respected. It is therefore, it disturbs me so greatly when the Deputy President is at the forefront demeaning women in leadership, particularly those he perceives his enemies. He has no respect for women whatsoever. He has made a scathing public attacks on a woman High Court judge. And in addition, he has been attacking women, and especially members of parliament, me and others included in this house. And therefore, he can never, and he has no respect for women, and he can never work with women. And for those few remarks, I support.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the following. Impeachment of a Deputy President is a matter of national interest and international interest, and it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that people have to be very careful with what they do with this impeachment. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the House that we are only one of the many parts of the process. This National Assembly will be making their decision. From there, we'll go to the Senate. And there is also the courts, if need be. And it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that we must isolate personal issues from issues which make sense to Kenyans. So that, Honorable Speaker, we don't, as a House, go for what I'll call mob justice mentality And at the end of the day, the other stages, we lose it. Honorable Speaker, in the past, this House has been thrown under the bus because of this kind of mentality, where we go, make decisions, and out there, when they go to the courts, a number of our acts of parliament have been declared unconstitutional, basically because as members, we come here and we start shouting and assuming that other people there are not watching. Honorable Speaker, what am I saying? I've listened to the grounds of this motion, this impeachment motion, and I've listened to my friend, Honorable Mutuse, making the presentation and trying to justify some of these grounds, Honorable Speaker. I want to pick a few of them and ask myself whether they meet the expectations in terms of saying that the DP should be impeached on those grounds. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of demolitions. In this country, Honorable Speaker, when you go to our constitution, it clearly says that Kenyans have a right. They have their own rights. And if the government has made a decision to carry out demolitions, looking at the hierarchy in terms of governance, the topmost person in terms of hierarchy is the president, is not the deputy president. So in a situation where that decision is made, and the deputy president says he doesn't support it, the question is, should you be harassing the deputy president or the president? Because the person who took the oath as the head of the executive is the president or the deputy president. So on the basis of those demolitions, Honorable Speaker, it is going to be very unfair to start saying it is the deputy president who is insubordinating the president, because at the end of the day, whose decision did carry the day? That's the question. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of shareholding. Honorable members, let's be very honest with ourselves. We are all politicians. We have been voted in. We represent constituencies. How many of you can say that you are not practicing what is being explained in this motion? How many? Let's be very honest with ourselves. Let's be very honest with ourselves that most of you, majority of you, are doing exactly what is being said in this motion. It's only that don't say it publicly. That's the truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Makali Molo, there's a point of order.
Yeah, I have no problem, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
I hope I'll be saving my time.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, my name is Steve Mogaka from West Mogrango. Is the member on the floor in order to speak about what I practice? What does he know about what I practice? Can he restrict himself to what he does and not start throwing aspersions on members of parliament as if he is in their minds and he is in their practices? He's not. Is he not out of order?
Yes, Makali.
Honorable Speaker, I really don't see any point of order there. I ignore and proceed. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the judicial officer who is being accused as one of the grounds for this. Honorable Speaker.
Order, Makali.
And Honorable Speaker.
There's another point of order here.
Point of order.
Take your seat.
Yeah.
Give Farah the mic.
Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Makali, somebody I have a lot of respect for. In order to compare a member of parliament who represents a constituency and the functions of that member and somebody who is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya who represents the four corners of this country, and say that because the members of parliament go and develop, my presumption is that he thinks the CDF funds for one constituency cannot be taken to another constituency. But that's a different thing when it comes to national resources and the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Makali, wind up, your time is up.
You know, Honorable Speaker, I hope this is not just to drive me to not to say what I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker. I can see a very deliberate move to curtail me from saying what I want to say.
Do you want
Honorable Speaker,
from Nimrod Mbai?
Honorable Speaker, you know the thing is, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me on a serious. You have been protecting everybody who has spoken. Unless also, Honorable Speaker, you're on the same side of those who are supporting. Because on a serious, Honorable Speaker, I don't think it's fair. You have been protecting everybody else. You can't protect.
Order, Honorable Makali Mulu. Order, Honorable Makali Mulu. You've been sitting here since we started. Order, Makali. Not a single previous speaker attracted a single point of order. If any came, the speaker will allow it. Not a single person raised a point of order. In fact, I'm being gracious by asking you, Nimrod Mbai wants to inform you, do you want this information? If you don't want it, you go on. But for you, order, Makali Mulu. You know, when you lose your cool, you also lose the argument. So just be composed, say your bit. The speaker has no dog in this fight. Just say what you want to say, finish, and we give space to somebody else. And any member who wants to stand on a point of order, it's within your standing orders. He has said he doesn't want your information. Go on.
You know, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, people have been making their contribution here since morning. Nobody has been shouting point of order. So, and it's my democratic position to oppose the motion.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I've been elected by the people of Kitui Central to come to this house 3 times. And nobody can assume that I cannot make my contribution. Honorable Speaker, I've been saying, on the matter of judicial officer.
Wind up.
The judicial officer has been accused of corruption-related matters, Honorable Speaker. And there is a court case, or as we are speaking. Are we running away from accountability as a country? When do we allow the courts to do their work up to the conclusion that as a house we want to make this as a ground for impeachment, Honorable Speaker? This is what we are saying. There is separation of power, Honorable Speaker, and we should respect that. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, the India of officers been called by the DP. Just called. How many of us here since morning have been called by the President? How many of us here since morning have been called by the Deputy President? Pleading with us to either support or oppose. Can you be impeached on that note? On a serious note, we need to be... I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, from where we are seated as a house, you go for mob justice mentality, you lose it at the top there, you are trying to reduce the credibility of this house to the lowest grounds for opposition of this motion. Is it a situation where a thief was being sent to court to catch another thief? This is a situation. Honorable Speaker, this country has much more serious issues than what we are discussing. Mike Trice.
Your time is up. Order. I will now order. Take your seat. Order. Robert Mbai. Boy. Order, Robert Mbui. Give him 1 minute to finish.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker. So I was saying, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have said that Kitui Central in particular has said, kufa makanga, kufa ndereva, kufa mechanic. Because Kenyans are more serious issues. And when they die, we want a new renewal of this country, Honorable Speaker. This idea of mob justice, we are not going to allow it in this country. Kenyans have more serious things. I oppose, Honorable Speaker.
Millie Odhiambo, to speak to the public participation report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering if after speaking to the public participation, that I could also just make my contribution.
You have 15 minutes within which you have to speak to all those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try. Mr. Speaker, earlier on in the morning, I had tabled before the House. I am, is it vertically challenged?
You are loud enough. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was indicating that earlier in the morning I had presented a report of a public participation on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this is following the notice of a special motion by Honorable Mwengi Mutuse and in line with Article 1182 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, consequently, the House Business Committee approved a public participation program across all 290 constituencies, and I present on behalf of the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak to the issue of the legal framework of public participation. And Mr. Speaker, Article 10.2 of the Constitution provides for the participation of the people as one of the national values and principles of governance. Mr. Speaker, Article 118 of the Constitution requires Parliament to ensure public access and participation of the people in its affairs. I will not go to the details, and we can read it for ourselves because of time. Mr. Speaker, I wish to note on my own behalf that in quasi-judicial proceedings like this, public participation is not really necessary, even though the courts are pronounced that they are. In my view, they are not actually necessary in quasi-judicial processes like this, because, Mr. Speaker, it's almost like saying that the judiciary needs public participation in making their decision. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to the issue of timelines. And Mr. Speaker, Parliament has spoken very clearly on the issue of timelines, understanding Order 64.2. And in summary, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say, if you read the standing order, that there are very strict timelines for a process or a motion like this. And Mr. Speaker, in setting the period, the National Assembly was guided by the need to preserve the overarching constitutional principle of acting without unreasonable delay. The special motion for removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President was therefore processed in accordance with the timeline sets out under Standing Order 64. Mr. Speaker, in buttressing the necessity for expedited consideration of special motions, previous speakers of the National Assembly of Kenya expressed themselves on the question of timelines for considering special motions by the House when the special motions were filed proposing the removal by impeachment of the then Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Anne Waiguru, Honorable James Macharia, Honorable Kaimenyi, and more recently, Honorable Mithika Linturi. In all the foregoing instances, the Speaker emphasized the need to dispose of a special motion as soon as is practicable to remove the anxiety of hangman's noose from the neck of a state officer proposed for impeachment. Mr. Speaker, you have seen the level of anxiety that the Deputy President has undergone, and indeed when he was actually giving the press statement yesterday, he was almost in tears. And that is why the House hastens the process so that the emotional turmoil is lessened having gone through this process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly published advertisements on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of October and invited written submissions via hand delivery, post, or email until the 5th of October 2024. Mr. Speaker, all these were also advertised on the 4th of October and extended to the 5th in each constituency. To assist in this exercise, a public view template was made available to the public in both English and Kiswahili to guide submissions. On the 3rd and 4th of October 2024, 40,000 copies of the public view templates were also circulated as newspaper pullouts. This template was designated to provide clarity and precision in responses, whether for or against the motion. Number 2, to supplement other means of public input. And 3, to ensure both qualitative and quantitative feedback was captured, which is actually as has been directed by the courts in the past. Mr. Speaker, I just want to indicate that many means were used, including radio, TVs, and other means to publicize this process, including Twitter, or formerly, currently X, or formerly Twitter, and Facebook pages. Mr. Speaker, the public was invited to submit views either in support or in opposition of the special motion or offer other views. Mr. Speaker, I wish to laud Kenyans for their growing consciousness on their civic rights and duties. Mr. Speaker, people participated in various ways, as was witnessed both on electronic and social media, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans who are participated very expressively. Mr. Speaker, I think many of us saw people expressing their views in many, many ways, some of which I will explain later. However, Mr. Speaker, by the nature of newsmaking, we saw the areas where the views were expressive, but much less in the areas where the views were not that expressive. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, and I want to download the parliamentary team, they have even captured photos of members of the public giving their views in constituencies very peacefully. But Mr. Speaker, as I want to repeat, that by the very nature of newsmaking, what we will see are the dramatic scenes. And those we saw, I don't think it is shame as such, it's their right and they can share. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate I wish to report that based on all that, over 200,000 responses were received, of which 65.1% supported the motion, while 33.81% opposed the motion, and 1.09% offered neutral or other alternative views. Mr. Speaker, some of the members in contributing have actually alluded to some of those alternative views. I've heard the speaker right before me talking about the issue that Kenya has very many pressing issues. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is true, Kenya has many pressing issues, and as a House, we are already seized of those issues and are indeed already dealing with some of those issues. One of those issues that the Parliament has raised is the issue of education, the education system, and we have called the CS for Education more than 2 times to deal with that issue. Again, on the health issue, we have also invited the CS for Health amongst other officials. So indeed, the House can chew and walk at the same time. Mr. Speaker, when a motion is brought of this magnitude, Parliament, by its own standing orders, must stop everything else and give priority to this motion. And that is why Parliament stopped all its business on Thursday and focused on this, and all members of Parliament went to their constituencies to deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate that given that this is a very special public participation process, a first of its kind, Mr. Speaker, since the Constitution was promulgated, there were some challenges, but which did not affect the overall product of public participation. Mr. Speaker, some of those challenges were as follows. Mr. Speaker, there was political interference at public forums such as Bomas of Kenya and Murang'a. Mr. Speaker, there was violent disruptions in areas like Olkalau, Kipipiri, and Nyeri Town. Mr. Speaker, there was incomplete or unclear submission, including forms without identifying information or contradictory responses. Mr. Speaker, there was low turnout in some constituencies due to insecurity, such as in Bura. Mr. Speaker, public expectation for monetary compensation for participation was also experienced. Mr. Speaker, there was late submission of forms and memorandum in some instances. There were threats of violence towards officers and inappropriate language in some email submissions. And Mr. Speaker, there was pressure from some constituencies such as Olkalau and Kipipiri for officers to declare results prematurely. On the whole, Mr. Speaker, most places in the country went on uninterrupted. And the results that I just indicated to you, Mr. Speaker, are based on that. Mr. Speaker, because of time and I would like other members to speak, I would want to invite members to look at the report that has been tabled by the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll just speak very briefly on my own account. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate on my own account as a member of Suba North constituency that what we are going through post-2010 constitution, I want to agree with the honorable member that has spoken and said that it's a very important process because indeed it is. Mr. Speaker, it is a defining moment constitutionally and a first of its kind since 2010. It is both a legal and a political process. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court in the Sonko's case confirmed that impeachment is not just about civil liability or criminal culpability, but it's about accountability, political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak very briefly to that in the end, but I want to speak to the issue of grounds. I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 grounds that have been given under Article 150 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the issue, the 3rd ground, which is gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, I have actually looked at the Constitution and there is no definition of gross misconduct. I have looked at our laws and there is no definition of gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, Black's Law Dictionary defines gross misconduct as a dereliction of duty, unlawful or improper behavior. Mr. Speaker, on that account alone, virtually every ground that has been stipulated here would amount to gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, speaking as a governance expert, perhaps it's one of the areas we may want to change in future in the Constitution. Because I was saddened when Nancy Baraza was removed from office for just touching somebody's nose. Only. Even pinching. Yeah? Touching somebody's nose. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is based on these grounds, it is easy to impeach. Mr. Speaker, if you just had me 1 minute, please. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you have 1.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to say that I've been by nature, I know I'm a very tough person, but by very nature, I'm also very empathetic. And I've been sympathizing a lot with the Deputy Speaker, especially, Deputy President, especially when he prays, because I'm also a prayerful person. But Mr. Speaker, I would want the Deputy Speaker to learn from this.
Deputy President.
Deputy President. I don't know why I keep going to Honorable Gladys. Mr. Speaker, Principle 9, the power of words, taming the tongue. Mr. Speaker, if the Deputy President had been quiet, he would have carried many people in this house. But he did not tame the tongue. And every time he spoke, he's just showing further and further division of the country. And I feel sad as a country that many people, even my friends, because I have many friends in Central Kenya, who are calling me, are not calling me from a governance perspective. They are telling me, please save us Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when will we ever reach a point as a country when we look at governance issues and not ethnic parochial issues that have divided the country for a long time, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I do empathize with the Deputy President, and I wish the hand he extended to the President, he had done it much earlier. Mr. Speaker, I hope he learns from the experience of Coriolanus of ancient Rome, who had won many battles, and his fame preceded him. But when he got in politics, his mouth brought him down. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Gladys Sholei, Not information. There's nobody on the floor. Speak. You wanted to speak.
Okay, but just allow me to correct one issue that has been raised twice on the issue of Nancy Baraza. Nancy Baraza was alleged to have pinched the nose of someone. It was never confirmed. The CCTV footage did not reveal it, and she was found with no guilt on that point. So as a woman leader, I want to correct that. Nancy Baraza served this country faithfully. So let us correct the Hansard. Thank you.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I can proceed.
Go on.
Yes, I am. Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And again, before I proceed to support this motion, allow me to clarify just one issue. I have been accused by the Deputy President of bias, indicating that I cannot preside over these impeachment proceedings because I am biased. I want to confirm that when Okay, thank you. I want to confirm that I'm not biased at all. When I made the statements that I did make, I made them as Member of Parliament for Uasin Gishu County and not as a Deputy Speaker sitting on the Speaker's chair. You can only accuse me of bias if I make those statements from the Speaker's chair. I am first a Member of Parliament before I am Deputy Speaker. If the law contemplated a situation where I am gagged as Deputy Speaker, I would have been expected then by that law to resign like the substantive Speaker does in that case. And therefore now I want to proceed to go on to support the motion, speaking as an ordinary member of Uasin Gishu County and not as Deputy Speaker. I have a few points to point out. The Deputy President has been engaged in various conducts that meet the threshold for impeachment. One, on numerous occasions, he has insisted that Kenya is a company of shares, and this is contrary to the Constitution, Article 10, and also our national values. I also want to bring attention of the House that he has contravened his oath of allegiance. When he took his oath of allegiance, he says, in full realization of the high calling, I assume as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, I swear and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya. The oath of allegiance does not mention Murima, it does not mention Mount Kenya. He bears allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, not to his wife and not to his sons. So he has gone against his oath of allegiance. I also want to go on to refer from the Finance Bill 2024. As a member of Cabinet, in his position as Deputy President, he is collectively responsible for all the decisions that are made in Cabinet, and therefore, in distancing himself, he violated Article 153 of the Constitution. The Finance Bill, as we know, is the overarching legislative document that underpins the revenue-raising measures for the executive in order to achieve its programs. If the Deputy President did not agree with the decision of Cabinet on the Finance Bill, he ought to have held his peace and his tongue or resigned as a member of the Cabinet. There is no two ways about it. And furthermore, by the mere fact of holding a presser at a time when the country was in crisis, when the President has addressed the nation, he went on to have his own one-man show of a presser. That is the greatest definition of gross misconduct. It is pure insubordination. No one can do that. It is unthinkable for a principal assistant to contradict the principal. If you want to contradict the principal, you resign your position and go and contradict them from outside. Thirdly, the Deputy President also distanced himself from the activities of the Nairobi Rivers Commission and claims that the activities were undertaken contrary to the law. The work of the commission was again endorsed by cabinet. The government followed laid down laws regarding eviction and resettlement of members of the public. The deputy president knows that this has been a crisis in this country and in contravention of the laws by having people living by the riparian zone. And in this year, people had actually died. And in order to prevent further deaths in future, cabinet in its wisdom decided to relocate the members of the public. And again, he again failed to take collective responsibility with cabinet, did not resign, but went on to countermand the decisions that had been made in cabinet. Furthermore, he has taken an oath of secrecy and therefore cannot publicly divulge what was decided in cabinet. Again, there he has contravened the law. 4, during the press conference in Mombasa on the 25th of June 2024, the deputy president accused the Director General of NIS of providing faulty intelligence and firing some senior officers. As a state officer, and most importantly, as a member of the National Security Council. Under Article 240, the members of the National Security Council, at Clause 2B, the deputy president is a member. He then cannot discuss intelligence briefs that come to his knowledge during the proceedings of the National Security Council. Again, with that, he has gone against the Official Secrets Act and his oath of secrecy. And even if he had any reservations, he has opportunity as a member of the National Security Council to raise it at the Security Council proceedings and even to raise it to the president in person, but not to come as if he's an ordinary citizen who is in the opposition and then speak about it in public. That is wrong. In fact, it is juvenile. It reveals him as a person who is unhinged and cannot control their tongue. 5, during the rally in Githurai, Nairobi, which was presided over by the deputy president, with some members of parliament present, he was involved in leading chants that said, Ruto must go. Ruto is a one-term president. He never denounced those statements. What that amounts to is that he is guilty of treason and other allied offenses. That is the Penal Code, Section 40. And I will read it out, just that there is no doubt. It says that any person owing allegiance to the Republic of Kenya or else of Kenya, if they compass, imagine, invent, devise any deeds with the intention of the death, the maiming, the wounding, the imprisonment, or restraint of the president is guilty of treason. So Rigathi Gachagua is guilty of treason. And it also amounts to gross misconduct. So the deputy president cannot therefore expect to remain in his office as deputy president when his party to efforts to remove the president, to undermine the president, and to campaign against the president. His tenure as a principal assistant is not tenable by any interpretation or meaning. And 6, during his appearance in church in Meru, the deputy president insinuated that if he is removed, the tribes of Kenya who are native to the Mount Kenya area will revolt and be violent. Again, that is treason and other allied offenses. And he also goes against the National Cohesion and Integration Commission Act with his utterances that relates to ethnic profiling. And even as late as yesterday, if I had any doubt in my mind that Rigathi Gachagua must be impeached and removed from office as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, He made it very, very clear yesterday. Yesterday, he went on to disclose details of the Kenya Kwanza pre-election pact. This is contrary to non-disclosure agreements that were signed by parties. And without any due regard to these non-disclosure clauses, and without seeking consensus from other principals who are party to those pacts, he went on to sing like a parrot on national television. That is unbecoming behavior of a person who holds an office as high as that of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And lastly, I want to point out that all the violations that I have set out in support of this motion were brought upon and the evidence said by the Deputy President himself. This is not from anywhere. It's from his own very utterances. Practically, this is what the Deputy President has done. He has dosed paraffin on himself and he has lit the match all by himself without the help of anybody else. And so he has only himself to blame. I support this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Adan Kenyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to thank the Honorable Mutuse for being courageous, for being focused, and I'm sure in the annal of the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, and the history of the 13th Parliament, Mr. Mutuse, you will be appreciated. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I've also gone through this impeachment clauses, Mr. Speaker. The 11 clauses, Mr. Speaker, are cogent, are rich in evidence, Mr. Speaker, and clearly demonstrate the actions, the omissions, the commissions of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I've had an opportunity to reflect, because there's one thing that the DP has been using, that is a truthful man. I went back to the ironic definition, how a truthful man is supposed to be described in the Bible, in the Quran, in the civil society, Mr. Speaker. And in those definitions, Mr. Speaker, I have missed an iota of resemblance on anything that I can associate with those actions and the activities of the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these clauses, we are a member of Parliament. We as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, our work is to protect the Constitution. Our work is to oversight, and our work is to do one of these things that have been demanded today by this impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all these clauses, the common denominator is the DP has abused his office through corruption, through tender pre-lawyering, through disparaging and disobeying his boss, through undermining devolution, and Mr. Speaker, equally also by being a threat to our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, this country is a collection of many nation states. The Kikuyu nation, the Somali nation, the Luya nation, and this is what we are proud of, Mr. Speaker, and this is what constitutes the sovereign Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other day, and I want to repeat this, and you will excuse me for saying this country has a very rich history. In 1982, one gallant son from northern Kenya called Gerald Mahmoud saved the Kenyans from militarism. And I think we all appreciate it. He's still alive. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, another general by the name General Muhammad Ali saved the Kenyans from the effects of the socio-political turmoil of 2007. And Mr. Speaker, the post-election violence. In 2024, another son from that region, Nurdin, has also saved this country from the effects and activities of Rigji and his cohorts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't take away the contributions of many other Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in all this, what I have gathered, and we have been in Parliament together, we are doing a favor for Rigji. We are doing a favor for the executive, members of the executive. We must save Rigji from the members of the executive, the other members, because he's a threat to their continued performance of their job, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rigji from the members of the Judiciary because he keeps on attacking them, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rigji from the members of the legislature because he attacks them, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rigji from the 47 tribes, Mr. Speaker, because he keeps on attacking them. Mr. Speaker, we must also save Rick G from the remnants of Mau Mau because he keeps on abusing their name, Mr. Speaker. We must save Rick G, Mr. Speaker, because he abuses our ladies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must also save Rick G from the people of Mount Kenya because he abuses their names and he wants to have them collide with other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isolate them, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on that aspect, we must save himself because last night, when I watched that teleprompter-driven press conference, Mr. Speaker, one thing that came to my mind is he was incriminating himself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all this, we have a president who has applied all his gingerly approach in managing the affairs of this nation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what is coming to mind is we have a DP who in every statement that he utters abuses, uses the Constitution wrongly, threatens, and demeans everybody. And it's because of this, Mr. Speaker, that we as a parliament, we must go in history and support this impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, you have ruled on this. And I don't want my colleagues here actually to be threatened. What you are doing is right. Is this within your legislative right, Mr. Speaker? For those of us who have elected to support this by appending our signatures, should also be available to vote today in our numbers to impeach Rick G. And by doing that, we'll be saving Kenya. I support, Mr. Speaker.
John Makali. John Makali.
Give me the mic. For the opportunity you've granted me to also weigh in on this motion. Honorable Speaker, we are facing a constitutional moment where our constitution is being tested. At the outset, let me state that I have nothing as against the Deputy President or where he comes from. But Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President is not an ordinary person. The Deputy President is actually the second in command in our nation. Before he assumes office, Article 74 of the Constitution requires him to take an oath of office. And Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the oath of office of the Deputy President. It requires him to be faithful to the Republic, to give counsel and advice to the President without fear or favor. Equally, the Deputy President is a ranking state officer, and Article 74 of the Constitution requires, Article 75 of the Constitution requires that in the conduct of a state officer, he needs to bring honor and dignity to this office he holds. Honorable Speaker, looking at the grounds that have been availed, I want to state here categorically, Honorable Speaker, that the Deputy President has violated the Constitution and his oath of office. Why do I say that, Honorable Speaker? One, the Constitution of Kenya, which the people of Kenya gave to themselves, requires that Kenya is a unitary state, regardless of the regions it has. Equally, Article 10 of the Constitutional Unity, patriotism as a key component of our national values in the discharge of our duties. Several other times, and I want to speak to this very clearly, Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President, the truthful man he says he is, attended a church service in Bungoma, and we actually requested that we had several other problems which needed to be handled, specifically blocked road programs, employment opportunities. The Deputy President, the truthful man that he is, told us on our faces that according to the votes which we got, whatever we had gotten was enough and we had no duty to keep on asking for more projects. That is the Deputy President who is supposed to be the principal assistant to the President and who is supposed to portray national unity. Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President yesterday clearly said that the government that we have now, the Kenya Kwanza government, is a government of shareholders. Because he said the government was formed because of shareholding agreements. Once you become a Deputy President, you are the face of national unity. he cannot really keep invoking the promises which were made, the agreements which were made prior to the government being formed. What will happen to those other countries, other areas which are not part and parcel of those particular agreements that were alleged to have been made? Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has committed an offense, or is reasonably expected to have committed an offense. When he was asked in his visits which he makes throughout the country, he said that he visited Keyo Marakwet, he visited other parts of the country, and he has been given animals. And those animals, he has kept them at his home, and he now has a herd. Article 76 of the Constitution clearly indicates that when you receive a gift or a donation, you are supposed to donate it back to the Republic. You don't keep it up as your reward at home. So looking at this, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has committed a corruption offense for which he needs to go home. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is supposed to be above board. He is supposed to be the number 2 citizen who needs to preach national unity. He is supposed to be the president in waiting. He is supposed to be actually the president in waiting, so that if anything happens, he is supposed to take over the reins of the country. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the utterances that have been made by the Deputy President, let us look at the Kemsa case. I've looked at the affidavit of Dr. Andrew. It is very, very clear that the Deputy President was actually conflicted in the Kemsa supply case. And Article 75 of the Constitution requires all state officers to avoid situations where they are in conflict of interest. And in leading this, the Deputy President should be at the forefront of avoiding situations where he falls in a situation where there's a conflict of interest. Taking into account all these 11 grounds that have been made, I have no doubt on my mind, Honorable Speaker, that for his arrogance, that for his breach of the Constitution, that for his defiance, that for his statements, that for his conduct, he is not a truthful man as he pretends to be, and we cannot have such a person as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. It is high time, Honorable Speaker, that we now seize the dragon of tribalism, we now seize the dragon of ethnicity, we now seize the dragon of regionalism and slay it and get our nation moving forward. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular motion and say the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya must go and we have start up a fresh page. I support Honorable Speaker.
Julius Ole Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I come from an older period, being a member of KANU and having served in the KANU government. And I find some things rather difficult to understand. Because, Mr. Speaker, this position of Deputy President is a new one. It came in 2010. The position of Vice President had very, very good gentlemen. I still recall the way the office was occupied by the Honorable, unfortunately late, George Saitoti, Kijana wa Malwa, and indeed, the fine gentleman that we have in politics now, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Those people, Mr. Speaker, understood their job. If I were to stand today and accuse the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, I would accuse him of only one thing. He does not get it. This particular job, he does not know the job description of a deputy president. For one, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya says that there shall be a president. And then that president will be assisted by a deputy president. Now, assisted by a deputy president. That means, Mr. Speaker, that our Constitution foresees a situation where we have one driver and one makanga. And one is not trying to do the job of the other. Now, how did we get into a situation, Mr. Speaker, where we now have two bosses in the country? We have the president who is the boss, and we have the deputy president who says he's also the boss. Now, if there is something that we have to do in this house is to resolve that dispute. The country cannot run when we have...
Give Wamchomba the mic. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order to just ask whether the word makanga is parliamentary. I just need a clarification. The word makanga, whether it is parliamentary language. Is the member in order to use that kind of language today?
Honorable Wamchomba. Order. Yes, Millie. Yes, Millie.
I don't know if Honorable Sunkuli has allowed me to inform you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to inform Honorable Sunkuli that you can use those words so long as you put in inverted commas, because you are reporting. So when it is reported, like in the case where people are talking kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Mr. Speaker, I even wanted to speak to it by saying that it is actually people saying that are crucifying the DP. By saying he should kufa, the motion here is on the, in quotes, makanga. It's not on the dereva. So people want to bring the motion on the dereva in quotes, can bring, but the one we are dealing with now is on makanga.
But for Honorable Wamchomba, language is dynamic. It's living. It grows. That's why you now find Kiswahili words in the Oxford English Dictionary. And by ordinary usage, every single Kenyan knows what makanga means. And Sunguli was not mixing languages. He spoke in the manner like he was quoting.
I will definitely need another extra time. But Mr. Speaker, so our constitution foresees a situation where the president and the deputy president operate in harmony. Now, Mr. Speaker, if your principal job is to assist the president, and your marriage with the president is now irretrievably broken down, the only purpose of this house is to say that there is actually no more marriage, and that the deputy president can no longer perform his duties as a deputy president. And so, if that happens to be the situation, then what remains? I remember the late President Moi telling us that the problem with Africans is that they don't resign until they are kicked out. In this particular situation, because the marriage is irretrievably broken down, it ought to be the case that the deputy president ought to say, as a gentleman, that this thing is not working, I'm going to leave it. He has said that this is like a company. And in a company, people exist in order to have a common good. And the mixture of strategy and vision and deep understanding of their core business is what will bring fruits to this job. Mr. Speaker, I believe myself that there are two mistakes that have been made here that need to be looked into by this House. One is that the Deputy President ought to believe in the Republic of Kenya. Because if I look at the number of times, if I Google the number of times the Deputy President has pronounced the word Mount Kenya, and the number of times he has pronounced the name Kenya, the number of times he has said Mount Kenya are more than the times he has said Kenya. A person who takes the oath to be the Deputy President of Kenya must be a person who pronounces the words Kenya more than the one person who pronounces the words of his region. Patriotism. And secondly, the person must actually believe in his boss and must...
Give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if your core business is to work for your boss, you must believe in him. If you don't believe in him, what are you doing with him? The second thing is that you must believe in Kenya. If you don't believe in Kenya, that you believe that your responsibility is to look after the shares of your side of Kenya, then what are you doing with the rest of the country? Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by urging that next time we appoint a deputy president, next time the president appoints a deputy president, let him understand that that is a serious business. You must appoint a person who will actually understand that he's going to be a president if something bad happens. Don't do it just because he brings votes. Let us be serious about this responsibility, because that is where we are going wrong. Someone is saying that he qualifies just because he brought in the votes, not because he can actually appeal to the rest of the Kenyans and can be trusted by the rest of Kenyans. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, vote to impeach.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to state that I support this motion entirely without putting or proposing to put a comma or full stop on any ground that has been placed here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the honorable members that Clinton was almost impeached, or the impeachment attempt against Clinton in 1998 was out of the Monica Lewinsky.
Read your history properly. He was actually impeached.
Exactly. Monica Lewinsky matter. Of course, it was overturned later by the courts and other issues, but I'm saying it was out of that scandal, the very small scandal of the sexual scandal in White House. Honorable Speaker, I want first to start by proposing this question, Honorable Speaker, to honorable members. How would you feel that when you eventually transit to the next world, you are dead, that your brother or the person that you choose to entrust to take care of your wife and your children's property decides to start using those property for his own personal use? As members, how would you feel that? That is the question that honorable members should be making, should be answering themselves before they vote today, later today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the late Governor DP Gachagua passed on 24th of February 2017. Between 2017, Honorable Speaker, to 2024, it is indeed true that the late governor then, amongst Mwai, Madenge, and Joroge, he entrusted Mr. Rigathi, the deputy president, as the executor of his will. But, Honorable Speaker, between 2017 and 2024, the property that, and this is, Honorable Speaker, is in the documents that Mwengi Mutusa shared, Honorable Mwengi Mutusa shared with us and tabled in this house, that between 2017 and 2024, he's been able to alter or tamper with those companies, make himself directors in some of those companies, transfer some of those properties to himself, disinherit some of the beneficiaries, the kids of the late, and put them to himself. And then one particular case, Honorable Speaker, is the Olive Garden Realtors, Honorable Speaker, that was actually altered on 2nd of March 2022, using the position of power to his own advantage, Honorable Speaker. How can you explain that? He'll then tell you, Honorable Speaker, that I bought, it's willing buyer, willing seller. Really? Does it mean that all your money that you've acquired, which is also questionable, the only property that you could identify is the property that is under the care or is supposed to help the family and the widows of your late brother? How wicked can we be? Then you come in full glare of camera and tell the members of the public that please let my brother rest in peace. I decided to hold this property in trust for them, when the brother, the kids, the widows, and the daughters and sons of the late are languishing in poverty and complaining and crying. It is total shame. You cannot use your position for that. Honorable Speaker, these are practical examples, and I'm telling honorable members to acquit themselves and go through Ground 7, Honorable Speaker, it is actually on page 16 to 30. This is nothing but gross violation of the law, Honorable Speaker, taking advantage of their own power, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and you know, even to prove that, you will realize that those companies, by the time the companies were being, some of them were being registered, the new ones, and the time the transfer of these properties were taking place, Honorable Speaker, the whole thing is actually contemporaneous. You need not to be a rocket scientist to know that clearly this is fraud and this is this was taking advantage of the late. I want to remind the Honorable Deputy President of the good book in the book of Proverbs chapter 15, verse 25, that the Lord will tear, that's what the Bible says, that the Lord will tear down the house of the proud, but he will establish the boundary of the widow. That is why we are here today. If there is no other reason that has brought us here, Honorable Speaker, it is to protect the family that is being disinherited of their property under coercion, blackmail, and threats. If there is no other reason, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, even it's actually biblical again. In the good book, Honorable Speaker, of the book of Exodus 22:22, that do not take advantage of the widow. Do not take advantage of the fatherless. If you do, and they cry to me, I will certainly hear their cry. And my anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Today, we are using the sword, today here, to protect, and it is biblical, it is religious. Today, we are using the sword to impeach you, just to protect the children that are suffering, that you threatened, that you blackmailed, that you told that if you dare speak or utter a word, I am the Deputy President of Kenya, elected by 7.2 million people. I will finish you. Finish who? We will finish you today in this floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I mean, there is nothing more for me, Honorable Speaker, on this matter. There is nothing more than cabinalism. I mean, really, like you are left under the care of the properties of your brother. Then you take them to your advantage. Your immediate brother. Then on TV you tell us that, you know, in the will, my brother gave me, and then he gave my wife, then he gave my sons. What about his children? What about his widows? What about his sons? What about, how proudly can you say that you are only enjoying the property of your brother? For that reason alone, Honorable Speaker, we say Gachagua must go. If there is no other reason, today, Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, I relate this case with the case of, I relate this matter, Honorable Speaker, with the Spelunchian explorers case, Honorable Speaker, where the members...
Yes, Kipchumba. Timothy Kipchumba.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 91 on the issue of statement of facts. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Soro to claim that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua disinherited the wife of the late brother? Honorable Speaker, can he table the facts before this House that he disinherited?
Honorable Kipchumba. Order, Osoro. Honorable Kipchumba. Those are the facts that the move of the motion placed on the table. It appears you probably were not in the House then. Finish up, Osoro.
Honorable Speaker, I'll refer the Honorable Member to pages 16 to 30 of this very motion that was tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. And these are facts. And I've also said that, Honorable Speaker, on this particular matter, the threshold is on the 2/3, and we're also working on the balance of probability. We are looking at this matter on how the facts relate or place themselves on the table from the transfer of the properties and also the registration of the companies. I mean, it is clear, the facts are contemporaneous. Nobody, unless you don't need to be a rocket scientist to identify this whole thing, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, for this reason, for this very reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support the impeachment. Please, let's make it early. Even if it is 6, Rigathi Gachagua must go.
TJ Kajwang will be the last for the morning.
Mr. Speaker, just confirmed to me that
I can see that there is 1 minute to the hour. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a very simple reason, that if there is any member who came in this chamber believing that we or the members are going to impeach the deputy president without reason, they can listen to us and we can give them the reasons why we stand noonday to make this presentation. First of all,
Member for Machakos County, what is the problem?
What about the dissenting voices, Shuan?
The speaker has no way of knowing who is dissenting. Yes. Go on, Kajwang. Yes. Yes, Ngusia, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker,
TJ Kajwang, 1 minute.
I have come to make a very small presentation as the member of Ruaraka. First of all, having seen that the motion has been signed by 291 members, this House, single constituencies are 290. If 291 have signed and will vote, Gachagua must go. Number two, we have not come here to vilify anybody. We have come here with facts, we have come here with evidence, and we have come here with the law. I want to be in a country where my son and my daughter, if he qualifies and if he's eligible, will get employment, will do business, will walk proud and tall, not because he comes from Waondo village in Nyanza, but because she or he is eligible. This politics of everybody must come from Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya. Usiguze mlima. Usiguze milima. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that this country is for us all. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that there are no people who are entitled more than the others. That there are people who fought for Mau Mau more than the others. Or that there are people who are more populated than others. And so this idea that they work for Kenya Kwanza government and that they must eat, it is their time to eat. This deputy president his mentality is that he got votes for President Ruto, and so it is his time to eat. For that reason only, I would vote, because I want a situation after we are through with elections, everybody, including me, is served, because I pay taxes like everybody else. For the deputy speaker to go to...
Wamchomba. There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is the member on the floor?
Which order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing Mr. Speaker. You are not the Speaker. I am addressing Mr. Speaker. Stop heckling. You are not the Speaker. I'm addressing the Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, is the member Honorable Kajiang in order to say that there is a mentality that the deputy president has a mentality to eat? Does he have any gadget to measure mentality? Is that a fact? Can you prove? Can you prove that there is a mentality? Which gadget do you use to measure mentality?
Go on.
Check. Check. Mr. Speaker, first of all, pronounce my name properly. I'm not Gachechwa. I am Kajuang, not Kanjuang. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem. Everybody, I heard them call it Raira, Kanjuang. Some of you must learn that we are in a country for everybody. Nobody is powerful than the other. Nobody comes from a section of community. Today we will show that this country is for everybody. Mr. Speaker, there must be hygiene in leadership. There must be hygiene. You cannot trade with government, and you are the deputy speaker, deputy president. Sorry. You cannot trade with government, and then you are the deputy president. You cannot trade with government and you are a state officer. Even you who are sitting here, stop trading with government. So that you only have one work, which is an elected member of this house. So, evidence has been laid before us. And we are clear on page 16 of this evidence that him and his family, first of all, he thinks that his family, it is all right if his family trades with the government. He has not read the Leadership and Integrity Act. You yourself, your wife, your mother, your son, your daughter must not trade with government so that we allow enterprises to grow out there. Mr. Speaker, only on that basis, I think that there is a situation here which we must save. The third one, Mr. Speaker, he is principal assistant to the president. If we don't deal with this thing today, all vice presidents or deputy presidents will think that the president is age mate. There must be a distinction between a president and a deputy president. This one, at least the president has allowed him to chair the cabinet. At least the president has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. Now, well, the law has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. What would happen if, as the chairman of IBEC, he is only giving budget allocations to people from Mrema? What would happen if he is the chairman of IBEC, only giving budget allocations to people of his family? Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to say, this presidency as it is so dysfunctional that even if we left it today, there would be a problem in presidency in such a manner that would undermine national integrity and national security. I don't need the information. I just have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Finish up.
Yes,
Finish up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to impeach him because of what that speaker had talked about, that we are lynching or that it's a mob. We have carefully considered, and the law is that we are not talking about civil liability or culpability. We are talking about accountability. We are talking about political governance and political responsibility. And so all those things that he has said out there, he must take responsibility for. And we are politicians. We are not a court of law. He will be tried in Senate. Ours is just to initiate this process. And the Senate will ask very pertinent question. He is saying that all these things he got from his brother and so on. They will investigate and find out, did he pay tax for them? When he filed his report and said that he's worth so much, did he say that he also got something from his brother? Now, no, it is not here. You don't know. These things are asked in the Senate. It is the Senate that is the trial chairman and the investigating. So the Senate will also ask his return forms. He's also re-asked the KRA forms if this information are consistent. And so, in all the evidence that I've seen, in all the charges I've seen, I return a verdict that Gachagua must do what? Gachagua must do what? Gachagua must do what?
Order, members, will you be upstanding? Order, honorable members. It is now 1:09 and the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon.
89. Parking bag 40.
Na Rais William Ruto. Amason Kingi aliadikania mkataba na Rais William Ruto. Yes. Alfred Mutua aliadikania mkataba na Rais William Ruto. Mimi nilimwamini rais. Hakuna kitu chochote tuliandikania. Hata saa hiyo watu walikuwa wananisukuma tutengeneze chama ya kwetu ndio tukuja kama siku ya URP na TNA pamoja. Lakini mimi nikasema hapana. Huyu rais wetu ni Mkristo. Tunakuwa naye kanisani. Yes. Bibi yake ni intercessor, bibi yangu ni pastor, huyu ni muungwana. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni haja tuandikanie chochote, tunaaminiana. Okay. Sasa watu wananiuliza imekuwaje Rigathi Gachagua mtoto wetu? Wewe ulituambia umeamini rais, umeamini watu wake. Imekuwaje deputy speaker kutoka kwa rais nyumbani katika kaunti yake ametangaza hadharani ya kwamba ataunganisha wabunge wote wa Rift Valley na wengine wa Kenya, na kama deputy speaker aende asimamie na hakikishe ya kwamba umefukuzwa kwa kazi, na sisi ndio tulikuchagua, na sisi hatujaona makosa yako. Sasa mimi tu kwa kuona kwangu, mimi ni mnyonge na mimi sina ushawishi mkubwa. Na mimi niko mkononi mwa wabunge na maseneta, vile wataamua mimi nitakubali tukiwa na watu wangu. Swali yangu ni hili. Sisi siku Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alitaka kumhujumu Rais William Ruto. Yes. Tuliangalia mambo ya jamii mbele. Mimi nikiongoza na nikaambia watu ya Mount Kenya, tukimsaliti huyu Rais William Ruto tutaingia kwa historia kama watu ambaye hawana shukrani. Na hapo mbele kama Uhuru amestaafu, miaka ijao hii jamii yetu itaonekana kuwa si jamii ya ukweli na ni jamii ya kutumia watu vibaya. Na kwa hivyo mimi nikauliza watu ya Mount Kenya, tafadhalini ile ahadi tuliweka na Rais William Ruto wacha tutimize, na ndio tulifanya, tukaamuka, tukampigia kura, akakuwa rais. Swali watu wetu wanauliza, jamii ya Wakalenjin mkimsaliti Rigathi Gachagua, mkuja pale bunge ile deputy speaker amesema musache masignature mfukuse yeye, siku ingine kama jamii nani ataamini nyinyi? Kama mumesaliti ile jamii ambaye imeshika nyinyi mkono, imeshikilia nyinyi, mumesaliti ile deputy president alizunguka Kenya, akafungwa, akanyang'anywa mali yake, akaumizwa, akatendewa madhambi mbele ya bibi yake na watoto wake. Kama jamii, wabunge wenu ndio wataongoza kupeleka yeye nyumbani, kumweka kwa msalaba kama Yesu na kumfukuza. Hapo mbeleni William Ruto akimaliza miaka yake 10, siku ingine mkitaka mpangilio na watu wengine, yes, kuna watu wataketi chini kuamini nyinyi? Hilo ni swali mimi nataka niulize wananchi. Mimi ningetaka tu kuomba kama itawezekana, kama imeonekana na wabunge lazima Rigathi Gachagua afukuzwe. Yes. Wabunge ya Wakalenjin wakikaa kando, kwa sababu tulishika mtoto wao, tulimsaidia. Alikuwa na shida, alikuwa na matatizo. Mimi nilizunguka mikutano 395. Nilikuja pale Mosop, walikuwa wanataka kuchagua independent candidate, nikawaongelesha. Nikaenda pale Nandi Hills, nikawaongelesha. Nikaenda Bomet, walikuwa wanataka governor wa chama ingine, nikaongelesha hawa. Hii kazi yote watu wa nyumbani wananiuliza, hawa watu na ulitengeneza urafiki na hawa, imekuwaje wamekugeuka baada ya mwaka 2? Hii makosa umefanya kubwa namna hii, hata kama umefanya hawezi samehewa ni gani? Sasa mimi niseme, mimi napenda watu wa bonde la ufa, na mimi nashukuru sana kwa sababu wengi sana wamenipigia simu na wameniambia wananiombea na wako na mimi, na kama hao wangekuwa na uwezo mimi singesumbuliwa, lakini hawana uwezo. Kwa hivyo mimi hiyo maneno ya impeachment waachie hapo. Niseme sisi tuko tayari.
Hiyo hoja ya impeachment. Deputy President, asante kwa clarify mambo ya agency na kuu. Pengine tu kabla sija kuuliza swali, nataka clarify wakati President akitoa press conference hapo State House. Pia wewe ulitoa press conference after maybe wanao kule Mombasa. Ulikuwa unafanya nini Mombasa?
Mimi nilikuwa nimealikwa kikao cha walimu wote wa Kenya katika Mombasa. Na mimi nilitoka hapa asubuhi mapema sana, nikaenda Mombasa, nikafungua kongamano la walimu katika Kenya. Na baadaye vile mambo ilikuwa naendelea, nikakuwa na pressure kubwa sana kutoka wa Kenya ya kwamba wangetaka kusikia maoni yangu na yale maneno ambayo yameendelea. Na ndio mimi nikaalika vyombo vya habari, naye rais akaalika. Na nikangoja rais amalize nisikie yale atasema.
Ulikusha alika mapema?
Mimi nilikuwa nimealika mapema kabla rais kualika. Rais alipoalika na nikaambiwa, nikasema ni sawa, kama rais atazungumzia yale ambayo iko kwa moyoni yangu. Mimi ni kiongozi pia, na pia mimi nilichaguliwa na Wakenya. Akiwazungumzia nitakanzo hiyo press conference. Asipoyazungumzia nitaendelea. Na nilitoa maoni yangu. Na maoni yangu ilikuwa ya kwamba hao watoto si wakora, ni watoto wa Kenya. Wasikizwe na wapewe nafasi wasikizwe. Nikatoa maoni yangu ya kwamba tumefika hapo kwa sababu hatusikizi wa Kenya, na wa Kenya ni mzuri tuwasikize. Kwa sababu unajua ukiwa kiongozi kunafika wakati wale watu ambao wamekuchagua na wako na kutegemea wanataka kusikia sauti yako. Na ndio nilitoa sauti yangu siku hiyo. Na nikapendekeza ile mimi naona inafaa. Ndio Kenya ikae na njia ambaye
So ulikuwa unajaribu kutuliza moto?
Nilikuwa najaribu kutuliza.
So kwa sababu kulisa hivyo naibu rais ni kwamba watu kulikuwa na allegation, najua hata pia ulisikia kwamba ulienda Mombasa ungoje ili waapishwe. Hiyo
niapishwe na nani?
Waapishwe.
Sasa mimi Mombasa nilikuwa katika makao ya Deputy President. Sasa makao ya Deputy President utaapishwa na nani? Alezi nijiapishe kama ile Raila alifanya. Hiyo ni mambo ya ujinga na upusi, na ni mambo ambaye haina miguu, na hiyo ni kukosea Wakenya heshima. Mimi niliongea mchana, sikuongea usiku, sikuwa na wakili, sikuwa na yote, nilikuwa hapo mimi peke yangu. Na nitoa maoni yangu na nikamaliza. Na mimi unajua ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. Unajua ndugu yangu, mimi niko na miaka 59. Na nataka Wakenya wanizoe, na kila kiongozi anizoe. Mimi ni mtu ya ukweli. Na hakuna siku nitakosa kusema ukweli. Niliita hiyo press conference niseme ukweli na moyo yangu initoke.
Asante.
Na vile nilipendekeza, rais alikubali na akakutana na hiyo watoto ya Gen Z katika X-Space, na mambo ikaanza kutembea.
Lakini pia mwenzako naibu rais, swali ambalo nilikuwa nataka nikuulize, nilikuwa nataka unyoroshe tu hiyo mambo ya hiyo press conference. Katika allegation ambayo ya impeachment, kuna wanasema kwamba katika muda wa miaka 2 umetajirika bilioni 5. Umekuwa na faida ya bilioni 5 katika utajiri wako, na mshahara ambao unapata ni mdogo sana. Kukakuwa na allegation kwamba katika mambo ya kuna contractor ambao wako kule coast, hiyo maeneo ya pwani, ulidivert njia iende katika hoteli yako ambao ni among the ground ambao iko katika hiyo impeachment.
Sitaki niingilie hiyo ground kwa sababu sijasiona. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba Wakenya wanajua nikija kwa hiyo ofisi siku wa maskini. Utajiri wangu ilikuwa imeandikwa magazeti kila siku, kama unakumbuka. Sijui kama unakumbuka. Ilikuwa kwa vyombo vya habari kila siku. Mwaka wa 2019 nilikuwa nimeandikwa niko na 12.4 billion. Mwaka 2022 nikaandikwa niko na 7.4 billion. Hata ile mashitaka nilipelekwa kotini ni hiyo mabilioni nilikuwa naye. Mimi sikuja kwa hiyo ofisi nikiwa maskini. Nilikuja ofisi nikiwa na mali yangu. na mimi hakuna mali nimetafuta kwa serikali na sina haja na mali yoyote, kwa sababu mimi watoto wangu ni watu wazima wako kwa mambo yao. Bibi yangu ni pastor, matumizi yake ni kidogo. Mimi mwenyewe niko hapa, niko na mshahara. Mimi hakuna pesa natafuta kwa hii serikali. Lakini mimi nikiingia kwa ofisi, nilikuwa na mali yangu. Na hakuna Mkenya hajui Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa na mali. Hata mambo ya mali yangu yote iko kwa record kotini. Ukiangalia ile magazeti iko ilikuwa inaandikwa headline, ako na pesa hii, ako na hapa 1.2 billion, ako na hapa, ako na hapa. Lakini tukiona allegations tutaweza kujibu. Lakini mimi sihusiki kwa mambo ya ufisadi. Mimi nilikuwa kwa biashara, na biashara zangu zote nilipopata hii kazi nikawachia watoto yangu, wanaendelea na wataendelea. Na si kusema ati kwa sababu mimi ni naibu wa rais ni makosa watoto yangu kufanya biashara, ama wakitaka kununua hoteli wakosa kununua. Hawa watoto yangu wamechukua loan, kila record iko, wamenunua hoteli, wameandika watu. Watu wamefurahi sana Nyeri kwa sababu hii mahoteli ilifungwa. Na sisi tukiwa watu ya nyumbani tunaona haya, tukiwa na wageni hawana pahali ya kulala. Tangu hiyo hoteli moja na hata si kununua, ni kulisi. Sio hata kununua, wamelisi hiyo hoteli kwa KWS, hiyo inaitwa Treetop. Unajua watu wanaongea mambo hawajui. Hii maneno inaitwa hearsay. Ati imenunuliwa sijui, ni leasing. Hiyo hoteli ya bana ya mtu ni ya KWS, imekuwa list. Na tangu ifunguliwe watu 54 wanafanya kazi. Watu wanauza mboga, watu wanauza carrot. Utalii umeanza kuvuma katika section katika area hiyo. Sisi tunatafuta wekezaji kutoka ng'ambo. Mimi kazi moja nimepewa na rais ni kuongea na wekezaji kulete mali Kenya. Kama sisi tunatafuta wazungu wakuja wa invest hapa, watoto wetu wakiinvest hapa Kenya, iko makosa gani? Kusema mimi ni deputy president, si kusema ati watoto wangu hawezi fanya biashara, hawezi kuwa wakulima, hawezi nunua hoteli. Wataendelea. Bora hakuna kitu ya mtu ameiba. Tunangoja tuone evidence kama kuna pahali wameiba, kama kuna pahali wamefanya contract ya serikali. Watoto wangu niliwaambia, msifanye biashara na serikali. Nyinyi mfanye na private sector. Na ndio wanafanya. Wanafanya kazi ya ukulima, wanafanya kazi ya hoteli, wanafanya kazi ya real estate, lakini watoto wangu hawafanyi kazi na serikali. Na kama mtu ataleta evidence, aseme Ministry of Transport ama ya barabara imelipa mtoto ya Gachagua pesa fulani, waende walete. Na hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hii tu ni watu tu kujaribu kunitafutia makosa, kwa sababu labda kuna watu wamekaa pahali wameamua sitakiwi nimalize kipindi changu kama deputy president. Lakini kwa sababu hiyo maneno haija kuja ni hearsay, tunaiona kwa magazeti, sitaki nizungumzie. Mimi nasoma tu, nacheka. Ati hoteli sijui ati 3 billion wapi? Lease, umeenda umekoboa hoteli ya mwenyewe ati umenunua 3 billion. Unajua sasa, unajua hii watu nafikiri wako very desperate ya kunipaka matope wakijaribu kunitoa kwa kazi. Lakini they will be shocked wakati ikifika. Wacha tungoje. Kama impeachment tuliambiwa itakuja kesho, tunangojea. Mawakili wetu wako tayari. Wacha walete grounds, tusaangalia, tutajibu. Lakini unajua wengine wanajaribu, nimeona wengine wananisindikisha, sasa wabunge 300 wamesign, sasa wewe you are die cast, si ujiuzuru uende nyumbani. Sasa mimi nijiuzuru hii kazi, mimi sikujipea. Wewe kazi hujajipea unaweza toka. Na mimi hakuna makosa nimefanya. Mimi niko sawa. Kama kuna mtu anafikiria ataniuzia uoga ati nijiuzuru, asahau. Kama ni kunifukuzwa, wacha nifukuzwe. Na watu wakwetu wanangoja wabunge wale wanifukuze. Wanangoja sana. Hiyo ndio wanangojea. Hata hii ya mlima kwetu wakinifukuza, hiyo ni sawa, watu wetu watadili naye. Ile tu wanangojea ni wabunge wa Rift Valley.
Naibu wa rais, ni kurudisha nyuma kidogo uhusiano wako na president. Wakati mlichukua usukani, kuna ile executive order president aliweka akielezea kazi yako kama naibu wa rais.
Kabisa.
Haijawahi fanyika kwa muda mrefu.
Ndio.
Kuna uwezekano kwamba labda kuna mahali hujafanya kwa kazi yako kama naibu wa rais, ndiposa imeleta tofauti kati yako na president.
Rais ni open. Hajaniita hata siku moja kunieleza kuna pahali ambaye kazi imeharibika. Kazi ile nimepewa, mimi nakuwa chairman wa kamati ya baraza la mawaziri. Tangu tuchukue ushukani nimesimamia mikutano 33 na tumefanya agenda 335 na tumepeleka yote kwa rais, na rais kila wakati anashukuru kamati yangu ya cabinet kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya. Mambo ya kusimamia ugatuzi, nimeleta uhusiano wa kipekee kati ya serikali kuu na maserikali ya ugatuzi. Hujasikia ile kelele ilikuweko wakati ya serikali ile iliyopita kati ya magavana na serikali kuu. Ni kazi mimi nafanya. Iko kazi nimepewa ya kukaa na marafiki zetu wa kigeni kuangalia zile donor funds ambaye zimekwama na kukwamua pahali imekwama. Hiyo kazi nimefanya, nimemaliza. Nimepewa na rais kazi ya kusimamia constitutional commissions na independent offices. Kulikuwa na shida ya Inspector General of Police na Police Service Commission, nikatatua. Kulikuwa na shida ya Teacher Service Commission na Minister of Education, nikatatua. Nimefanya mikutano mingi na Chief Justice na Attorney General, tunaendelea. Iko kazi nimepatiwa na rais, mambo ya kiangazi. Nilihakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu amekufa Kenya. Mambo ya El Nino nilisimamia. Mambo ya flash floods nilisimamia. Rais amenituma ng'ambo, nimeenda, nimerudi, nimeleta report. Rais amenipatia kazi ya kahawa, ya majani chai, ya maziwa, nimefanya. Rais amenipatia kazi ya kupigana na pombe na mihadarati, nimefanya. Mimi hakuna pahali. Mimi si perfect, lakini ile kazi rais amenipatia kwa uwezo wangu nimejaribu kufanya. Kama iko makosa kwa hiyo kazi alinipatia, hajanieleza, na akinieleza nitarekebisha, kwa sababu mimi si malaika. Labda akiona kuna pahali sijafanya vile natakikana, sijafikisha ile kiwango ambayo inatakikana, ni sawa sawa, atanieleza. Lakini as we speak today, hakuna siku amenikosoa kuniambia hapa hujafanya hii, hujafanya hii. Na kama tafika siku aniambie, anieleze hapa, bado hapa, bado hapa, nitarekebisha.
Na mnazungumza na president, na kama kumekuwa na shida, je, umejaribu kuzungumza na yeye? Kwa sababu kuna wakati ulisema you don't access state of diary because hauwezi elewa.
Hiyo ni maneno ya juzi. Kama tangu tutoke Kisumu ndio kumekuwa na hiyo shida, na sielewi kwa sababu kuna mtu amenieleza. Nilisema kwa ile group ya diary ya rais niliondolewa, kwa hivyo sina access ya kujua pahali yako anaenda wapi. Sijapatiwa sababu ya kuondolewa na sijauliza, kwa sababu unajua hiyo group si mimi nilitengeneza. Najua mimi ni mtu mwaminifu. Mimi ni deputy president, ni assistant wa president. So sibishani na rais. Ikionekana sitakani niwe kwa hiyo group, mimi natosheka. Siwezi bishana sana kwa sababu pahali huku kujiweka, kwa sababu si mimi nilijiweka. Niliwekwa kwa hiyo group, na siku niliwekwa sikuulizwa. Siku nimetolewa sikuulizwa, so hakuna haja mimi niulize. Lakini nikaona ni mzuri nijulishe wa Kenya, kwa sababu nilikuwa nimeona mabloggers hapo State House wameanza kujaribu kulete hadithi ati ya kwamba mimi nimesusuia kazi, siendi kazi ya rais. Lakini nikaona ni mzuri nijulishe wa Kenya kwa nini mimi sionekani pale. Kwa sababu mimi ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. Kama ningekuwa ni ile watu ya kuficha maneno ningeficha. Nikasema mimi hapana iko pale. Lakini mimi siwezi uliza. Kama kutakuwa na sababu, ikionekana nielezwe nitaelezwa, ikionekana nisielezwe pia sina shida.
Lakini ya mwisho tu, naibu wa rais, ni kwamba baadhi ya hao wabunge wanakukosoa kwamba umefanya siasa ya ukabila, na wakasema kwamba wewe umekaa sana kwenye mlima wa Kenya, utoki hiyo eneo sana, na siasa yako ikawa centralized sana huko, na wakasema hiyo ndio sababu wakaona kwamba wewe ni mwanasiasa ambao umeegemea upande mmoja, ilali wewe ni naibu wa rais wa Kenya mzima.
Siku nilikuwa natafutia Rais William kura, siku anatoka hapa kwa mlima, nilikuwa naketi hapo nikisanya hizo kura, na hakuna mtu alikuwa analalamika. Nasikia nilikuwa natoka mlima na kuja bonde, natoka mlima na kuja bonde, hakuna mtu alikuwa analalamika. Mimi nimetembea Kenya. Si mnasema nilikuwa Mombasa, hii hapana mlima. Mimi nilikuwa Wajir, hii hapana mlima. Nilikuwa Garissa, hii hapana mlima. Nilikuwa Mount Elgon. Nandi nimekuja karibu mara 10. Eldoret nimekuja karibu mara 6. Kericho nimekuja mara 4. Tea conference ya chai tulikuwa na nyinyi, niliweka Kericho. Mlima iko majani chai, mbona si kuweka mlima? Unajua kikwetu iko saying sijui kama kikwa kale iko nasema fisi akitaka kula mtoto yake anaanza kusema ananuka kama mbuzi. Sijui kama iko fisi akitaka kula mtoto yake anaanza kusema ananuka kama mbuzi. Hii mikutano nafanya ya cabinet, kwani mimi nafanya na Kikuyu? Hii ni cabinet ya Kenya, mambo tunapanga ya Kenya. Hii kazi nimefanya ya pombe na drugs, nimeenda mpaka pwani. Hii hapana mlima Kenya. Mimi nimetembea kila pahali, na hata Rift Valley Nimepanga kuja mara mingi, hapo mwishowe inakuwa postponed. Nilipanga kuja Baringo pale ya Damaravini, niende mpaka Kaparatojo, nikuje Kaparanet, nikapanga na wabunge. Baadaye nikaambiwa start down, watu wengine waende. Sasa mimi nitajilazimisha kutembea Baringo. Iko siku nilikuja Bomet, nimeitwa hapo na Governor Barchok katika Deliverance Church. Wabunge tumepangana tukutane hapo. Sijui nani amepigia simu, nimefika pale hakuna mjumbe hata mmoja. Iko siku nyingine nimepanga kuja Bomet, asubuhi ndege hakuna. Nimepanga tena kuja ndege hakuna. Sasa mimi juzi nilikuwa nimekuja Lesos kufungua TTI, nimealikwa na Mheshimiwa Kituru pale Nandi. Nilikuwa nikuja last Friday. Nikirudi kutoka safari naambiwa imekuwa cancelled. Sasa mimi nauliza ndugu yangu, kama mimi napanga safari ya kuja bonde la Ufa na haiwezekani kwa sababu ambayo sielewi, sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Hii mlima ndio bahali, sasa hiyo sihitaji kualikwa na mtu yeyote. Hapo ni nyumbani. Sasa wewe ukikosa bahali ya kwenda, si unaenda nyumbani?
Your Excellency,
sasa wewe ukikosa bahali ya kwenda, si unaenda nyumbani? So mimi ni Mkenya na mimi napenda Wakenya wote na nimefanya kazi mingi sana. Nimetembea Kisii, nimetembea kila pahali na mimi naendelea kutembea. Na haiwezi kuwa siku nilikuwa ati nimeambiwa wengine wanasema ati mimi naongea Kikuyu. Siku nilikuwa naongea Rais William Ruto kuna tukiwa na yeye kwa gari, nilikuwa naongea Kikuyu kwa sababu lazima uongeleshe watu ile lugha ambayo wanaelewa, kwa sababu communication is not what you say but being understood.
Yes.
Siku nilikuwa namuombea kura na kumtetea na kusema anafaa, nilikuwa naongelesha watu Kikuyu. Hakuna mtu alikuwa analalamika. Bora sasa hiyo analalamika.
Your Excellency,
kama ilikuwa mzuri wakati hiyo, mbona sasa hii imekuwa ni mbaya?
Your Excellency, kuna swali tu nataka kukuuliza kuhusu mambo ya broad based government. Najua hapa mbeleni uliweza kuongea kabisa na kwa kinagobaga kwamba umeweka mitego State House na hakuna mtu atapita hapa, na kila siku kuna macho yako kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu amekuja kuharibu kazi yenu ama mpangilio wa kazi ambaye serikali imeweka pamoja na Rais William Ruto. Lakini vile tunajuavyo saa hii ODM na timu kubwa imeingia serikalini, mitego yako ilifanyika namna gani, waliponyoka namna gani mpaka hadi wakafika State House? Ya pili ni kwamba kulikuwa na wakati uliweza kushtumu director wa intelligence Nurdin Haji, na najua kwamba uko na ama unakaa katika kikao cha security council, unapata information intelligence kuhusu mambo yanaendelea kwa nchi. Unaona hiyo mambo ya kushtumu the director of intelligence iliweza kukuweka in bad light?
Mambo mawili broad based. Historia ya mambo ya kuleta Raila kwa serikali unaijua. Sisi 2018 mwezi ya 3, Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta alilete Raila katika serikali yake. Rais William Ruto alikuwa deputy president akapinga, na sisi akatuambia na akatuconvince ya kwamba Raila si mtu mzuri na amekuja kuharibu serikali yetu. Na rais akazunguka mlimani na akaeleza watu wa mlima ya kwamba huyu Raila amekuja ndio ameharibu uhusiano yake na Uhuru Kenyatta na ameharibu serikali na sisi. Na kwa hivyo kama mimi William Ruto tukamwambia Uhuru Kenyatta, bana wewe umekosea, mambo ya Raila hataki. Huyu mtoto wa Sugoi ambaye ameokoka, ni mtu ya kanisa, ndio tunaamini maneno yake. Raila ni mtu mbaya, na kwa hivyo sisi hatutaki Raila, tunataka William Ruto. Sisi tukangangana, tukakataa Raila, tukapatia William Ruto 87% ya kura zetu, Raila akapata 13%. Tulipoingia kwa serikali tukasema mimi na rais, hakuna siku tutakubali huyu Raila akuja katika serikali yetu, kwa sababu ataharibu vile aliharibu serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Siku wameanza maandamano na kuweka sufuria kwa kichwa. Mimi ndio nilisaidia rais, na unakumbuka, kupigana na hao watu ya ODM na watu ya maandamano, na ndio nikasema hii maandamano tunaona kama ni njama, Raila anataka kuingia serikali kwa nguvu. Mimi tukikubaliana na rais, nikasema hii State House hatutakubali rais Raila afanye nini, aingie. Na mimi nikiwa mtu ya rais ya mkono, nitaweka mitego kila pahali kuhakikisha hafanye nini, haingii. Na nikatoa hiyo hakikisho kwa watu ya Kenya. Nasikia hakuna vile tutakubali huyu Raila aingie katika serikali yetu. Na kwa hivyo mimi nikajipatia majukumu kama msaidizi wake ya kuhakikisha anakuja haribu serikali yetu. Lakini mimi ni mtu amesoma, na mimi ni mzee kidogo, na nimekuweko katika hii siasa kwa miaka mingi. Mimi nimekuwa kwa serikali ya Moi, nimekuwa kwa serikali ya Moi wake, nimekuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta, nimekuwa kwa hii serikali ya Ruto. Nikaanza kuona dalili ya kwamba rais na Raila wameanza kuongea. Rais William Ruto ni mkubwa yangu, mimi siwezi bishana na yeye na siwezi pinga ile anataka kufanya. Nilipoanza kuona wameanza kuongea, nikarudi nyuma kidogo, na kama ulidiscover kuna mahali ilifika nikawacha kupiga Raila. Sijui kama ulinotice. Yeah. Nikawasha kutoa makobora ile nilikuwa natoa kwa sababu mimi ni mtu ya mkono ya Rais William Ruto. Wewe ukiona bosi yako yule mtu unapiga wameanza kuongea, utapigana na yeye kufanya nini?
Baadhi yake alikuita akakuongelesha akakwambia tumeanza kuongea na mzee.
Bana haja niambia, mimi naona. Siku nimeona hao pale na Museveni na ng'ombe wa picha
msituni huko,
na mimi nilikuwa nimemsindikiza rais kwa yapo
na hakukuambia naenda Uganda.
Lakini si mimi mtu mwerevu. Saida nilimuona pale na Raila na Museveni na yeye wakiongea. Nikaenda pale State House, ile mitego yote nikatoa. Kwa sababu
sema hakuna haja.
Hiyo nyumba pana yangu. Unajua mimi nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya kujituma. Unasikia? Nilipoona wanaongea na ninaona wanaelewana, mimi nikasema mimi ni mtu mwerevu. Kikwetu kuna msemo wanasemanga, kuna mambo ingine hutakiwi kuambiwa.
Unajijazia. Unajijazia tu.
Ati lazima unajijazia. Nikajijazia kwa sababu mimi si mtu mjinga vile watu wanafikiria. Na vile nilijijazia imekuja kuwa matokeo. So nikajua hapa bosi yangu na yule wameelewa,
wamekubaliana.
Mimi nikasema mimi sikuwa na shida. Mimi nilikuwa na kinga bosi yangu. Kama yeye mwenyewe amekubali hii mzee hapana mbaya, niko sawa. Kutoka hapo najua nilifanya nini? Nilirudi nikaketi chini nikajiuliza, sisi watu ya mlima wakiongozwa na mimi tulipiga Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu ya kuleta Raila. Nasema Raila ni mbaya, wacha tuende kwa William Ruto. William Ruto huyu president ambaye tulisema ndio mzuri atazaki Raila,
amechukua Raila. Sasa wameelewana naye.
Sisi tuliuliza nini mtoto wetu Uhuru Kenyatta? Mimi nikaenda nikaomba msamaha kwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu nikasema tulikukosea mtoto wetu, tulikupiga bure kwa sababu wewe ulikuwa unasema Raila ni mtu mzuri. Yule tulikuwa tunasema ni mzuri, si Raila mzuri. Amesema hata Raila ni mzuri. Marais wawili wameki William Ruto ametuambia ni mtu mzuri, sisi sote tukakubaliana Raila ni mtu mzuri.
Hivi sasa Uhuru Kenyatta former president
alisema, rais aliponiita akasema nimeona huyu Raila na watu yake tuwalete kwa serikali, ndio tulete kila mtu pamoja. Mimi nikakubali kwa sababu sasa Uhuru Kenyatta alisema ni mtu mzuri, William Ruto amesema ni mtu mzuri, amesema tumulete ndani. Sasa mimi ningepinga nini? Hata mimi hata kama ningepinga na rais amue atamulete, mimi sina uwezo wa kumkataza.
Basi uhusiano wako na former president Uhuru Kenyatta sasa hivi
iko mzuri.
inaelekea vizuri kila kitu.
Iko mzuri, iko uhusiano mzuri.
Anasemaje sasa hivi kuhusu mambo
ya unajua sasa hiyo ni maneno yetu ya nyumbani sasa. Sasa unajua yeye ni mzee ameretire, ni kiongozi wetu ya mlima sasa. Huyo sasa hatusumbui na maneno mingi, hatumsumbui na maneno mingi. Lakini sisi tulisema hiyo maneno imefika mwisho. Kwa sababu tulikuwa tunakosania huyu Raila Odinga. Sasa huyu Raila Odinga amesemekana ni mzuri na kila mtu. Sasa si vita imeisha.
So uhusiano wake na rais wa sasa hivi William Ruto iko namna gani kati ya Uhuru Kenyatta?
Mimi hiyo mambo ya rais uwezi uniuliza mimi. Hata kama najua siwezi kukuambia kwa sababu siwezi ongelelea mkubwa wangu. Ukiuliza mimi uhusiano yangu ni mzuri. Uhusiano ya Ibu unaweza kuniuliza maswali mimi mwenyewe.
So hapo kwa ile historia ya intelligence
mimi nilitoa maoni yangu na sitaki kuongea juu yake. Unajua mimi ni Mkenya. Mimi ni kiongozi na niko huru kutoa maoni yangu vile naona mtu anafanya kazi. Yeyote. Waziri fulani niseme mimi nikiangalia kazi yake haifai, haitoshi. Na kikatiba nimekubaliwa. Kwa sababu mimi ni Mkenya na niko na hizo rights ya kuwa na opinion of the performance of any public officer, and I can give an opinion. Yes. What I think. It doesn't have to be accepted. It doesn't have to be right. Yeah. But I have an opinion. Na mimi ni mtu pia experienced. Nimekuwa kwa serikali for a long time. So niko na ujuzi ya kuangalia vile mtu anatekeleza kazi yake na kutoa maoni yake.
So uhusiano yako sasa umeshakubaliana na
sina shida, there was nothing personal. Nilitoa maoni vile mimi naona.
Akarekebisha mali inahitajika maisha kaendelea.
Yeah, naona si mbaya sana. Naona si mbaya sana.
Yeah. Sawa.
Huenda shida ni nini? Sababu
kwamba
yes,
rais alinipatia jukumu la kuleta mabadiliko katika sekta ya majani chai, kahawa na maziwa. Na ukikumbuka nilifanya kongamano pale Kericho Tea Conference ya siku 3 tukiangazia yale tutafanya ndio tuweze kufanya marekebisho. Na shida moja tumetatua ilikuwa ya kwamba ile tea bill, ile tea act ya Senator Cheriot ilikuwa imekwama pale kotini kwa sababu kuna watu walikuwa wameenda wamepinga utekelezaji yake. Mimi nimeweza kufanya juhudi kubwa sana na kuwaita wale wote ambao walikuwa wameenda kotini na kukubaliana hao waondoe hiyo makesi na wameondoa, na kwa hivyo kutakuwa na marekebisho. Tuko na quality ya chai pale Mombasa auction. Na quality ya chai inakuwa determined na mambo mawili. Uchanga na vile inachunwa. Quality ya chai ya pale bonde la ufa kwa wakati huu iko chini kiasi fulani. Na ndio majani chai ya kutoka area hiyo ilikuwa imekoma Mombasa.
Kuna issue tena ya makatel hapo. Hadi sasa hivi mshakamilisha?
Wacha nikumalizie. Pale Mombasa kulikuwa kumewekwa reserve price ya majani chai.
Yes.
Auction. Lakini ile bei iliwekwa, ile majani ilitoka Western Region. Quality yake ikakosa kufikia ile bei ambaye ilikuwa imewekwa. Sasa tumeenda pale tumetoa hiyo reserve price, hiyo majani chai imeanza kusonga. Suluhisho la kudumu. One, iko hawking mingi sana inafanyika pale katika Western Region.
Ni miaka miwili sasa.
Inaharibu quality ya chai. Kuna watu wanaenda wanachukua majani chai katika kila shamba, wanakuja wanalete factory ambayo inakuja ina downgrade ile quality ya chai. Na hiyo tumeagiza maafisa wetu wa utawala wanasaidiana na polisi na zile KTDA factories kuhakikisha ya kwamba mambo ya hawking imeangaliwa. Number 2, tunaendelea kuhimiza mafactory zote, sio Western Region hata Eastern. Tukubaliane ya kwamba ni wakati ya kutoka ile mtambo wa CTC tuende ile inaitwa Orthodox Tea. Orthodox Tea bei yake iko $1 juu zaidi ya ile majani chai ya kawaida. Na ndio sisi tumependekeza katika serikali kuu, katika serikali za ugatuzi na KTDA factory tukishikana tuchangie, tujaribu kupindua hiyo mitambo ya kuprocess chai tuweke ya orthodox tea kwa sababu soko yake iko kila pahali, iko Iran, iko Pakistan, na bei yake iko hali ya juu kiasi fulani. Kwa hivyo juzi hii maneno ya kotini sasa tumesuluhisha. Ndio sasa mazao ya the Tea Act ile ya Senator Cherioti itaanza kuonekana. Kwa sababu sasa koti ilikuwa imesimamisha utekelezaji ya vipengele kadhaa ya the Tea Act. Kwa hivyo sasa tuna matarajio ya kwamba matunda ya hizi sheria ambazo zililetwa na Senator Cherioti itaanza kufanya kazi.
Tukiwa hapo, naibu rais, bado na kuja kwa swali la Edwin ambalo alikuwa amekuuliza uhusiano wako kati yako na upande ule wa Rift Valley. Kuna madai ambayo inaendelea mtandaoni kwamba umetoa wafanyikazi kutoka ofisi yako kutoka upande wa Rift Valley. Je, uone ukweli?
Unajua sasa wale watu wananipiga, wananiandama kutoka kila direction. Ati ndio niko sana na Wakaleji. Na hiyo ni ndoto. Mimi nimekaa na Wakaleji ni siku mingi. Na tumezoeana urafiki sana. Nilikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi. Na nilitengeneza marafiki wengi sana. Na watu ya Wakaleji wananipenda mimi kwa sababu mimi ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. Na nimeona hiyo ni jamii pia ya kusema ukweli. Pia hao jamii ya Wakaleji kama sisi hawataki usaliti. Kuna watu wanajaribu kulete fitina. Ati ndio jamii ya Wakaleji wanichukia mimi. Hiyo waliniwekelea mambo ya Gen Z, sijui kupindua serikali, hiyo maneno yote ya uongo. Sasa wanaeneza uvumi ati ya kwamba mimi nimefuta Wakaleji. Ofisi yangu imejaa jamii ya Wakaleji. Na ile watu ya maana sana katika maisha yangu. Ile kazi muhimu nimeweka kwa mkono yao. Deputy head of my security ni Assistant Superintendent of Police, anaitwa Tanui. Ndio mtu ambaye mimi naamini kabisa. Na ndio naenda na yeye mpaka Ngambo, naenda na yeye Nyeri. Kwangu Nyeri hata nimempatia nyumba ya kukaa. Nimemwambia tu ile hawezi fanya huko ni kuoa huko kwa sababu yako na bibi yake. Lakini kitu kingine yote afanye, hata akitaka shamba nitampatia. Deputy head of my security ni Assistant Superintendent of Police, anaitwa Tanui. Driver wangu yule ninaamini kabisa, nimekaa na yeye 19 years. Anaitwa Sami Chebigon. Ni kijana kutoka pale Kapsabet. Nimeenda mpaka kwake nyumbani, nimekula ugali na muziki kama hii ninagonywa hapa. Na hii muziki hapa ndio anajuanga vile itafika hapa. Mimi ile msichana unaona nikitembea naye asubuhi. Si unaona nikitembea iko msichana mweusi kama mimi. Anaitwa Amanda Chemtai. Mtoto ya Kericho. Ndio personal trainer wangu. Ana train mimi. Hata mama Gachagua alikuwa anauliza, wewe bona umetafuta msichana ya training, kwani hakuna wanaume anaweza train wewe? Nikasema huyu hii Amanda Chemtai ananipenda, ananichunga, amenisaidia sana. Nilikuwa na tumbo kubwa, amenisaidia mpaka imekuwa sawa sawa. Personal trainer yangu ni Mother Chemtai. Jafeth Kiplagat, huyu director of communication kwangu. Jeremiah ako hapa. Mmekuta yeye hapa. Si mmekuta hapa? Sasa nyinyi mkiambiwa nimefuta mtu, nikiangalia personal assistant wangu. Personal assistant ile mtu ambaye anaamua nani ataniona, nani atakuja siku fulani, ninaenda wapi, gari itatoka saa ngapi, anaitwa Toet, ni kijana ya hapa Bomet. Ile msichana alinipatia jina Rigiji, anaitwa Ivy Chelimo kutoka hapo Eldoret. Ni advisor wangu wa strategic communication. Ile kijana ambaye ana my personal photographer ni kijana hapo Baringo. Hii mtu ya social media anaitwa Malema. Ile ya kule Kabartojo. Sasa ile kazi muhimu kabisa, ile mimi naichukua very seriously. Personal assistant, deputy head of security, personal trainer, personal photographer, director of communication, strategic communication advisor. Kwa sababu hao wakale, they are very loyal people.
Na mimi nilikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi, ninajua mambo ya loyalty. Ukitaka ile watu kabisa loyal kabisa ile ya ndani, are the Kalenjin people. And that is why I am surrounded everywhere by them.
So wote wako
Mama Gachagua mwenyewe, inspector ambaye na security ya
hawajalipa, wengine wapate per diem katika hiyo laini tu ya wafanyikazi wako ambao hawajalipa mpaka 2022 ambao wanasikia wako frustrated.
Mambo ya pending bills ilifanywa wakati huo ni mambo ambaye siwezi deal naye.
Yes.
Unajua iko pending bill karibu ya 900 billion. Hii ofisi ya Deputy President William Ruto tulikuta madeni mingi sana. Na tumepeleka Treasury karibu 900 billion. Na karibu 900 million ambaye ile madeni tulikuta hapa. Na tukasema tukilipa hiyo madeni sisi wenyewe tutakwama. You are aware budget yetu imekatwa by half across government. So everybody is struggling. Tumepunguza safari, tumepunguza wale watu wanasafiri. Those are austerity measures that are affecting everybody. Lakini zile deni zilikuweko between 2019 to 2022, hizo zote niliambia watu yangu watengeneze verification committee, ikakuwa verified, ikakuwa confirmed, na tukapitisha Treasury. There is a pending committee in Treasury ambayo inaangalia hiyo maneno ya pending bills. Lakini kwa ile wakati mimi nimekuwa ofisi, my staff are very happy and they are very motivated. Yes.
Deputy President, ningependa kukuuliza mambo ya shareholding ama sharehold ambao huwa unatumia sana katika maongezi yako na umekuwa ukitumia, na kuna watu wengine ambao wameitilia hilo jambo kama jambo ambalo ni ya kibinafsi. Wengine wanasema kwamba serikali ikiteuliwa ni ya watu wote, lakini umekuwa ukisisitiza sana mambo ya shareholding.
Hiyo maneno unajua nizungumza nikiwa wapi? Nilikuwa Kericho.
Yes.
Kwa sababu sikuongea nikiwa Mlima.
Do you regret?
Mimi nilisema. Kwa nini? Mimi sikusema Kenya ati iko shareholding.
Yes.
Hapana. Nilisema serikali. Nilisema maendeleo ya Kenya igawiwe kila mtu usawa. Rasilimali ya Kenya igawiwe kila mtu usawa. Alitupigia kura, hakutupigia. Kila Mkenya anahitaji maendeleo. Kila Mkenya anahitaji huduma ya serikali na Wakenya wote wakuwe sawa. Lakini nikasema kuendesha serikali, wale ambaye waliamini Rais William Ruto wapatiwe nafasi kubwa kumsaidia, kwa sababu ndio wanamuelewa na wanamuamini. Hiyo ndio nilisema. Nikasema serikali, sikusema mambo ya Kenya ama mambo ya uchumi.
Do you think as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, hiyo ilikuwa sawa kusema ile regions walivotia president wapatiwe kipaumbele?
Nilisema hata Amerika sikutakuwa na uchaguzi, yule atachaguliwa Novemba.
Yes.
Atalete balozi mpya wake. Yule anamwamini na yule anaamini sera zake. Every time there is an election in America ya Democrats wakishinda wanakuja na watu yao. Republican wakishinda wanakuja na watu yao. It's the same thing I was saying. Sisi tumeshinda. Sasa kama mtu alikuwa haamini bottom up economic transformation, alikuwa pande ile nyingine anasema haiwezekani, unaweza chukua hiyo umpatie PS
watu kwa serikali sasa.
So mimi nasema maoni yangu at time. Kwa nasema maoni yangu, wale ambaye waliamini Rais William Ruto, wale waliamini bottom up transformation agenda, wapatiwe nafasi ya kumsaidia kutekeleza manifesto yake. Unasikia? Lakini sasa rais along the way ameamua, na mimi nimekuambia nikiwa msaidizi wake, mimi sibishani na rais. Ameamua hata wale hawakumwamini, hata wale hawakuamini bottom up economic transformation agenda wakuje. Na nimefurahi, nimeona Waziri Oparanya alipofika alisema hii hustle fund alikuwa amepinga lakini ameangalia amesema iko sawa. So hata Saul amekuwa nini? Paul. Si ndio? So ni sawa na mimi I don't have a problem.
Tukiendelea Mr. Deputy President, hiyo motion na impeachment wanasema wanaweza table kesho in parliament. Umesema uweze ngatuka. Some people wamesema it is better for you to resign than to face the impeachment.
Kwa nini?
Do you know the consequences of being impeached?
I know.
Are you ready for it?
Yes, I am. There's no problem, my friend.
What would happen if you get impeached?
Nothing. Si mimi niko. Kuna bahari mama mtu akiwa impeached atauawa. Maybe I have not read the law properly. It does not matter.
Uko ready for the consequences?
I am ready. Niko tayari.
So tukiendelea, swali lingine naibu wa rais, ni uhusiano wako na viongozi wengine. Tumedelve sana uhusiano wako na President William Ruto. Juzi last week kulikuwa pale Githurai na some leaders, kulikuwa kina Ketu Waruguru, so alikuwa anaongoza wima, anasema President Ruto ni one term, lakini wewe haukumkanya.
Sasa
do you support those
mimi I don't support it. And mimi sijasema namna hiyo. Mimi niko na imani Rais William Ruto, lakini mimi sina control ya viongozi. And the same question is, saa ile mheshimiwa majority leader amesema mimi ni nyoka, na rais alikuwa hapo, alipoamuka hakusema chochote, alinyamaza kwa sababu hiyo maneno haihusu yeye. So kama watu wananitukana wakiwa na rais na yeye amenyamaza, wengine wakisema na mimi pia nanyamaza, kwa sababu sasa ndio inaonekana inatakana ikuwe namna hiyo, kwa sababu mtu wako kwa gari ya rais ananitukana mimi, okay, anasema hii, anataka kusema yake, rais hasemi chochote. So mimi nimekuja kukubali, maybe that is the way we should do things. Tuache viongozi waseme vile wanataka, kila mtu awajibike kwa matamshi yake.
Maybe swali kuu, Your Excellency, hii tofauti yako na Rais Ruto ilianza?
Mimi sina tofauti na Rais Ruto.
Because all indications zinaonyesha kuwa
ile nilikataa, ile mimi nilikataa. Ni watu wako karibu na yeye kutaka kuniamrisha mimi na kunisomea kama mtoto. Personal assistant wake anataka kunisomea na kunipanga kazi. Mimi ni naibu wa rais, nimechaguliwa. Bosi wangu ni wawili, President William Ruto na wananchi wa Kenya. Hao watu wengine wako karibu na rais, hapana bosi yangu. Ati kama personal assistant yake anataka kunipangia kazi yangu, enda fali, usema hii, enda na huyu, hiyo siwezi kubali. Na hapo ndio kumekuwa na shida ya wale watu ambao wamezunguka rais, wanafikiria hao ni bosi yangu. Mawaziri wako karibu na rais, anafikiria anaweza niongelesha vile anataka, ama anisomee mimi, ama anipangie kazi yangu. Mimi ni deputy president, nimechaguliwa na kura na wananchi, na mimi niko na bosses wawili. President William Ruto ni bosi yangu, kile chochote ananiambia nifanye, mimi nafanya. Hata akitaka kunisomea anisomee, akitaka kunikemea anikemee, ni bosi yangu, nitakubali. Bosi mwingine ni wa Kenya, wakiniambia tusikize ground, mimi nasikiza ground. Lakini siwezi kubali ile, siwezi kubali mimi. Ni watu wako hapo karibu na rais, wanajifanya wao ni watu wakubwa sana, ati wanataka kunipangia kazi, wanataka kuniambia vile nitafanya. Utatembea na fulani, enda hapa, sijui usifanye hii, sijui rudishia huyu, bona watu wamezungumza hii na huku jibu, na ni watu tu wako hapo karibu na rais. Hiyo ndio nimekataa.
Maybe mheshimiwa, last week President William Ruto alikuwa kule Marekani katika meeting ya United Nations General Assembly, na pale tuliona alikuwa na former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, alikuwa na Hassan Joho, alikuwa na Senator Ledama Olekina, alikuwa na viongozi wengi wenye walikuwa wameoppose hii serikali. So watu wanasema, maybe do you feel sidelined in this government?
No, I don't. Mimi ombi langu tu nipatiwe nafasi nifanye ile kazi nimepewa na rais na wa Kenya. Na mimi si mtu ambitious sana, sina ambition mingi. Nisikia wengine wanasema sijui kama unataka kusimama 2027 utuambie. Mimi sijasema niko na haja na kiti ya rais. I have never said so. Na hata rais anajua ile tuliongea na ile tulikubaliana. Siwezi kukuambia vile tuliongea kitambo, na tuko na mpango wetu vile tuliongea. Mimi sina hiyo ambition kubwa. Mimi nauliza tu ile nafasi nimepewa na Mungu na wa Kenya.
Can anything be done to salvage the situation?
Yeah, there's no problem.
Kuna kitu inaweza fanyika ndio?
Mimi sioni mimi naendelea na kazi yangu. Pahali popote rais akinituma mimi nakimbia. Akiniambia fanya hii, mimi nafanya. Akiniambia hii, mimi nashughulikia.
Ningependa kuuliza kabla ndugu yangu Edwin Tanui au nise jambo. Mko na haidi ya Wakenya Kenya kupigia kura kwa Wakenya walikuwa na imani sana serikali
serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, asa bottom up economy. Kila mtu alikuwa anajua mambo yatakuwa mazuri. Wakati Deputy President, sasa ni kudanganya Wakenya hawana furaha kwa sababu hawajapata njia ambayo mliwaahidi. Mambo ya hospitali bado kuna shida. Kuna mambo mengi ya ukulima ambayo ndugu yangu alikuwa ameuliza, bado kuna shida. Lakini sasa tunaongelea mambo ambayo ya uongozi, na hiyo wakati mko unasema hatutaki kuongelea mambo ya viongozi, tunataka tuongelee mambo ya Kenya. Deputy President, penye umekaa, do you feel ashamed na una feel kwamba wa Kenya mlidanganya wa Kenya kwamba mtawafanyia kazi? Kwa sababu kwa Kenya ni miaka 5, lakini tunahesabu kwamba miaka 4 ni ya kufanya kazi ama miaka 3 kufanya kazi, ile nyingine ya kampeni na kurudi kwa
kusema ukweli. Mimi nimesikiza wa Kenya na ni kweli hawana furaha. Najua mimi ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. Na hiyo swali unatakiwa uulize wabunge. Uulize hawa priority ya Wakenya ni kwenda kuimpeach Rigathi Gachagua ama ni kufanya kazi. Saa hii debate tunaongea hapa, we should be discussing projects. Sasa tunaongea mambo ya Rigathi Gachagua kung'atuliwa kwa kazi. Kwa nini tumerudi kwa siasa? Unajua hii shida ilianza sasa, vijana ya huko kwenu walianza kuzunguka huko Rift Valley na mambo ya 2032. Sio unajua? Wakaanza kuchukua vijana kutoka hapa kwetu na kuanza kuwatembeza huko wakiongea mambo ya 2032. Mimi nikaambia hawa, simwache kwanza tufanye kazi. Wakenya watuamini, watupatie another term 2027, alafu muanze kuongea mambo ya 2032. Uliona walikuwa nasunguka na ndege na pesa na magunia wakijipanga mambo ya 2032. Na niyo watu ya bonde la ufa ndio walikuja kuharibu watu wetu hapa. Huyo msaidizi wa rais ndio alianza kukoroga siasa yetu hapa. Akianza kupanga mambo ya 2032. Anachukua watu, anaweka kwa ndege, anapeleka huko, anasema wewe ndio utakuwa rais, wewe ndio utakuwa deputy president, sijui wewe nini. Yeye ndiye ameharibu hii serikali yetu na kukoroga na kuanza kupanga siasa ya 2032. Huyu msaidizi wa rais unamjua? Si unamjua? Unamjua? Kuna mtu amjui? Hakuna mtu amjui. Yeye ndiye aliharibu. Anakuja anachukua vijana hapa, anaweka kwa ndege na wasanya, endeni hapa Harambee, endeni hapa sijui fanya, wewe ndio utakuwa president, wewe ndio utakuwa running mate, acha nikuweke kwa ndege ya rais, hii ndege itakuwa yako. Hiyo maneno yote, kwa sababu hii maneno hii ya hii serikali tukiwachia watu haribu, waingie katikati ya rais na mimi, wataharibu. Na hii maneno imeanza hapo Rift Valley. Na ndio nilisema siku nilikuwa Eldoret, na mjumbe mmoja akanitukana sana, nikasema pangeni siasa ya kwenu. Siasa ya bonde sisi hatuelewi, kwa sababu bonde ni huko chini na nyinyi mnajua vile huko chini iko. Nayo sisi ya mlima ya huko juu, nayo huko ya mjui. Watu wapange siasa ya kwao, tukutane pale tushikane. Na mimi nikijivunia tangu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta washikane na William Ruto 2013, tumekuwa na amani katika bonde la ufa, na mimi najivunia sana. Watu wetu, jamii zetu wanaishi kwa amani, wameoana, wamependana, wanafanya biashara pamoja. Jameni, mimi naomba tuweke uhusiano. Hii urafiki ya watu ya mlima na watu ya bonde la ufa ni wa maana sana. Wacha tutumishe hiyo urafiki, kwa sababu wale watu wetu wameoana, waendelee kuzaa watoto, kulea watoto, kufanya biashara pamoja, kuishi kwa amani. Tusikubali siasa ambaye haina maana kuja kutuharibia uhusiano ambaye ni uhusiano wa maana, kwa sababu uhusiano unaletwa na njia ya kuaminiana. Kama watu waaminiani, uhusiano unaharibika. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme, mimi sina shida na president, mimi niko tayari kumsaidia. Ile kazi amenipatia mimi naendelea kufanya. Ile kazi yote atanipangia mimi nitafanya. Ile anataka nikimbie, nipange, nitapanga. Ile anataka niende nipigie debe, nitapigia debe. Ile siwezi kubali. Ni marafiki zake na wadani wake kunikalia mimi. Kama ni kwenda nyumbani kwa kukataa hiyo, niko tayari. Kwa sababu mimi sikuchaguliwa, hiyo watu hapana bosi yangu. Mimi hawezi kunikalia na kunipangia kazi na kunikemea na kunikosea heshima. Ningekuonesha ile message wajumbe wengine huko bonde la ufa wananitumia kuniita kumafu. Mimi ni deputy president, nimechaguliwa na Wakenya 7.2 million. Mjumbe tu akikunywa pombe yake usiku, matusi hapo kwa simu yangu. Anatuma kwa simu yangu. Nitakuonesha. Tukimaliza hii mjiji off the camera, muende mkijua. Muone ile madharau iko katika kutoka bonde la ufa. You know? Nimemwambia. Hata mwingine alikuja hapa kwa hii gate. Akasema, akaambiwa okay, alikuja siku ya Jumamosi. Na nilikuwa nilikuwa hapa kwa kinyozi, niko na kinyozi hapa. Kuna kijana anakuja kunitengeneza nywele na nilikuwa natengenezwa hapo kichwa. Kulikuwa Saturday. Sasa askari wamwambia wacha tuende tuulize. Matusi. Akasema hata pale State House sisi hatusimami kwa mlango. Kwa hapa ni nani? Huyu ni nani? Nafikiria yeye ni nani? Na sisi ndio tulimweka hapa. Tunaweza hata mtoa.
Alikuwa anakuja kukuona.
Na alikuwa amenipigia simu nikamwambia kuja saa 6. Akakuja saa 5. So hata sikuwa nimepeana report akija kwa sababu saa ilikuwa bado. Kufika pale akaambiwa wacha twende. Huyu askari ndio atoke hapo kwa mlango kufika hapa. Akatukana wale walikuwa hapo, akaingia gari akapindua na akasema hii mtu ni kumpafu na tutamtoa hapa. Yeye anafikiria ni nani? Mjumbe ya huko kwenu. Na nikaenda nikamwambia rais, unajua sasa hata kama ulinipea hii kazi, si heshima kidogo tu. Mimi ni naibu wa rais, nimechaguliwa na Wakenya. Iko haja gani kunitukana? Na ni mjumbe tu. Nikikuonesha ile message nianigia usiku. Kuniita kumbafu. Sasa mimi unajua sasa nasema sisi tunauliza tu wabunge wetu wa bonde la ufa. Hata kama hamuna heshima kwangu, simwachane na mimi tu. Si kama niko na shida nipate kwa watu wengine. Mkumbuke mimi nilikuwa hapo, nilipigia nyinyi campaign, hakuna mtu sikufika kwake, nikamwombea kura, nikasaidia rais kwa ile uwezo nilikuwa naye, nikaongea na watu wetu tukamsaidia rais. Hii madharau hii yote ni ya nini?
Lakini naibu wa rais umezungumzia wabunge wa eneo la Rift Valley ni kana kwamba wao peke yao ndio wanapiga vita. Lakini kusema ukweli kuna baadhi ya wabunge kutoka eneo la Central. Hiyo ya kwangu hiyo achana naye. Hiyo ni mambo ya nyumbani. Hawa ni watu ya nyumbani. Kwa sababu tunaongelesha sana watu ya bonde la ufa. That is why I was raising that topic. Hawa niliwadress jana. So
Festival pia wanataka kujua mbona pia nyumbani huko unapigwa vita.
Si nimekuambia mwenye kukoroga ni nani? Ni huyo msaidizi wa rais. Ndio na wapanga. Na ndege napeleka huko na koroga.
Naibu wa rais, term ya president na yako ikiisha, Wakenya watauliza maswali kwa mambo ambayo mliahidi kutengeneza katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Utapata kwamba most of the flagship programs mingi ya bottom up mingi ziko kotini. Ukizungumzia affordable housing, ukizungumzia bill ya shift NHIF kwenda Social Health Authority, kuna shida kotini. Ukizungumzia university funding model, bado kuna shida. Wewe unazungumzia aje kazi ambayo mmeweza kufanya miaka miwili ambayo imeweza kupita na ni kwa nini serikali hamjaweza kuwa na wakili ambaye anaweza kuadvise vizuri ili kwamba hizi kesi mingi zisikuwe kotini hadi kwamba mwezi fanya kazi nyingi kwa sababu kuna kesi mingi.
Sasa mimi nakuuliza ndugu yangu, saa hii si wabunge wanipatie amani ndio niweze kutatua hiyo maneno? Sasa kama mimi sina amani, sina amani, wananiandama kutoka kila direction, kunitukana, kupanga jama. Sasa hii maneno tutatatua siku gani? Si ndio mimi nasema turudi kwa kazi ile tuliahidi wananchi. Mambo mingi sana imekwama na hiyo ndio ukweli. Na sisi tuko na deni ya watu wa Kenya. Na hasa kwa sababu tutarudi kwa hawa tukiuliza ya kwamba tunataka nafasi ya kuendelea. Tutawaambia nini? Mimi ningeomba kwa heshima kubwa sana viongozi wote nikiwemo tukubali turudi kwa kazi ya kusaidia Wakenya. Tuangalie ile economic charters. Kwanza za Rift Valley mimi ndio nilikuja kusimamia. Mimi nilikuwa pale Kabarnet, nilikuwa pale Iten, nilikuwa pale Eldoret, nilikuwa pale Kericho. Mimi ndio nilikuja kusimamia ile economic charter ambaye tulisaini na watu wa hizo counties ambaye siko pale. Sasa siku ikifika tutaambia wananchi nini? Mimi ningeomba kama nawezekana, tuko na kazi mingi sana pale bonde la ufa. Kuna watu wengi sana hawana title deeds. Si ndio? Tungetaka tusishughulikie ndio waweze kupata title deed, waweze kuzitumia kukopa pesa kwa AFC na kufanya kazi yao.
Your Excellency, ningeomba pia kuuliza kuhusu ulikuwa na mpangilio ile ya one man one shilling one vote, na ikawa inaonekana kwa sababu mahali unakotoka Central kwa sababu ya population ndio maana ukasema one man one vote one shilling. Hebu tueleza tu So, ni kwa nini unaona kama hiyo one man one vote one shilling?
Kericho na Nyeri ni pahali iko na watu wengi.
Ndio nataka kujua sasa hiyo nieleze.
One man one vote one shilling. Yeah. Sio formula ya kusaidia watu ya Mount Kenya. Ni mambo ya equity. Ni mambo ya kusema tugawe mali ya Kenya kwa usawa. Tuangalie kila Mkenya apate haki yake. Ni makosa sana tukipata pale Chepalungu, kwa sababu population iko juu sana. Basari ikigawa mtoto anapata shilingi 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 maximum. Kwingineko sitaki kutaja ni wapi, wanapewa mpaka 70,000-80,000. Usawa uko wapi? Na mtoto ni moja. Mimi nilikuwa nasema si pesa kama ni ya basari, tugawe kwa Wakenya wote,
kila mtoto apate
apate sawa, alafu times the number of people in that constituency. Hiyo tu. Mimi sikusema ati wala wakose ndio wao wapate. Nasema hapana, mali ya umma iwekwe hapa kwa meza.
Watoto wote wakuwe sawa.
Watoto wote wakuwe sawa. Kama ni kujenga hospitali, kama pale say for example Kericho town, ile hospitali iko pale inatakana vitanda gapi kulingana na wingi ya watu? Kama inataka vitanda 2,000 iwekwe vitanda 2,000. Okay? Pale Kaparatojo labda population iko chini kidogo, ile hospitali inatakana pale ni ya vitanda 150, lakini kila mtu amepangiwa kitanda yake. Hiyo ndio one man one vote one shilling. Sio kusema ati pesa itolewe sehemu ile ipewe wengine. Pia kwa hiyo formula tulikuwa na ile kitu inaitwa affirmative action, an equalization fund. Wale watu ambao wamebaki jumba kidogo because of geographical reasons, another factors, waangaliwe. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nasema, nikaambiwa ni ukabila. Lakini watu ya Western Province hiyo formula ingewasaidia. Watu ya Rift Valley hiyo formula ingewasaidia. Watu ya Mlima Kenya hiyo formula ingewasaidia. It is a formula for the people of Kenya. Na mimi sikuongea juu yake kwa sababu ya watu ya Mlima. Nilikuwa naongea because I believe in fairness and equity. You know, because it's good to have equity. Watu wote wakuwe sawa Kenya. Hapa Roilo, juzi mheshimiwa amefanya basari pale, kulitokea watu 40,000. 40,000 wale walijitokeza, akapatia watu 8,000, 32,000 wakarudi nyumbani, because population ni hapo, constituency hiyo ni 800,000. So where is the fairness? Then some other constituency wanapeana basari mpaka watu waende ngambo. Pesa yote imegawa, kila mtu amesomeshwa, imebaki unapatiwa scholarship kwenda ngambo na basari. That is all I was saying.
Naibu Rais, swali langu ni sawa tu na ya Edwin kwamba Wakenya sasa hivi wanaona serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imewafinya sana, na wakati mlikuwa mnaingia serikali kulikuwa na issue ya COVID, uchumi haikuwa inafanya vizuri, na Wakenya wanasema mlianzisha story ya SHA yenye inaanza kesho, kuna hii story ya maisha card. Wakenya wanaona huenda hii serikali inawafinya, hawasikii huko mashinani. Na kuna hili swala pia ambalo linalingana na hiyo. Kuna huyu kijana anaitwa Murara Kebaso ambaye ametembea kila mahali Kenya akiangalia ma projects yenye serikali inafanya. Kulingana na wewe, serikali inafaa ikamilishe projects kwanza yenye ilikuwa tayari ishaanzishwa ama ianzishe upya? Alafu la mwisho ni serikali za county. Kwa sasa kuna shida kubwa sana. Serikali wa county wanashikilia kwamba wanahitaji 400 billion na Treasury wanasema hatutawapatia hiyo. Wewe kama unaketi katika hiyo hizo shughuli, kulingana na wewe, serikali za county inafanya kazi, na hapo uhusiano wako na governor wa Nairobi iko aje? Sababu tulikuwa tunaona mvurutano, watu wanasema governor wa Nairobi hafanyi kazi, na vile vile serikali za county ziko na uwezo ya kufanya kazi vile inatakikana? Ndio swali langu.
Kwanza stored projects ni maoni yangu na ni msimamo ya serikali pia, ya kwamba tukamilishe zile projects ambaye zilikuwa zimeanzishwa na serikali hapo kitambo. It makes sense to complete zile project ambaye tulianzisha kabla hatujaanzisha zingine mpya. Hiyo ndio msimamo wetu kama serikali, but ukweli ni kwamba pia tumekuwa na matatizo mengi ya kiuchumi, kwa sababu tulipoingia pale deni ilikuwa kubwa na deni inaendelea kuzidi. Unajua tangu finance bill ianguke zile pesa tungeokota hakuna, so iko shida mingi, lakini ile ambaye inapatikana tunataka tuangazie sana, tukamilishe zile miradi ambayo zilikuwa zimeanzishwa, kwa sababu tayari pesa zimewekwa ndani ya hizo miradi. Vile umesema kuna mipango mingi ambaye haifurahishi wa Kenya. Msimamo wangu ni kwamba tuendelee kusikiza wa Kenya, kwa sababu hawa ndio wametupatia kazi, na nimeshukuru kwa sababu rais kwa hii maneno ya University Financing Model aliweka kamati ya kusikiza maoni ya wanafunzi na wazazi. Hiyo ndio uongozi, kwa sababu sisi tunatawala na tunaongoza wa Kenya, na hao wa Kenya maoni yao ni ya maana. Kwa hivyo tuendelee kusikiza wananchi, na katika zile policies tumelete mpya, na labda wanakuwa na shida na hizo policies, tuendelee kufanya public participation, tuendelee kuwasikiza. Mimi sina shida yote na gavana wa Nairobi, na sina shida na gavana wote katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Lakini sisi, mimi na president, tukifanya campaign kuna ahadi mingi sana tulitoa. Ahadi moja tulitoa ni ya kwamba katika serikali yetu hatutabomolea watu makao yao bila kujua wataenda wapi. Ahadi tulitoa ni ya kwamba hatutavunja mali ya wananchi kwa njia ya kinyama, tukiwaondoa kutoka sehemu fulani mpaka sehemu ile nyingine. Hiyo ndio imekuwa shida yangu, kwa sababu hapa Nairobi pia huyu gavana nilienda kumfanyia kampeni, kwa sababu watu ambaye wananisikiza ni wengi katika Nairobi, karibu 1500 ambaye ni watu ambaye tunaelewana, na nilipigia debe na hawakampigia kura. Sasa kukiwa na shida, kama hawasikizi vizuri ama hawaendeshi vizuri, wananitafuta mimi, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa pale kumwambia huyu gavana kwa maoni yangu na wakampigia kura. Sasa wakiona kuna jambo haitembei vizuri, wanatafuta na mimi naongelea juu ya hilo jambo. Juzi nimeenda hapo kwa soko ya Marigiti kuwasikiza, kwa sababu waliniambia hawasikizwi, na nikawasikiza na nikatoa maoni, na ninaona ya kwamba maoni waliniambia na nikasema iko dalili ya kwamba inasikizwa. Serikali za kaunti zinafanya kazi. Ni kweli tuko na upungufu wa pesa karibu mwezi 2, mwezi karibu 3, kwa sababu ndugu yangu hakuna pesa imewekwa pahali kwa store ya serikali. Hawa counties tuwapatia mwaka huu karibu 380 billion, ilikuwa 400 billion. Tukaketi hapa kwa IBEC baada ya finance bill kuanguka, tukapunguza na bilioni 20. Hiyo 380 billion lazima tuokote kwa Wakenya ndio tuwapatie, na hii pesa tunawapatia inaokotwa kila siku na wanapewa, na hii pesa inapeanwa vile imekuja. The first priority ya ile pesa inapatikana ni kulipa deni, kwa sababu deni ni ya nchi za kigeni na ingine ni ya mabenki za hapa. Is the first priority ni kulipa deni. The second priority ni kulipa mishahara. Okay? Tukishamaliza na mishahara, tunashughulikia essential services kama jeshi la kitaifa, security services zinapatiwa priority ya kwanza. Tunarudi hapo, tunashughulikia mambo ya shule, mambo ya watoto, ile ya capitation inapeanwa. Sasa unakuta labda county za ingine iko priority number 4, number 5. Na sio ati kwa sababu ugatuzi hauna umuhimu, ni vile mambo iko. So tumekuwa hapa na magavana tukifanya mkutano kila wakati, na tunajaribu sana tukishaokota pesa kiasi fulani tunawapatia, na nafikiri wiki ijayo watapata kitu fulani waweze kusukuma. Hii ni hali ya kila mtu kukaza kamba, sio magavana peke yake, sio county government peke yake, hata serikali kuu tunakaza kamba, kwa sababu hali ya maisha ni ngumu kiasi, kwa sababu ya ile mapato ambayo tunapata katika revenue collection yetu na KRA.
Kuna niombe tu swali moja, naibu wa rais. Kumekuwa na tetesi kwamba tofauti yako na rais labda ilianzia kwa kazi fulani ama contract fulani ambayo wewe kama naibu wa rais ulikuwa na interest nayo, na wakati president alikataa kukubalia hilo, kukaanzisha shida kati yako na yeye?
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Mimi sina haja.
Ukijibu ya Edwin kwa sababu inashikana, ule siku moja gongea rais meza ukihitaji 8 billion uresign.
Wacha nikwambie kitu ya kwanza, mimi na rais hatuwezi kosana mambo ya kandarasi yote, kwa sababu mimi sina haja na kandarasi yote katika serikali, na nimekueleza vizuri sana. Mimi nilikuja kwa hii kazi nikiwa na mali yangu kidogo na inanitosha. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni madai ambayo haina msingi yoyote. Na mapili, kusema mimi nimegongea rais mesa, hiyo pia ni upuzi mtupu. Mimi sina haja ya kugonga mesa ya rais. Nigonge kwa sababu gani? Mimi mambo ya kusema ati nijuzuru nipewe pesa, kama ningetaka pesa siku William Ruto alikuwa deputy president, nilikuwa natafutwa usiku na mchana nipewe pesa. Mimi kama ningekuwa malaya ya pesa, singekuwa na President William Ruto, ningekuwa pande ile nyingine. Mimi hapana malaya ya pesa, mimi sina haja na pesa. Na mtu yote kusema mimi naweza pewa pesa ati nijiuzuru ni kunikosea heshima. You know, mimi ni mtu ambaye ninajiheshimu sana, na nimekuambia pesa silikuweko wakati ule, kulingana na ushawishi nilikuwa nayo Mlima Kenya na ile kazi nilikuwa nafanya ya kumsaidia President William Ruto. Nilitafutwa mara mingi sana na nikakuwa offered pesa mingi sana, na hata rais anajua, na mimi nikakataa, kwa sababu mimi tabia yangu si aina hiyo. Mimi ni mtu ambaye nimejifanyia kazi yangu, nimejitafutia ile kidogo niko nayo na ninanitosha, na mimi siko kwa siasa kwa kuwa malaya ya pesa, na hakuna siku mimi nitafanya umalaya ya pesa. Na mtu yeyote ambaye anasema mimi naweza dai yeye pesa ni kunikosea heshima, na ningetaka mtu yote atoe ushahidi. Mimi nilipoteza pesa mingi sana kwa biashara, kwa mambo mingi, kwa sababu ya kusimama kwa Rais William Ruto. Kampuni zangu zilifungwa mwaka 4, sikufanya biashara yote. Na hapo wali nilikuwa nafanya biashara mingi sana na serikali na kupata pesa mingi sana, na sikulalamika na sikuitisha hiyo pesa na sikushughulika wala ati nimepoteza pesa. Hata wakati hiyo watoto yangu walikuwa wameniambia, dadi, wachana na hii maneno, si uendelee na biashara, uendelee ufanye mambo zako. Nikasema hapana, huyu William Ruto ni rafiki yangu, hajanikosea, hajakosea watu wetu, sioni makosa yake. Mimi siwezi muacha kwa sababu ya biashara, siwezi muacha kwa sababu ya pesa. Mimi ni mtu ya aina hiyo, na ni makosa kubwa sana, na ni aibu kubwa sana mtu yeyote ambaye ananijua mimi akijua msimamo wangu. Siku nilisimama na William Ruto, nikitishwa, nikiambiwa nichukue pesa nimuache, sikumwacha siku hiyo kwa sababu ya pesa. Saa hii ndio nimekuwa mtu ya pesa, sina haja na pesa yote.
Pia tukiwa bado kwa hiyo laini, katika constitution ile ya mbeleni kulikuwa na mambo ya makamu wa rais, na kukawa kwamba makamu wa rais alikuwa anafanya kazi at the whims of the president. Enzi yake na Kalonzo Musyoka, hata Musalia Mudavadi aliwahi kuwa makamu wa rais, na hata marehemu George Saitoti. Constitution ya 2010 ikajaribu kutaka kucure hiyo kazi ya kufanya kazi katika at will of the president. 2010 constitution ikaweza entrench the deputy president akuwe ni substantive arm of the presidency. Hapo by 2017 hapo 2018 tukaanza kuona kwamba zile dhuluma za rais katika akielekeza makamu wake ama akielekeza deputy president wake, tukaona kwa wakati wa William Ruto akiwa deputy president aliweza kushtumiwa, akaitwa majina mengi, akataka kusumbuliwa katika serikali. Na vile mlikutana, nakumbuka kabisa mkisema kwamba makamu wangu wa rais hataweza kupitia vitu ama maneno ama mambo yenye nilipitia mimi mwenyewe. Lakini saa hii 2 years down the line ikawa kwamba yale masaibu yenye president sasa wakati alikuwa deputy president anapitia, sasa tunaona unaipitia. Kwa maoni yako, unaona kukiwa IG ya deputy president, the jinx yenye kwa katika kiti ya deputy president kwa sasa hiyo?
Lakini ndugu yangu, hiyo swali ningependa ukipata nafasi utafute President William Ruto, umuulize swali, umuulize wewe President William Ruto, ulisema kwa mdomo yako mchana na iko katika video zinazunguka ya kwamba ile umepitia naibu wako hatapitia. Umuulize kwa nini hujaweka hiyo maagano, kwa nini deputy yako anateswa na kutukanwa na watu wako karibu na wewe? Hiyo swali umuulize Rais William Ruto. Kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema na mdomo yake na akasema haitafanyika. Aliulizwa mara 3 najua again. Na akaapa ya kwamba haiwezi fanyika. Kwa hivyo inatakiwa ukipata nafasi umtafute Rais William Ruto, umuulize Rais William Ruto, wewe ukiwa deputy president ulisema ya kwamba ile ulipitia hutakubali kamwe naibu wako apitie hayo. Mbona Rigathi Gachagua anapitia mabaya hata kuliko ulipitia? Hiyo swali utauliza yeye. Lakini niseme hiyo katiba ni nzuri. Ni mzuri mtu kuchaguliwa. Kama mimi ningekuwa sasa mtu ya kuteuliwa na rais, si hata hiyo wasaidizi wake wangekuwa wamenichapa makofi vile wana behave, na mimi nimechaguliwa na watu wananitukana, kuniita kubafu, kunipigia kelele, kuja hapa kwa mlango yangu kutukana watu. Kama ningekuwa mtu ya kuteuliwa, na ndio saa hii wanasema wanataka wanitoe, ndio sasa rais achukue ile mtu anataka. Sasa rais akichukua mtu anataka, si watamutesa sana, kwa sababu huyu ni rais amemtafuta ile mtu akiambiwa namna hii. Ni mzuri kuwa na deputy president ambaye amechaguliwa, kwa sababu huyo ndio atasaidia rais. Maana ya deputy president ambaye amechaguliwa atamsaidia rais kwa kumwambia ukweli. Mtu ambaye ni ya kuteuliwa hawezi mwambia rais ukweli bila kuogopa. Unajua shida moja mimi
with the president on matters governance, and that he has been away from the expectation of his office being a symbol of the national unity. Our dear viewers, the Speaker's procession is already in the chamber this afternoon. The Sergeant at Arms carrying the mace, closely followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, are in the chamber ready to ensure that this business goes on seamlessly. My name is Gladys Mungai, and allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by KBC in partnership with PBU. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasawa umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Members, we have quorum. We'll proceed. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Okay. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 2 messages from the Senate regarding its decision on 2 bills, namely the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, and the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 38 of 2024. Honorable members, the first message conveys that on Tuesday, 17 September 2024, the Senate considered and rejected the National Assembly's amendments to the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023. You will recall that this House considered and passed the bill with amendments on 13th June 2024. Thereafter, I refer the bill back to the Senate for reconsideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the decision of the Senate on the National Assembly's amendments to the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, effectively commits the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution. Consequently, the Speaker of the Senate has appointed the following senators to the mediation committee on the bill: Senator Joe Nyutu MP, Senator Mohammed Abbas Sheikh MP, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar EGH MP, Senator Tabitha M. Mutinda MP, Senator Daniel Maanzo MP, Senator Beatrice Ogola MP, and Senator Faki Mohamed Mwinyihaji MP. Honorable members, in order to fully constitute the mediation committee on the bill, the National Assembly is required to appoint 7 members to sit in the committee. I therefore call upon the majority and minority leadership of the House to nominate members to represent the National Assembly in the mediation committee by 7 p.m. today, Tuesday, the 8th of October 2024. I will then communicate to the House tomorrow the National Assembly members appointed to this mediation committee to ensure timely commencement of the mediation process. Honorable members, the second message conveys that on Thursday, 3rd October 2024, the Senate considered and passed the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 38 of 2023, with amendments. You'll also recall that on 7th August 2024, this House considered and passed the bill with amendments, following which I refer the bill to the Senate for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. The Senate has now referred the bill back to the National Assembly for reconsideration. Honorable members, with respect to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024, I direct the clerk to circulate the Senate amendments to the bill to all members. Thereafter, the amendments will stand referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I urge the committee to expedite consideration of the Senate's amendments and report back to the House on Tuesday, 15th October 2024. Conscious of the House, that the House is scheduled to proceed on a short recess next week, I direct that the matter be prioritized for consideration on the same day. As and to remind members that conclusion of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024 will pave way for reconsideration of the count allocation of revenue bill 2024, which was referred back to the Senate under Article 115 of the Constitution by His Excellency the President following rejection of the Finance Bill 2024. This will facilitate disbursement of the requisite funds to account governments and avoid further stalling of operations of the devolved units. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 8, special motion, proposed removal by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Honorable members, we are back to the motion. So far, so good with the morning sitting. As I directed in the morning, honorable members, we will proceed up to 5. The Deputy President indicated he will be here by 4. At 5, we'll call him and allocate him up to 2 hours maximum. When he finishes, the majority leaders will come in, and thereafter the mover will be called to reply. We have 5 minutes each, and the interest is overwhelming. If we remain with the 5 minutes, you know, not each one of you will have time to speak. The alternative to this, and I don't want us to go that direction, is that after the Deputy President has had his opportunity, this motion has no time cap, but we must finish not later than midnight today. So I want to hear your views. We continue with 5 minutes. And after the Deputy President speaks, I'll go to the minority, majority, and reply, and you go to the vote. Is that all right? Yes. Excellent. At the time we concluded, it was Honorable Kajwang from my left who had spoken. I'll now open the afternoon with the member for Ugenya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 132 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that the President will every year give a report to this House on the steps taken to implement Article 10. Mr. Speaker, Article 10 is the soul of the nation. Article 10 is what the engineers would call the software of the country. It is what the doctor would call the heartbeat of this country. Oh dear. The Speaker, through Article 10, this country gave to itself how they want to be governed. The Speaker, Article 10 of the Constitution provides for us the map to where we want to go. The Speaker, in the last 1.5 years, we've listened to and been treated to, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President piercing with a sharp knife through the very heart of the nation, Mr. Speaker. When we went to give ourselves a new constitution, Mr. Speaker, we said tribalism, nepotism, corruption, Mr. Speaker, are our ills. And we said that we will entrench Article 10 and ensure that going forward, we live as a country together, united, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years, the Honorable Gachagua has not only put a knife onto the back of our values and shared principles, but he's kept turning that knife, Mr. Speaker, to the level where if we allow him to continue being Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, we are going to risk the loss of the heart of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the move of this motion, the Honorable Mutuse, read what appears in Article 10, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to say about a person who believes that this country should only belong to one region, Mr. Speaker. It has to be clear today that we are not impeaching Mount Kenya. We are not impeaching the Kikuyu. We are impeaching an individual who has refused to follow the law every single day of his life. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Gachagua is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, not the Deputy President of Mount Kenya, Mr. Speaker. He is the Deputy President of Kenya Kwanza, not Murima Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. It has to be said today that if you are to build together, if you are to run a country that has shared values, shared principles, and shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker, all of us must believe that our leaders will live within the four corners of the law. Mr. Speaker, it is true, and it's been said by Kenyans, that we are all tribal. Of course, we all come from tribes. We also have our own tribal sentiments, Mr. Speaker. We all have our feelings about what should happen to our tribe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's even been said that Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga. It's also been said that all of us sitting here today have some tribal things in our closet, Mr. Speaker. That is true. But, Mr. Speaker, and you are a seasoned lawyer, when you go to court and you are charged, and the others you are charged are not in court, they say, Rigiji Gachagua and others not in court. The case here today is that of Rigiji, not others not here today. The case we're dealing with today is the case of Makanga, not driver, not passengers. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with a person who believes that his job is to represent Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, on this side sits members of parliament elected by Mount Kenya people. On this side sits members of parliament from Nyeri, from Kirinyaga, from Muranga, from everywhere. Those counties also have governors. Nobody appointed Rigiji to be the benefactor. No one appointed Rigiji to be the custodian of Mount Kenya. No one. Because our constitution provides for leaders from that place to represent them. Mr. Speaker, by his actions that are against Article 10 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Rigiji has alienated Mount Kenya from the rest of the country. He is fought so hard to be the Mount Kenya kingpin, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that this House must impeach him so that he can go and be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, not the deputy president of this country. That's what we need to do this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard him mention the name of our PCS, the name of the Ford Kenya leader. Mr. Speaker, coalition agreements are done.
Give him 1 minute.
Coalition agreements are done between parties and among parties, Mr. Speaker. And if, for example, MDG Wayaran has shares in a government, the shares are for the whole country, not for a tribe or for an individual, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, I must say that we will impeach him. But all of us here today must also soul search that as you impeach Gachagua, have you lived a better life yourself as a Kenyan? Have you lived a better life as a leader? What have you done in your closet that reflects what Gachagua has done? We'll impeach him, but we must also change our ways as a country, from the president down to all of us who lead in this country, Speaker. I support and believe that he must be impeached.
Commissioner Patrick Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to give thumbs up for one Honorable Ecomas Mwengi Mutuse, massive. Mr. Speaker, I give him thumbs up for executing this motion and showing Kenyans that leadership is not about where you come from, who you are, but how you perform your duties. Mr. Speaker, this morning, I've heard many speakers talk to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the speakers who have said that yesterday and the week before, Mr. Speaker, I've been watching the deputy president of this country. doing rallies in town, going to churches. And Mr. Speaker, what we saw on Sunday was different of what we saw yesterday. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to advise us, even as politicians, sometimes we should listen to our advisors, and we listen to the right advisors. Mr. Speaker, if I were to advise the Deputy President, yesterday's interview was his undoing, and he proved to Kenya that yes, all these accusations that are being leveled to him are really true. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to this House, one, despite Article 10, the Deputy President, who is supposed to hold the values of this nation, by uniting Kenyans, by fighting against corruption, by fighting against tribalism, he is the one who has championed tribalism through and through. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, as a member of Parliament Mavoko, I have spoken the word Kenya many times, more than the Deputy President of this country. All what I've been hearing is Murima, 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 Murima. Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell Kenyans, I know Parliament has been prosecuted, and many words, we've been called names that we are an unperforming house. But today I stand here as a legislator Mavoko. Mr. Speaker, why am I charging the Deputy President to be a tribalist? Mr. Speaker, at one time, I listened to the Deputy President on national television saying that he reversed a cabinet decision to reverse the demolitions in Mathare. Why did he do that? He said his people were in Mathare and that he could not sit and see his people's houses demolished. Mr. Speaker, it reminded me when the people of Mavoko houses were being demolished. Personally, I went to him, and Mr. Speaker, I thought he could help me. But the words he used to me are unprintable, and I cannot speak them in this house. Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell him, those people that he was addressing, 30% of the houses that were demolished belong to those people of Murima. They belong to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that is cosmopolitan. Today, as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, we have lost lives. We have had people whose properties had to be auctioned because they had gone for loans for those houses to build. Mr. Speaker, as a legislator, I humbled myself and requested and asked the Deputy President to intervene so that those houses, Mr. Speaker, a parcel of 4,000 acres, 325 acres, I requested him to have the 300 acres where the houses were seated, to have those people even pay to Portland. But the names he called me, Mr. Speaker, I cannot call them here. When I hear someone saying there are things which are not personal, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them, those people elected me to represent them, and their pains are my pains, Mr. Speaker. Today, as I sit here, Mr. Speaker, the same Deputy President came to Machakos, and he said the Kamba votes are very little, they cannot bring in a president. He went ahead and said the Kamba votes, Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni combined are less than 1 million. I want to remind the Deputy President that the Kamba vote is more than 3 million. I want to remind him that Kamba nation produced Gay who took care of Kenyatta in prison. That same Kamba nation produced Munyao Kisoi, who flew the flag of Kenya during Independence Day. That same flag produced Muindi Mbingu, the former freedom fighter, who is my grandfather, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind him that same Kamba nation
Give him 1 minute.
1 minute. Mr. Speaker, that same Kamba nation that you said their votes were useless, they are the ones who are running every night now, calling for them to come and save you in this budget motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that every tribe in this country is important and he should live to respect them. I support this motion for every reason and every accusation that he has been accused of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sane.
Mr. Speaker, before I want to bring out 3 assertions which are highly distorted, emanating from His Excellency, the Deputy President Gachagua. One, that he is a co-president. In every general election, 6 ballot papers are being issued to voters. And of the 6, 1 is for the presidency, and all Kenyans have voted His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. I did not, and no Kenyan voted Gachagua for any position other than being escorting the deputy president to State House. Nobody, the president to State House. He was not elected. So the claim that he had acquired 7.2 million voters is unfounded, unfactual, and is just mere hallucinations, Mr. Speaker. So he's not a co-president, he is just merely an assistant to the president. A second thing, Mr. Speaker, he always talks of being trained in paramilitary exercises or acquired paramilitary training. He is supposed to be a symbol of harmony, a symbol of unity, not to intimidate, not to tell the citizenry that indeed he is military trained. That in itself bespeaks volumes on who his character is, Mr. Speaker. One other thing, yesterday he has made disparaging remarks on the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. The fact that his impeachment is coming in front of this House today and thereafter proceed to the Senate, it wasn't befitting for him to speak disparaging, derogatory remarks on our Speaker and the Speaker of the Senate. On to the impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. Article 150, I think the threshold has fully been met in impeaching the Deputy President Gachagua. His loyalty to the President is questionable. His visits, whenever the President goes out of the country, the Deputy President is never seen to see him off. Whenever the President comes into the country, the second principle is always not available to receive the President. He gives press releases that contradicts the President, talks too much, giving epithets that make our President, demean our President, projecting our President a liar on several occasions. Yesterday, all Kenyans have heard that it is His Excellency the President Ruto who taught me how to respond to civil servants, how to address intelligence officers like Nurdin Haji, like the CID officer Amin. That in itself depicts lack of respect for the presidency. Mr. Speaker, it is clear in our constitution that he is the second in command, as espoused in Article 147.3, as read with 134. This he has failed. He has also shown massive erosion of the position of the executive, not being the assistant and showing the unity so expected of him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President severally pronounced himself on matters discriminating Kenyans, that he has gotten his share of cabinet secretaries in his region. Cabinet secretaries belong to all Kenyans, and I think that doesn't befit. He has addressed public servants in public, and in all aspects, he has violated Article 232, which is the same principles that is expected for the executive. Finally, Mr. Speaker, he also talked ill of public participation. The courts have declared themselves that public participation was well done, and yesterday it was clear that he was contemptuous that the public participation done by the National Assembly did not meet the required threshold, and that, I believe, is also being so contemptuous of this House. With those few remarks, I support the impeachment. Thank you.
Rafael Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is my second motion since I became Member of Parliament, the second one to discuss impeachment of our Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disturbed the way our Deputy President has been behaving, because the Deputy President is principal assistant of the President. But always when the President goes out of the country, the guy recedes back to Murima, and then he starts asking Mr. President so many questions instead of running the country when the President is away. He's never available in Nairobi, except he's only available in his village, trying to ask Mr. President questions, and that, Mr. Speaker, has really annoyed some of us. Mr. Speaker, when there were floods, this Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, was assigned by the President that he's supposed to take care of the disaster that was there at that time. The man never moved from his home yard to other areas. He was never in Nyando, he was never in Budalangi, he was nowhere, and all the food he directed to his backyard. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very brief. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this Deputy President.
Order, Wanjala, there's a point of order. Yes, Muya.
Honorable Speaker, is the member in order to say the Deputy President has never moved out of his backyard, while it is on record and on public domain that he has been in Kisumu, in Busia, in Mombasa, in all parts of the country?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President will only be seen in those places when he's accompanying the President. But he has never come on his own to see the destruction of floods. Mr. Speaker, these people of EACC did a service to this country. Because for you to be elected, you must go through EACC. Mr. Speaker, this Deputy President was a DO. And Mr. Speaker, he was a DO, and as a DO, he was sacked on 30th July 1997 as a DO. And the reason why he was sacked, and I will table this later, that the EACC did not do its work and it cleared him to be a member of Parliament and to be a Deputy President, yet he was not supposed to be because of his misconduct. Mr. Speaker, this letter is read as Mr. Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, District Officer 1, Laikipia, through Provincial Commissioner, summarily dismissal. Reference is made to our letter dated 19th May 1989 on your appointment to the position of District Officer. I and your response statements to show cause for gross misconduct, desertion of duty, and reported mismanagement of relief food for Laikipia District. These are thieves. In this regard, we wish to notify you that your employment contract has been terminated forthwith. Consequently, you are required to report to the Rift Valley Provincial Commissioner for handover and clearance. This was signed by Queen Rua. Mr. Speaker, this was a wrong man to be in this office in the first place. This one, for Kenya to grow, Gachagua must go. To stop tribalism, Gachagua must go. For Kenya to unite, Gachagua must go. I tabled the letter and I support the motion.
Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Raphael Wanjala has produced a photocopy of a document that we cannot get its authenticity. Honorable Speaker, the document the document that Honorable Raphael Wanjala is referring to is not.
Order, Honorable Kagusha. Order. Take your seat, Honorable Kagusha. Honorable Kagusha, first, from where you are sitting, you have not seen the document. Secondly, the Speaker is fully conversant with the rules of admissibility. And I'll look at the document and I'll direct you on how to use it. I thought I had given you an opportunity to contribute. You are going at a tangent that is totally unnecessary. If you want to contribute, that is what I had given you. If you are not ready to contribute, I give somebody else.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to stand, and I stand guided. Honorable Speaker, I want to stand to oppose the motion to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, the reason why the new constitution brought about the issue of having a deputy president position, which is not an appointed position anymore, but a position that the president and the deputy would be conjoined together at the point of election, is so that the two of them can be able to work together. And that is what the country desired. That is what our people of this Republic of Kenya voted for in 2010 in the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that when we have been able to get the two of them, we should be able as a country, as much as practically possible, ensure that whatever misunderstanding and whatever differences that may appear or may exist between the two of them,
yes, Kagombe.
We get...
Kagusha, hold. Honorable Gigi Kagombe, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to disparage the Constitution and mutilate it in the manner he is doing by disputing the provisions of Article 150 of this Parliament to remove a sitting Deputy President? It is constitutional, it is written, it was passed by us in 2010, and that work is given and granted by the Constitution to this Parliament. Therefore, the fact that the President and the Deputy President were elected together doesn't stop the provisions of Article 150. So therefore, it should withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, you know there's a reason why Honorable Kagombe is called Kagombe and not Kigombe. It's because a small cow jumps before he jumps, you know, a small calf. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, you know.
Take your seat. Order. Order, honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Kagusha, take your seat. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable Kagusha, you are here the whole morning, and I did direct to the House. Order. Order. Order, Nabuin, take your seat. Honorable members, we have done very well since morning. This may be an emotive motion, but as leaders, leave your emotions at that door when you come to this House. And I want to encourage you, honorable members, Honorable Kagusha, treat your colleagues the same way you would want them to treat you. Don't make any disparaging remarks. Don't purport to misinterpret the meaning of the name of a colleague, because that's not your duty. We just withdraw and apologize to Kagombe and proceed with your contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to withdraw the naming of Honorable Kagombe and apologize, Honorable Speaker.
No.
Honorable Speaker, I also hope that you have noted the Honorable Amombi has hit me with a bottle of water. Honorable Speaker, and that is unparliamentary. Is that unparliamentary that another honorable member should rule?
Order. Honorable Amombi, did you throw a bottle? Take your seat.
That is very unparliamentary.
Take your seat. Amombi.
Mr. Speaker, it's very bad that Honorable Kagusha can lie to this House. He is lying. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kagusha is lying. Let him continue with the speech, but he should not lie in this House.
Order, honorable members, to the extent that the Speaker didn't see and Honorable Kagusha is not claiming any injury, let's leave it there.
Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion we have a respectable gentleman by the name Henry Kissinger, and Henry Kissinger did state that the quest for peace and order has two elements that are sometimes treated as contradictory. He said that the pursuit of elements of security and the requirements of acts of reconciliation, if you do not and if you cannot achieve both of them, we will not be able to reach either of them. The road to diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, Henry Kissinger did say that may appear complicated and frustrating, but progress to it requires both vision and the courage to undertake that journey. Honorable Speaker, I'm of the opinion that when we have our two senior most gentlemen in this republic having such kind of a disagreement or an issue that is a misunderstanding, we should seek the way of reconciliation. The way I see us doing now, we are just following on the issue of security. We are looking at the issues of removal, yet we are not pursuing a very important goal in this, and that is reconciliation. And for that matter, Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion that we should seek a way that we can be able to bring the two gentlemen together. Honorable Speaker, you know that in the past we have brought an elder by the name His Excellency Obasanjo. We have brought Senator Kuhn from US. We have even had a gentleman by the name Museveni, His Excellency Museveni, who have in the past mediated when our two senior most leaders in this country have disagreed. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to remind you that we have even had Kofi Annan in Kenya. I'm of the opinion that we should have gotten away.
Hold Kagusha. Yes, Shimba.
I want to inform Honorable Kagusha that by any dictionary that is known in this world,
Honorable Speaker, I did not ask for information from Honorable Omar.
Just relax.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, I do not desire to have any information from
Honorable Shimba. Your information, take your seat. Finish up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to complete my statement.
Yeah, finish up. Give him a minute. Finish up. Time is up. Give him a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would just like to complete my statement by saying that I wish that as a country we are able to come up with a mechanism in which we can be able to bring our senior leaders when they have a disagreement in such a way that they can be able to reconcile and agree. Because, Honorable Speaker, even when we open the Pandora's box of impeachment, Honorable Speaker, we are going to be opening something that we may not be able to contain. We are now likely to have many impeachments coming to this House because we have started something that, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we are not able to contain in coming days. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He's off the floor, Junet, so you cannot raise.
The Speaker, I wanted to clarify that the matter before the House is not a disagreement of anyone. It is a motion that has been tabled by Honorable Mutuse that has 8 counts, 11 grounds. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing a motion that contains 11 grounds. We are not discussing any disagreements of anyone with his wife, with his boss, with his children, with his mother, with his uncle, with his cousin, with his farmer, with his cook. We are not discussing those things, bro.
Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuchangia mada ya leo ya kuweza kung'oa mamlakani naibu wa rais. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais amekuwa akizunguka Kenya nzima. Na akizungumza, mimi kwanza nilikuwa nauliza Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais amesahau dawa zake kumeza ama kuna shida Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais alikuwa akizunguka kila mahali anazungumzia mambo ya ukabila, anazungumza mambo ya shares. Mimi najiuliza, Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ndio tulikusanya ushuru zaidi tukawa nambari 1, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini naibu wa rais akizungumza, anazungumza mambo ya shares, mambo ya mlima, mambo ya nini. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiona naibu wa rais anaweza kumkosoa rais mbele ya wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni
Honorable wa Mchomba. Hold Mama Zamzam, hold her time. Yes, Honorable wa Mchomba. Order, honorable members, order, Honorable wa Mchomba.
Bwana Spika, nasimama kuuliza kama
Order, hold on. Which standing order has been breached? Cite the standing order.
Point of information, clarification.
Asante sana
Mheshimiwa Spika. Has been breached.
Mheshimiwa Spika.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
I refuse. I refuse to be muted when I have something that I need the honorable member to clarify. The honorable member must clarify.
Honorable wa Mchomba. Order, Honorable wa Mchomba. Hold your horses. Honorable wa Mchomba. If you want to, you know the rules. Order. Honorable wa Mchomba, you know the rules. If you want to inform a member on the floor, the member must accept your information. She has said she doesn't want. Under what standing order?
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has talked about that Mr. Deputy President alisahau kunywa dawa. Tungetaka kujua ni dawa gani ambazo mheshimiwa anaongea juu yake. Na kama hizo dawa, na kama
Mama Zamzam, endelea.
Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua ndio makosa ya kupatia mabubu kuzungumza. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesema huenda ikawa, sijasema amesahau, nimesema huenda ikawa, nilifikiria, nilikisia. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kiongozi kama yule ambaye siku zote anajua makabila yote Kenya tunakaa kwa amani, tumeoana, tunaelewana, Mheshimiwa Spika, anataka kuturegesha kwa makabila kama vile tulivyokuwa na mambo ya Kaya Bombo, kama tulivyokuwa na zile baada ya kura za 2007 2008. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu walipoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya ukabila. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nakaa nikishangaa, Deputy President alikuja Mombasa, amesimama juu ya gari anatafuna ndizi na mahindi choma. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza alitupa takataka pale, alikuwa juu kama kuna watoto wetu ndio ufagia. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, pale juu ya gari Deputy President anazungumza akisema kuwa yule gavana atoe pesa za floods, wakati anajua 14 billion kutoka World Bank ambayo ni ya disaster management. Mheshimiwa Spika, zilikuwa kwa ofisi yake na aliziramba. Mheshimiwa Spika, alikuwa anajua 6 billion tuliweka hapa katika bajeti. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuzileta Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, yule ni kiongozi wa kugonganisha watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na ndio maana najiuliza, kwa miaka miwili kampuni 22. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi moja sina. Miaka miwili kampuni 22 na zote zina 5.7 billion ya mtoto, ya mke, ya nani, kisha bado unaenda kuchukua mali ya ndugu yako, unaacha mayatima, unaacha mjane, unamtesa, kisha utatuambia nini katika taifa la Kenya? Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi leo nasema ngatuliwe, nasema kwa kutesa mjane Gachagua must go, kwa kukula pesa za mahindi Gachagua must go, kwa kutesa ukabila na Kenya Gachagua must go. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to oppose the motion by the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, Member of Parliament for Kibwezi West. Mr. Speaker, I, representing the people of Kajiado North, Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the motion and the issues that Wakili Mwengi Mutuse has raised. And Mr. Speaker, I pick on a number of issues that I would want to draw the attention of this House to. Number one, Mwengi Mutuse says that all we need to do is to just believe the things he has tabled here are true. We cannot believe what he says is true. We have to cross-examine. We have to look at them properly. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the evidence that he has provided on some of the issues. And Mr. Speaker, having 21 companies, according to Mwengi Mutuse, is an intention for the Deputy President to launder money, and therefore he should be impeached. Mr. Speaker, he did not say money has been laundered, but it is an intention. And he says it is enough for this House to just believe and therefore impeach. Mr. Speaker, I say no to that impeachment. Number two, Mwengi Mutuse, former Chief of Staff in Machakos County Government and the current Member of Parliament, is giving hearsay that he has heard. Mr. Speaker, he has said in his submission that they were officers who were coerced to write to change in the Ministry of Lands without tabling any evidence from the document that he has provided. Mr. Speaker, this House cannot go with hearsay. It is not possible for you to make a decision out of hearsay. Mr. Speaker, in his accusations, he says that the Deputy President is a Mount Kenya person, makes issues based on Mount Kenya. I am the Member of Parliament for Kajiado North. He has visited my constituency for a development tour. The executive, through the State Department for Education, Mr. Speaker, constructed classes, courtesy of his visit in Enoma Tasiani Girls Secondary School, a school that rescues girls, specifically from asylum. Mr. Speaker, the only girls' school that we have in my constituency, the Great Kajiado North. Mr. Speaker, Mwengi Mutuse did not mention such issues, but he says, according to him, the Deputy President coerced, did 1, 2, 3, and Mr. Speaker, he wants to say that we just need to believe. Mr. Speaker, impeaching the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya needs more evidence than what he has provided. I find this to be very shallow. And Mr. Speaker, maybe in the words of the Chief Justice, this is hot air. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have found very respectful submission from lawyers in this House.
Yes, Mama Zamzam.
A majority of them.
Mheshimiwa, point of order number 87, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mimi nataka nimjuze mbunge mwenzangu kuwa huyu alikuwa
naomba nisijuzwe.
Hapana,
naomba nisijuzwe.
She is on a point of order.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka atoe statement of fact. Mheshimiwa Speaker, huyu mbunge aliyoko hapa, hata kama alikuwa akifanya kazi county hapa, amekuja ni mbunge na ametoa motion hapa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, na mimi nataka nimwelezee mbunge kuwa wasema kule wanaosema kufa abiria, kufa conductor, kufa dereva, huyu conductor ameweza kupickpocket maabiria wote, hawana chochote. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa hiyo aende tu nyumbani. Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I choose to stick to content.
Your time is
I choose to stick to matter.
Go on.
I choose to ignore the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to submit to this House that, Mr. Speaker, when a whole deputy speaker of this assembly goes to a public function in Nandi and says that I will oversee the impeachment of the deputy president and comes to this House and is expected to vote, do you expect fairness?
Your time is up. Give him 1 minute. The deputy speaker spoke to that.
Thank you.
She has a vote, unlike the speaker.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I just want to say
and she
that
will
I
not
find
preside on these proceedings.
Okay, because I respect you, Mr. Speaker, I will not engage on that matter. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that Ngogoyo Nesmas Nguro, Member of Parliament for Kajiado North, says no to the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Member for Taveta. Member for Taveta. The mic is there.
Can I have this one?
Is
This
it
one is
working?
short.
There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a start, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by my learned colleague, Honorable Mutuse. Most of the things, Mr. Speaker, have been said, but allow me to say a few things. Number one, allow me to borrow on the then Council of White House during the Clinton administration. He said, impeachment is not a remedy for private wrongs. It's a method for removing someone whose continued presence in office would cause danger to the nation. Mr. Speaker, my position is the continued stay in office of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is a threat to the nation of Kenya. I continue by saying this, Mr. Speaker. Between 1963, when we got independence, we had a vice president in the name of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He never said, do not touch Luo Nyanza. During the President Moi's regime, we had George Saitoti. We had Musalia Mudavadi. He never said, do not touch Luya Nation. During the time of Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, he never said, do not touch Ukambani. But we have a deputy president, Mr. Speaker, who is obsessed with a certain region in this country. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, much has been said by my learned colleagues in this house. But I want to borrow something, Mr. Speaker. Article 145 of the Constitution provides for reasons for impeachment of a deputy president and the president. The case of this during Sonko's impeachment, the Supreme Court laid certain guidelines and said that the question as to whether or not there is a violation of a constitution should be guided by certain principles. Number one, whether there is interference with the constitutional functions of the legislature and the judiciary. My submissions is that the utterances of the deputy president in relation to his cases in court is interference with the constitutional functions of the legislature and the judiciary. Another ground that has been given in determination as to whether or not there is a violation of the constitution is whether there is an abuse of the code of conduct. Mr. Speaker, my argument is the constant pronunciation by the deputy president that divides the country in terms of regions and tribe is an abuse of code of conduct and is a ground for impeachment. Another criteria given is the disregard and breach of fundamental rights of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. In Taveta, where I come from, there are two minority tribes. There is the Taveta tribe and there is the Pare tribe, with the minority tribes in Kenya. Article 56 of the Constitution says that the state should do everything within its means to ensure that marginalized tribes in Kenya are protected. Mr. Speaker, the pronouncement of the deputy president about a certain region without considering the Tavetas of Taveta or the Pares of Taveta is a violation of fundamental rights and freedom as guaranteed by Article 56 and is a ground for impeachment. Very lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Even in Taveta, there are Kikuyus. So if we constantly obsessed of Mount Kenya, who will speak for the Kikuyus who live in Tavetas? And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because of the obsession of Mount Kenya, because of obsession of a certain region, Rigathi Gachagua must go.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start with there was a spat between the Pope and Napoleon in 1800. And this is what Napoleon asked the Pope. Pope, how many divisions do you have? Then the Pope replied, I have the Catholic Church. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, during the interview, the Deputy President came up strongly to almost insinuate that this Parliament is a bunch of clowns. But this Parliament is guarded by so many things. But the very important instrument this Parliament wields is this thing called the Constitution. It is the supreme law of the land. Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why the Deputy President must be impeached is the issue of national unity. He came on public stage to talk about one issue that eventually will discriminate the minorities. One man, one vote, one shilling. That is important in the way he says. But in a sense, the regions that are behind, that are discriminated, that are marginalized, will continue to be behind. Honorable Speaker, Article 56, A1, it talks about minority groups, why they must be in government, why they must be represented. Honorable Speaker, this country must move forward, and it must move as one nation, one people. We are of different nationalities. It is the Deputy President who stood in a public place to say that the problem of this country is the Somalis. The Somalis are part and parcel of this nation. They have done great contribution to this country, and they cannot be excluded for anything. Honorable Speaker, the second issue why the Deputy President must and he has to leave that office is on the matters of national security. He is privy to National Security Council meetings. He attends. Sometimes he could chair. For him to come out and divulge those information to public of need-to-know basis, then it means he has crossed the red line. Honorable Speaker, the third issue is Article 147. The Deputy President is the principal assistant to the President. And sometimes when the President is away, he's delegated to be the President. This happened in the 11th Parliament when Uhuru Kenyatta was attending ICC. And he wrote down that President Ruto will act on his behalf. It can happen even this time. If we have a president who is already determined to discriminate some parts of the country, then how do we trust him with power? Honorable Speaker, lastly, he is not assisting or supporting the president. Finance Bill 2024-25 was thrown out by Parliament, was thrown out by the people. Not that people didn't want it, not Parliament didn't want it, because he never supported it. He kept on campaigning against the finance bill. For those reasons, Honorable Speaker, I think the Deputy President must be impeached. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Farah Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, I want to weigh on this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to reinvent the wheel again. We have had Deputy President, before that we have had Vice Presidents. One, Andrei Gromyko of Russia, was one time asked why he has remained as the Deputy President for so long. And somebody else said, to be a Deputy President, you have to have the capacity to sit on a block of ice with your pants down and make a green. a deputy president is no more than a personal assistant to the president. And that's how it's provided for in all constitutions, all over. I haven't seen one in which certain executive authority is given to the deputy president. In the US, if you remember very well, when John F. Kennedy was the president, there was a brother of John F. Kennedy who was the Attorney General, who was called Bobby Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy literally did not think Lyndon B. Johnson was anything. But Lyndon B. Johnson kept tight, watched his cool, and later on he became the president of the US. In our own country, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from our friends? In our own country here, I know many of you are not my age, you're younger than me, but a good number of you are also either my age or slightly older. When Moi was the vice president, which is the number 2, he was so humiliated, so much so that an SSP called Mungai slapped him in the State House in Nakuru when he was going to go and see his boss, who was the president. He did not complain publicly. He did not complain privately. He just went about his business. If you remember very well, when Kibaki was the deputy vice president of this country, which is number 2, he was dropped from being the number 2 and appointed a minister for health in the Moi government. He went to the president, thanked him for giving him the opportunity to be his vice for 11 years. Mr. Speaker, can you protect the House? It's too much sound.
Let's go on.
He thanked him for giving him an opportunity to serve as his assistant or as the vice president for 11 years and took up his job as the minister for health with a gusto and did a fantastic job as one of the best health ministers we have had in this country. Mr. Speaker, many people have been deputy presidents or vice presidents or number 2 in the executive here. I am glad I have been vindicated because about a year ago, I had said that Rigathi Gachagua is the worst number 2 in the history of this country. And I'm sure now I'm being vindicated.
Order. Order, members. Order, member. Is that Masara? Yes. Maintain your silence. Carry on.
I said exactly 1 year ago, Rigathi Gachagua is the worst number 2 in the history of this country, whether a vice president or a deputy president. I'm glad I'm vindicated today. I remember when we had almost a collapse of the state and the nation in 2008, and we had the national accord on the floor of this House, and you were also a member of parliament. Raila Odinga was made the prime minister of this country. There was Raila Odinga, and there was also Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the vice president. Technically, in law, Raila was supposed to share 50-50 power with President Kibaki. But he was happy to say that he will support the president. And he supported the president until the term was over. I mean, that is what it's supposed to be. Here is somebody who literally, when this country is on the brink of certain serious problems, goes to Mombasa, and many of us believe that he was part of the so-called whatever, the riots that were there and the goons that attacked parliament. And then he creates a parallel press conference in Mombasa in which he castigates the policies of his own boss. His own boss, including castigating people whose authority is driven by the appointment by the president and passed by this parliament, passed by this house. Mr. Speaker, this man is bad for this country. There is need, this man is a heartbeat away from the president. God forbid, if anything were to happen to our president, he is the president. He is a danger. There will be no Kenya.
1 minute.
If Gachagua has anything to do with, as far as I'm concerned, he did not even give me the benefit of saying that let's be careful with the Somalis, we don't like Somalis. He called us warrior. You know what I mean? He didn't give me even the respect or the courtesy. I could not say Mau Mau. I would say Kikuyus if I want to talk about Kikuyus, or look for any derogatory name. I will not look for that. He didn't give us even that respect of saying the Somalis of Kenya. He said warrior. They do not have any role. They are not shareholders in this government. And you know what? I come from a region, Wajir alone, Wajir County alone is bigger than Central Province, Mountain Region, Western Province, and Nyanza put together. In Nyanza, and you have not gone to Garissa, you have not gone to Mandera, you have not gone to Marsabit where we share with our Cushitic brothers, you have not gone to Shiloh. He's talking about half the country and he thinks we are from Somalia.
Time is up. Your time is up. Yes, Dr. Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my brother, for allowing me to pass on this information. Apart from what you have said, Mheshimiwa, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is on record for insulting women as Malayas. And I want to go on record. He said that the one and only beautiful Honorable Jematia is a Malaya. And somebody can negate that, and I have to say it. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, your time is up. Give him 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, Speaker.
Yes.
This country belongs to us all. This country belongs to all of us. If you try to marginalize me, and tomorrow I take up arms and decide to fight that, do you think there will be Kenya? Do you think 100,000 Somalis taking arms, there will be Kenya? Or 50,000 Turkanas? Or Sabaots? Or Pokots? This man is playing with this country. We shall not have stability, Mr. Speaker. We must have a country in which we all feel that we are loved and we are equals. Equals. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion of impeaching Gachagua. Let's do it the fastest possible, and we should never have somebody like him in future in any position of leadership. Mr. Speaker, we are all equals in this country. There's nobody who's more equal. We fought for independence. All of us fought for independence, although some will want to try and hide the...
Your time is up. Member for Turkana at the back. That is who? Emathe. Emathe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to just give some comments on the same. Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President was being sworn in at Kasarani, I only knew him as a personal assistant to the former President Uhuru. And after he spoke and he sat down, I was seated close to Honorable Kiborek. I told Honorable Kiborek that this is not going to be a good person. From the analogy that formerly he was a PA to the former president, and the manner in which he spoke to me was in the contrary. I just said that when he was being sworn in, I didn't know him. The only thing I knew about him was he was a PA. Now, the chicken have come home to roast. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support his impeachment the same manner in which over 92% of my constituents in Turkana Central have agreed that we do the impeachment. Honorable Speaker, the impeachment is in two parts. There is the anti-corruption part of it, and there is the ethical or the ethics part of it. I want to speak on the ethics. And Honorable Speaker, here is a man who is full of himself. He is a very proud person, and Honorable Speaker, he doesn't even know what to say. He just speaks in the manner that does not depict him as the Deputy President of this country. Honorable Speaker, the Bible in the book of James brings out the bad part of the tongue. It says the tongue is this part of the body that is a world of evil. It is a fire. Honorable Speaker, the tongue corrupts the whole body. That is what the Bible says in the book of James. Honorable Speaker, in this juncture, I want to say that as a UDA member in the Kenya Council government, I want to say that it says we are not in agreement to work together with the Deputy President. I am not in agreement as a member who was ascribed to the party that I may not be able to work with the Deputy President because we have to agree. And what we are processing today here, Honorable Speaker, is a divorce. We are processing a divorce because under Article 56, this is a man who will not be able to speak for the minorities. He is a man who will not speak for the marginalized. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, we are processing a divorce because this is akin to King Nebuchadnezzar, a man who was like everything in the Chaldean, in the city of Babylon. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya wants to unite. Kenya wants to kill the animal called tribalism. This is not the Deputy President that Kenya will require to kill the devil of tribalism. This is not the man who is ready to unite us. This is not the man who does not even know there are Elmolos in this country. He does not know that we have the Dasanach or the Merile in this country. Maybe at some point, because he has never been to Turkana, he does not even know the Turkanas exist in this country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is not the man who can unite Kenya in the office of presidency. And therefore, I support his impeachment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Edith Nyenze. Edith Nyenze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time to say what the great people of Kitui West have sent me to come and say. I know that the Bible has been quoted from the two divines in several ways, but I'm also going to quote the Bible, and I'm going to quote from John, from chapter 8, from 7 to 11. And actually, these were teachers and of law and Pharisees who brought a woman to Jesus, and they said that they found the woman in the act. And then they said, according to the law of Moses, such a woman was found in adultery, and she was supposed to be stoned to death. But what Jesus told them, he told them that if they do not have sin amongst themselves, they should be the first ones to cast the stones. But what these people did, they just looked and ran away. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this scripture actually highlights the importance of forgiveness and mercy, and challenges the self-righteousness and hypocrisy. Actually, what I want to say is that there is also reconciliation. Reconciliation should be given room. Dialogue should be given room. If there was dialogue with a former prime minister, there was handshake with a former prime minister, why not give dialogue to even the deputy president? So give dialogue, give reconciliation for the peace of this country. What the people of Kitui West told me is that they have more pressing issues. They have more pressing issues than this impeachment. And therefore they told me to say no to this impeachment, that they should be sorting their problems first before we even come to this impeachment. We have only 3 years to go before the end of the term. So why breach the peace? So whoever is righteous, let them be the first ones to cast the stone. Thank you.
Honorable Kororia. Honorable Kororia. I will give you. Kororia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I stand to support this special motion. The motion that Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, should go home. Honorable Speaker, I can remind this House that during the swearing-in ceremony at Kasarani, the Deputy President humiliated Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta so badly before the nation and the visiting dignitaries in the Republic of Kenya. That was not enough, Honorable Speaker. After 3 months, he started attacking young people in Mount Kenya region, calling them Mongeke, to an extent of attacking Maina Jenga and calling him the leader of Mongeke, Honorable Speaker. Later, Honorable Speaker, he was not comfortable and satisfied with that. He went ahead to refer to the members of parliament from Mount Kenya region as Gakonia and Kunda Gotome and Komereras, Honorable Speaker. That is not acceptable, Honorable Speaker, because we all come from the same region and we are elected by the people. He went ahead, Honorable Speaker, to attack Raila Odinga and the Azimio fraternity, and saying that he has put Mitego so that they will not enter State House. And he was supposed to put Mitegos so that they don't enter Karen residence because he's not a president. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we do not have two centers of power in the Republic of Kenya. We only have one president, and the sentiments of Rigathi Gachagua that they were elected together with President William Ruto is a lie. The person who was elected is the president. Gachagua was just a running mate, and there were no votes for a running mate, Honorable Speaker. Finally, yesterday during a press briefing, Rigathi Gachagua referred to this Honorable House as a theater of the absurd. And he's coming to this same house today. I don't know whether you are going to compel him to substantiate if he's coming to a theater or Parliament of Kenya. With that, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying Gachagua must go.
Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this special motion of impeachment against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when the wheels of fortune have enabled someone to rise to high eminence, such as the office of Deputy President, so much is expected of them. Unfortunately, from my own personal interaction with the Deputy President, and shortly I will give some examples, I feel he has fallen short of the expectations of that high office. I first came across Mr. Rigathi Gachagua in the late 80s when we were at the university. And as a matter of fact, he was ahead of us, and I think he was heading one of the district student organizations. He had cleared university, but he had not exited. In other words, he had become a pirate. That was the terminology we used then. He was residing in some place called State House residence. And what I used to hear about him was not very impressive. But nonetheless, on October 7th, 2023, which was exactly 1 year ago, in some place called Murngia, Alego, at the homestead of the late General Francis Omondi Ogola, together with Mheshimiwa Elisha here, Mheshimiwa Nyamita, Honorable Jalango, I've seen him somewhere, and His Excellency the President, we did meet with the Deputy President. And it was about 6:45. He received us warmly, but we were guests of General Ogola. And as you'd expect, a man of his status, you expected some decorum, temperance, prudence, good behavior. But unfortunately, some of these attributes were not present in his conduct. The Deputy President on that occasion did stand up and tell the President to our face that he had come down to get him from the Nyanza tour that we were undertaking, and that he had no business staying for too long in Nyanza. I looked at him and I wondered what was the problem with his compos mentis. In other words, was he of sound mind? And then I asked myself, we were the guests of the late General, why would he want us to exit the homestead of General Ogola? And it bothered me very much, because clearly that was what you and I, as lawyers, we call animus nocendi, intention to harm. Why would he insist that the president has no business being in Nyanza? He said it to our face 3 times, interrupting General Ogola when we were being briefed about the attack that had just been conducted by Hamas on Israel. That was my first time to interact with him very closely. The second time was on April 30th, 2024. 28th April 2024, this year, when we had floods in Suba and several people died. I did communicate with him by way of text. I sent him pictures, including that of a gentleman who had lost 3 children. And I asked him to avail to me the state resources that I could use to alleviate the pain and loss of my people. He did not respond. He did not call back. He did not show any interest. On 30th April 2024, I did contact Honorable Kagusha, who was sitting next to him at a rally in Nyeri. And I saw Honorable Kagusha whispering to him my message. And they texted me back that the Deputy President would come back to me. He never did. On 6th of May 2024, I again reached out to him in his capacity as the coordinator of relief. He did not respond. I support this motion, and I want to say this. What I found with Honorable Gachagua is lack of education. Obama says, education is not a name of any degree or certificate that can be shown to others as proof. Education is the name of our attitude, actions, language, and behavior with others in real life. I'm on behalf of people of Suba South, I am supporting this motion, and I want to inform the House, our role today as a grand jury is not to establish beyond reasonable doubt any of these charges. Our role is very simple. Our role is to say we have found triable issues, frame the charges, leave that trial to the Senate. And once we do that, we shall have discharged our duty. Mr. Speaker, I fully support.
Thank you. Your time is up. Kanjori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, let me also add my voice to this very important motion. And let me start by saying I support the motion to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, it should be understood that this is a motion that this House is making an attempt to save this country from a bad, divisive leader. Honorable Speaker, and allow me to thank the mover of this motion, Honorable Mutuse, for the courage that he has shown, and the 291 members who have signed this motion. Honorable Speaker, I say the courage because, Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, Kenyans have been watching helplessly, including the President of this country. They've been watching helplessly the Deputy President moving around this country, dividing this country into shares and dividing this country in tribal lines. Honorable Speaker, let me say my reasons for supporting this motion. First reason, Honorable Speaker, in 2022, the country suffered a very bad drought. And the government responded by giving relief to the pastoral communities whose families, most families were left without able to feed their families. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President took most of that relief food to areas that were not affected by drought. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans should understand that this is not a motion or an impeachment against a tribe. It is a motion to impeach an individual who has shown, to use the majority leader's word, a black man with a black hat. This is a man who has shown that he does not care about the country, but his interest is in a small region. But it is actually interest that is driven by self-interest. It is not that he loves that region. We have seen that what he has amassed wealth for himself and not for the region. So, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Wamshomba. I thought you normally sit this side.
Thank you.
Yes.
The temperatures there are too high. Mr. Speaker,
Go ahead.
I rise to defend the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua against what I am calling mob justice, a process that has not given him the right of reply, a process that has gone on, presented some fact checks to the villages, and disseminated information to the members of public without giving him the opportunity to defend himself.
Hold your horses, Wamchomba. I was consulting with KJ. I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat? Can you repeat what you said?
I can't hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Repeat what you said. I didn't hear. I was consulting with Honorable Member for Dagoretti.
I have said I rise to defend the Deputy President, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, against a process that I feel, personally as my opinion, it is mob justice against the Deputy President because he has not been given the right of reply before we went for public participation. That is what I've said.
Honorable Wamchomba.
According to the standing order here.
Honorable Wamchomba, that is neither factual nor legal because the Deputy President is appearing before this House at 5. So be factual.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Please allow me to execute my point, then you can guide. Procedurally, Mr. Speaker, the fact sheets that were distributed in our constituencies had allegations that were read out to members of public as facts. So to me, the fact sheets that were distributed in our constituencies were fact sheets that were communicating facts. But from where I come from, Mr. Speaker, what was typed in those papers was not factual and needed to be interrogated. And I'm glad that the Deputy President is appearing in an hour's time here to come and clear the air. Mr. Speaker, before I defend and I give my submission, I request you to allow me to refer to the standing order number 91 on responsibility for statement of facts. A member shall be responsible for accuracy and facts for whatever allegations that comes and disseminates from this House. Mr. Speaker, this morning we were watching video clips on our television in this House. Those video clips that were played in this House were reported speeches that were reported from various media houses in this country. Mr. Speaker, according to the Kenyan Constitution and the Data Protection Act, it is our duty to clarify information before we disseminate and use it for a quasi-judicial process like we are handling today. Mr. Speaker, I would want your guidance whether those media clips that were used this morning in the floor of this House by the mover of this motion, whether those media clips were qualified to be used in this process of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, my other issue is I will be glad that the mover of this motion clarifies that the allegation around the corruption issues on procurement matters have been taken through the right areas of Auditor General so that we can have fact to discuss this afternoon. Otherwise, according to me, the allegations that have been tabled by the mover of these motions are mere mudslinging, they are hearsay, They are gossips and they must stop, and Mr. Deputy President must continue working for this country with all the energy, with all the labor, and with all the love that he has had. And those that feels that Mr. Deputy President has been biased into Mount Kenya politics, please forgive us, but we must tell you, everybody has their home. The Deputy President comes from Mount Kenya, and every good thing starts from Jerusalem. Even Jesus had to start his good work from Jerusalem. We are the Jerusalem. We shall continue allowing the Deputy President to do the work he's been doing in Mount Kenya, even as he tries and attempts to work in other parts of this country. I have personally escorted the Deputy President in other areas outside Mount Kenya. I know Mr. Deputy President has tried. It is barely 2 years before Mr. Deputy President continues with this work. Please allow him space to work. 2 years are not sufficient. Even for the members in this house know very well. They have also not been able to do what they promised their voters during campaigns. We are all elected members here, and we know we made pledges, and 2 years are not sufficient for anybody to use that as a basis to judge anybody on the performance. I support that the Deputy President be given the opportunity to serve this country, and those that are attacking the Deputy President for working on behalf of the Mount Kenya region, they must also accept that everybody has a village where they come from, everybody has a home where they come from, and every good thing starts from Jerusalem, just like Jesus Christ did. Asanteni sana, and I refuse. The Deputy President is going nowhere. He's going to stay here to serve us. To serve us as we gave him votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is up. Ken Chonga. Ken Chonga.
Asante mstahiki Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii nichangie mswada huu ambao uko mbele ya bunge. Mstahiki Spika, mimi sijaokoka. Na nimesikia wenzangu kila wakichangia hapa wanataja sehemu fulani za Biblia ambazo kwamba zinaambatana na matamshi ambayo wanataka huko yazungumza. Lakini kwa kwamba kweli kuna mbinguni na kuna hera, nafikiria Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa kuni za kuchoma ambao watachomwa. Na kisa na sababu mstahiki Spika ni uongo ambao kwamba Deputy President ameujaza katika matamshi yake. Jana jioni nilichukua muda wangu mstahiki Spika kumsikiza hoja ile ambayo kwamba alikuwa anaizungumzia. Ninashukuru kunipa nafasi hii kwa sababu mmoja kati ambaye aliguswa pale ni mimi. Mimi nikiwa mbunge wa Kilifi South ama Kilifi Kusini, ile hoteli ya Gachagua pale mahali imejengwa iko eneo bunge langu mimi. Na yale aliyozungumza bwana Deputy Governor jana ulikuwa ni uongo mtupu. Sorry, Deputy President. Kitu cha kwanza mstahiki Spika, wakati King Charles III alipokuja ndio aende atembelee kule chini Kuruwitu, alikuwa amekuja kwa mwaliko wa Kuruwitu Conservancy CBO. Na wakati alipofika kwa Kuruwitu Conservancy CBO, mkutano ule haukuchukua zaidi ya dakika 30, akaenda Vipingo Ridge. Ile barabara ambayo kwamba aliomba kwamba itengenezwe kwa sababu angetaka kuhifadhili Vipingo Kuruwitu Conservancy, ile barabara haipitiki. Lakini Deputy President akaona amepata nafasi nzuri sana. Ile barabara baada ya kwamba iende kwa Kuruwitu Conservancy, akachukua ile barabara akaijenga, akiipeleka kwake hotelini, imeshia pale kwa hoteli yake. Na ninaongea kwa sababu mimi pia nimejenga hapo. Bwana Deputy President alisema kwamba watu waliomba hiyo barabara ijengwe, kulikuwa na public participation. Ni kweli kabisa tuliomba ya kwamba barabara ile ijengwe. Lakini hii kwamba ni uhusiano wake yeye na wenyeji wa Kuruwitu kwamba ni uhusiano ambao ni mzuri, wanaelewana, na kwamba hata mbunge eneo hilo anajua, mimi nasema ashindwe katika jina la Yesu. Siyajui hayo. Sikuhusishwa kuhusu barabara ambayo alimepeleka kwa hoteli yake. Tatu, Bwana Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, Deputy President alisema ya kwamba barabara ile inafaidi watu wengi sana ambao kwamba wanaishi maeneo yale. Akataja ya kwamba kuna vipingo, Shariani Secondary School. Mimi ninajua mahali Shariani Secondary School ipo, wala haifaidiki na ile barabara. Akataja kuhusu Shariani Primary School. Shariani Primary School ukitaka kuaccess unaipata kwa hiyo main highway ya kutoka njia panda ya kutoka Mtwapa kuelekea Kilifi na kuelekea Malindi. Kusema ukweli kabisa, yale niliyokuwa nazungumza kuhusu wekezo ule ni wa uongo. Tatu, ile nyumba ambayo kwamba ilikuwa ni ndugu yake, sisi tulijua toka ilipokuwa zamani, na ukweli kama utafatwa itabainika wazi ya kwamba Bwana Deputy President aidha awe alinunua kutoka kwa ndugu yake ama awe amemuibia ndugu yake. Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha, ni jambo la kuhuzunisha. Akisema ya kwamba mali ile yote ambayo iliachwa, yeye ameachiwa percentage fulani kubwa kushinda wale watoto. Kama ukweli si uongo, basi si anasherehekea kifo cha ndugu yake. Ni nani mwenye akili zake timamu ataacha urithi au peane kwa ndugu yake, asahau watoto wake, asahau bibi zake, asahau binamu zake, hali yeye anasema kwamba yeye ni mtu uko na mali? Mimi sijawahi kumuunga mkono kwa lolote, na ninajua nyumba hii iko na hisia tofauti kulingana na masuala ya Deputy President. Wakati nilipeleka public participation Kilifi South, 95%
Give him 1 minute.
Na asante sana Mstahiki Speaker. Na asije akasema ya kwamba yeye alichaguliwa na watu sijui milioni 7, na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba sisi ambao tuko hapa kama wabunge, sisi ndio tuna represent wale watu ambao walitualika pale. Kwa hivyo asiseme kwamba sisi hatuna uwezo wa kutoa amri au mamlaka ya kwamba yeye agatuliwe mamlakani. Langu ninasihi, wakati umefika. Unajua Mungu akitaka kukumaliza hukuweka kichaa. Mimi sijasema kwamba Deputy President ako na kichaa. Ninasema tu ya kwamba matamshi yake kama hata chunga yataelekeza kwamba tumshuku katika akili zake. Asante Mstahiki Speaker.
Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to make it clear that I support this special motion by Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Speaker, there are 11 counts as contained in this special motion. What these 11 counts in total summarize and talk about is gross misconduct and issues of integrity. The holder of the office of the Deputy President is not a small man. He is just a heartbeat away from the presidency. Looking at the behaviors, actions, utterances of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua shows you that he does not befit to hold the office of the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, time and again, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has been talking about Murima. But one thing I want people to know is that the same Murima has people who have been elected by the same representative and who are in this house representing the people of Mount Kenya. Rigathi Gachagua is not the sole representative of Mount Kenya. They have MPs, they have women reps, they have senators, they have governors. He is supposed to represent each and every part of this country called Kenya. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that bit. Sometimes in July, in a well-attended press conference in Mombasa, intelligence services, and especially in the person of Director General. Now, look at this case. The Deputy President is a member of NSAC, the National Security Advisory Council. He sits in that council. If there are issues that he has with individuals running those institutions, the best place will have been that council. Now, you've been the Deputy President of the country. Instead of addressing matters in a perfect and constitutional manner, you address the press and taint the images of such officers, critical officers of security. That itself is quite unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the press conference last night. One thing that perturbed me was the issue of His Excellency saying, I have gotten all these wealth from my brother. Now I'm asking myself, he doesn't have wealth of his own that he can tell the people? How come he is the one who gets more of the shares than the widows and the orphans? It's also unfortunate that the same Rigathi Gachagua was at one point a district officer in 1997. He was sacked for stealing relief food. What is relief food supposed to go to? To the vulnerable people, vulnerable community of that area. He stole the relief food. We cannot continue to entrust one Rigathi Gachagua with the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We call upon this House to make history for the first time under the new Constitution to say that Rigathi Gachagua does not befit to hold the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The President and the Deputy President are supposed to work in harmony. They are not working in harmony. The President sometimes goes out of the country.
Sorry. Ruth Odinga. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise today not just as a member of this esteemed House, but as a daughter, a sister, and a proud descendant of those who fought tirelessly for the freedom we hold dear. I urge us to reflect on the values upon which our great nation was built as we consider the impeachment of the Deputy President. I want to take you back to the times before independence. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is one of the people who fought for independence. And the colonialists actually offered him to be to become the president of Kenya. He declined and left that for Jomo Kenyatta to become the president. And in 1964, Jaramogi became the first vice president of the Republic of Kenya. Exactly 2 years down the line, like the 2 years we now have with the deputy president, Jaramogi decided that due to the ideologies that he was holding, which differed from the president, he decided to step down and leave the position of vice president, not for his own good, but for the greater good of the Republic of Kenya. he actually stepped down. I would like, in my own statement, to ask the Deputy President that Kenya is larger than you. Kenya is a big country that we need to protect. If I were you, Mr. Deputy President, please take the honorable route that some of your predecessors had taken, like Jaramogi, and step down from this position of presidency. Don't take Kenya through the valley of the abyss you want, the dark abyss you want Kenya to go through. Secondly, I would like to say something. I was not one of the people who was actually wanting this impeachment of the Deputy President. I felt that the Deputy President's impeachment was not the main problems that we were having in Kenya, and that we had other issues. But having heard how the President spoke last night, I am completely convinced from that statement that the Deputy President must go, and he must go as soon as possible. One of the reasons why I say that is that we are not here for our personal grandiose and our personal wealth. Kenya, if the Deputy President is mourning because his father is going to turn in his grave because of the wealth that is being accused of, I wonder what the people like Bildad Kagia, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and all those who fought for us to get through this, to get to where we are, through multi-party. Oginga Odinga and all went through house arrest, detention, to make sure that we get the multi-party that we are enjoying in this country, the democracy that we are enjoying. How are they feeling in their grave when now the Deputy President is talking about making Kenya a company? What company are you talking about, and shareholders? When Kenya is a country that we have a sovereign country in Kenya. Mr. Deputy President, I was a bit on your side, but you have hanged yourself with your own rope. Whoever informed you to go to the TV yesterday did you a very big disservice. And for that, I support the motion.
Mbura Aburi.
Asanti Bwana Spika kunipa nafasi hii. Yangu ni kidogo sana. Nikusema eti ya kwamba tunataka naibu wa rais yule ambaye si mkabila. Kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa sana kusinda mtu. Tukiongea mambo ya mlima, kule kwangu Tigania East, tuko katikati ya mlima. Lakini ukiangalia katika hii kitabu ambaye, ukiangalia haya mashtaka yaliyo katika kitabu hii, ukiangalia ile mashtaka katika kitabu hii, ile zile kampani zote ziko hapa ni za Gachagua, bibi yake na watoto wake. Hakuna Mutigania, hakuna Mwegembe, hakuna Muimenti, hakuna Mluya. That means yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anatetea tumbo yake. Ndipo mimi niko hapo kusema eti ya kwamba sisi atupembelezani. Sisi tunasema kwamba lazima aende nyumbani kwa sababu amekataa kuangalia mambo ya wananchi wa Kenya, na Kenya ni kubwa. Ingine ni hii. Mimi nimekaa kule East Africa Community kipindi ya miaka 5. Nilikuwa na Jematia ambaye ni nanda yangu. Katika kipindi ya miaka 5 sijawahi kusikia Jematia akiwa no malaya, lakini naibu wa rais alisimama akasema kwamba Jematia ni malaya. Ya kwamba mimi nikiwa Mporo Mtwabori na support naibu wa rais aende nyumbani. Asante sana. Thank you.
Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support with a lot of strength this motion because many times I thought I was a tenant in Kenya. And I know I was born and raised in this nation. When a leader of a national figure discriminates openly, I left myself wondering if we can keep allowing to be divided every day. And yet, as leaders, we must be a factor that unites all Kenyans. I want to ask the Deputy President, what message was he sending to Busians who voted for Honorable Maina in Marachi West, in Butlak Sub-County? And what message was he sending to Busians who voted for Honorable Talam in Buhayo West?
in Matayos, Busia County. We should be free from Mombasa to Turkana, any person of any race, any tribe, to stand and be elected without being pointed at as this one belonging to a particular region and that one not belonging to our region. Because Kenya is our country and we are here in this country to build it. If we don't join, because if you go as an individual, you are a drop in the ocean. But together as Kenyans, we are an ocean. So I want to ask again, what other thing a principal assistant is supposed to do? According to me, unless you have a shrunken hippocampus in your brain, then you go displaying what your master is doing instead of being the real assistant of even covering up. One day he says, I was sent all these things I was saying. I was sent all these things I'm saying. It's like he is wearing an oversized coat, oversized trouser, a tumbo cut vest, and oversized shoe. He does not understand his role as a principal assistant. We must unravel from the seams of our fabric in this country. Because sometimes you can be wearing a dress or a trouser, but something keeps biting you. Unless you unravel or open up the seam to know what is biting you, you will continue losing blood and become anemic. So people of any nation are stronger than the people in power. All leaders in this nation must be responsible of the utterances they puke every day, because what will our future leaders be saying? I am, or who is our role model? Who is their role model? All of us must be responsible not to give hate speech anywhere we go. And I don't think there is a tribe in Kenya that is superior than others. Whether you come from Eastern in Garissa or you come from Siamahanga village where I live, you are equal. Article 27, Section 4 is clear about this, that we should not discriminate. When I hear a widow in Mount Kenya being tortured, being snatched property by the deputy president, whether she is Kikuyu and she's a widow, she is representing all the widows in Kenya. So Gachagua return the matrimonial property, the bank accounts, everything that you took from that widow in Nyeri. Because I was raised by a widow and I know what happens when such things happen. A widow should be given their rights, whether you have all the muscle in the nation. And thirdly, a leader who does not respect women, that one is not a leader. Calling women prostitutes. So when a woman is being a prostitute, who is the other prostitute? Then he must be the one. Because if you call me a prostitute, was I doing myself? There must be somebody in a trouser too. And we do not want to be discriminated. We have been dating, marriage. We marry Kikuyu, Luya, Teso, Kamba. That should continue happening than us growing up or children fearing to marry from Mount Kenya or fearing to marry from Nyanza. That is wrong. So Deputy President must go home. We really want him to just take a rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Muya, what's your point of order?
Speaker, I'm standing on standing order number 91 on matters of facts and substantiating what the member is speaking of. The issue of Malaya have been adversely mentioned in this house. Have you as the speaker received anything to substantiate? Honorable Speaker, it is on record that the deputy speaker, the deputy president has been crossing the whole country campaigning for the same women, especially in Mount Kenya where he was assigned. So it is unfair that members can continue repeating. You cannot substantiate, and there is no evidence. We should have evidence.
Point. Honorable members, order. Take your seat. Honorable members, I want, with your concurrence, to reduce the time of the speakers to 2 minutes. Is that agreed? Is that agreed? For the purpose of the record, I'll put the question that we reduce time for speakers from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Didymus, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that I support this impeachment motion. I say so because Kenya, we have more than 42 tribes. And it was never our permission to decide which tribe you belong to, Honorable Speaker. And we want every part of our country to feel part and parcel or properly represented by our Deputy President. The continued dividing of our country in shares, Honorable Speaker, in terms of how many votes that a particular area voted for the government, Mr. Speaker, it is making parts of this country feel like they're not part of this country. I think, in a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, because of time, I want to summarize what I want to say by saying that Kenya as a country, the position of the Deputy President, it requires a patriot. It requires an individual whom, when he speaks, the country listens with optimism. It doesn't require an individual who, when he opens his mouth, part of this country begins to bleed. This country doesn't require a villager in the name of the Deputy President. It requires a patriot, a statesman. And this House, Mr. Speaker, we will go down in the history of this country because the war against tribalism, the war against segregating this country along shareholding lines, it's a war that we have come a long way, Honorable Speaker. It's a war that we vowed that we must win it in installments. And today we are paying the last installment. Rigathi Gachagua must go home, not by walking, but by running, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Wajir West. Please, here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I rise, Mr. Speaker, reluctantly but firmly in support of all the articles of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I say reluctantly because of the following reasons. Normally, Mr. Speaker, as a Muslim leader, I don't rush to support this grave matter like this to remove the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya from office after just 2 years of election. But because of the conduct, the behavior of the Deputy President of this country, Mr. Speaker, I have no option but to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I am a witness who went to the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to request for assistance during the drought season, to request for relief food for the people of Wajir West. But the utterances of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya was shocking, Mr. Speaker. He told me, Mr. Speaker, and I want to confirm to this House, that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya told me you have more than your share. It was shocking. I was dejected, hopeless, and left the office in protest, Mr. Speaker. Who disrespected and discriminated against the people I represent in this House. Mr. Speaker, today, as we speak, it's a historical day. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, for unity of this House, of the country.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 2
Mr.
minutes.
Speaker, from the onset, I rise to oppose this motion, this special motion on removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when a man is down in the spirit of Ubuntu, it is not good to crush him. On Sunday, the Deputy President at the National Prayer Altar stood and apologized profusely to his boss, to fellow Kenyans, and indeed to all the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, I feel that our party, UDA, on which the Deputy President was elected, has internal disciplinary mechanisms which have not been exhausted so as to bring this matter to this House. I also feel that in the spirit of us finishing the agenda that we promised Kenyan, this matter can wait to 2027 so that we can focus on service delivery to our people. Mr. Speaker, I will personally request the members of this House to find it in their heart to forgive the Deputy President. And I will personally.
Mr. Speaker, you have had honorable member telling this House that in UDA they had not exhausted their disciplinary mechanism. Why did he then decide to sign on the motion? Why did he sign?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The matter of...
One day to finish up.
I did not finish.
Go on, you have half a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the matter of my signing, you talked about it, and the matter is rested. Wanjara can come to your office for further explanation. Mr. Speaker, I personally would like to volunteer to lead other leaders in this country, elders, bishops, to ensure that we sit down with the Deputy President so that if there are any issues that he needs to correct, if there are any issues that he needs to align, he can align so that himself can continue serving the people of this country. He has some good in himself, and that good needs to be preserved so that he can finish his work. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose. Thank you.
Umi. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion of impeachment because of many reasons. I wonder how many young people of this country can walk into a bank and access a loan of 600 million shillings without any guarantees of any sort. Mr. Speaker, this is a representation of impunity. The Deputy President stood before the media yesterday as a national leader to defend his children. I respect that he stood to defend his children, but how many children of this country has he given a chance for them to access the same benefits? Myself included, I cannot access a loan of that amount of money. Mr. Speaker, this impeachment motion is not just an impeachment because of difference of ideology, but it will be a symbol of democracy for our country, that people who abuse their powers can go home, regardless of whatever position they hold. Mr. Speaker, I come from Garissa County. We lost residents from my county at an accident as they were accessing to cross a river because of the flood scandal. Mr. Speaker, out of the 10 billion shillings that he had under his pocket, he only gave us 48 million shillings and disappeared and never showed up again. Mr. Speaker, what can 48 million shillings do for people who are suffering? Mr. Speaker, he did not even step in Wajir and Mandera. This is a Deputy President of the whole country. I support the impeachment. He must go home and create a room for other people to get to that position. Maybe it's time for other regions to be deputies so that we can get the same benefits. Mr. Speaker, I can even do a good job myself. Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up, Jen Kagiri. If you read the Constitution, you'll know that you don't qualify to be a Deputy President at your age. Jen Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Honorable Speaker, when I was elected in the year 2022, in the month of August, I was a very grateful person to God, and I knew my work was to serve the people of Laikipia County. A county that is cosmopolitan, that has Pokot, that has Turkanas, that has Maasais, that has Samburus, that has the Muslims, it has the Somalis, and all these people, inclusive of the Kikuyus, came together and gave me their votes. That is what comprises of Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, the point at which I differed with His Excellency the Deputy President is when he started talking about Mlima. I realized Laikipia County is not Mlima after all, because Mlima, people have running water from taps. In Mlima, people have tarmac roads. In Mlima, people don't suffer human-wildlife conflicts. But in Laikipia County, we have all those challenges. So, Honorable Speaker, that was the first point where we differed. The second point, Your Honorable Speaker, is when there was the talk of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. In Laikipia County, we are among the counties that have the least population. When you talk of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, it means you're talking of reduction on resources for my people. That one I would not accept. Honorable Speaker, I remain a Kikuyu. But sadly, since our difference in opinion with His Excellency the Deputy President, I have been the poster girl of his intimidation, of his insults, of his blackmail, of his coercion, telling me that I should not engage the national government, that I should not follow up for resources for my people. Honorable Speaker, once in a while, a generation is called upon to stand for something. Today, I stand for an end to insult, a respect to the dignity of leaders, a respect to my people, Honorable Speaker.
Give her a minute. Give her, okay, wind up.
Honorable Speaker, in my conclusion, I must state, many people have called us traitors, have assumed money has been received for this action. But Honorable Speaker, I want to make it very clear. I need no money for the restoration of dignity in this house. I need no money for the restoration of respect to women in this house. I need no money for resources to reach my people of Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, I submit and I support. Thank you.
Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, my attention is drawn to Article 125 of the Constitution. And Article 125 of the Constitution makes reference to the effect that any matter before that the Parliament has got the same powers as High Court. Out of that, Honorable Speaker, then I'm left to look at the evidence presented by my good friend Honorable Mutuse and wonder, does it really meet the threshold of any form of evidence as required at the High Court? Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the various options or breaches that constitute impeachment: gross violation, crime, gross misconduct, and so many other things, Honorable Speaker. I'm at pain, Honorable Speaker, going through this to find anything that has been proved beyond reasonable doubt to move this House, Honorable Speaker, to take such a drastic action. Considering, Honorable Speaker, these are people elected under Article 148, and the framers of the new Constitution, Honorable Speaker, deliberately inserted Article 148 to avoid the kind of abuse that had been there in the past. Honorable Speaker, if we get to this level, Honorable Speaker, if we get to this level, everybody will be left wondering, what is the role of Parliament in protecting the Constitution? Honorable Speaker, and I want to rephrase Luke 23, verse 4. I find no case against this.
Ruku. He didn't ask for it. Ruku. He didn't ask for any addition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from onset, I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, when I'm standing here, I'm thinking about the children of the most remote places in the Republic of Kenya. I'm thinking about the children in the remote places in Turkana, in Mandera, in Bere, very remote places, Mr. Speaker. It reminds me on Article 10 of our Constitution, which talks about the national values and principles of governance. And one of the principles which is enshrined in our Constitution, Mr. Speaker,
is protection of the marginalized. We have seen the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who in many occasions has forgotten that he represents even the most marginalized places, corners of our country. That the numbers of these small communities in the Republic, they have the right, just like any other big community in our Republic. We have seen the smirk, the arrogance, the contempt which the Deputy President of the Republic has to the minority groups in the Republic of Kenya. And coming from a marginalized community, a community which has been marginalized from 1963, Mr. Speaker, I want to state here and now that it's high time we sanitize the office of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, last week on Sunday, I was in...
Your time is up. In Narok. Your time is up. Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support the motion by my good brother, the Honorable Mutuse, in impeaching the person of the Deputy President of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, under unwarranted discrimination, in contravention of the Article 27, Part 3 and 4 of the Constitution, the Deputy President has in so many occasions expressed that he only considers people he considers shareholders. Honorable Speaker, on the 2 occasions that the Deputy President came to Gusiland, on the first occasion while addressing leaders, he told us that the reason why, as Kisses, we should not demand for more things from the government is because we always vote for Mutu wa kitendawili, to quote him. On the second occasion, the Honorable Deputy President told us that siku hizi wa Kisii tumejaa jela kushinda wa Kikuyu. I'm wondering, Honorable Speaker, when did he do the statistics to note that sisi kama wa Kisii, we are the most criminals in this country? And Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I just want to remind the Deputy President. Yesterday, he spent a lot of time reminding us that he is an orphan. And yet he forgot that there is one orphan that the Deputy President kept saying that he has put for him Mitego in State House. The Honorable Deputy President forgets that even the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is an orphan. Why did he forget that he was putting for him Mitego? I just want to tell the Deputy President that because of the utterances that you make against people of Kenya, you must go, and you will go home. I thank you.
Malolo Njendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion strongly. Mr. Speaker, this country has once suffered tribal clashes. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President has been always talking about Central Kenya, Mlima, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, whipping up the tribal feelings. Mr. Speaker, if we allow the Deputy President to continue holding that particular position in the country, Mr. Speaker, what will happen in this country is that most of these other tribes will feel domination of this particular community, will feel intimidation by this community, and they will rise up, gang up against the community of Central Kenya, not because they are liking it, but because of his sentiments and because of what he speaks. Mr. Speaker, this person has been in office for 2 years, but he appears not to have had the conscience to know the kind of office he's holding, and that's why he speaks the way he speaks of regions. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how.
Order, honorable members, order.
I wonder how a person holding that kind of office can keep on talking of Kuweka Miteko State House for people who did not vote for this government, not to enter, not to access. Mr. Speaker, because of Kuweka Miteko, kila mahali kwa kona State House has affected some of us when he was still very active in State House, blocking us from accessing State House. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of shares, I want to tell people from Western Kenya, we are suffering from this because of his input and insisting, embarrassing the president. When he wants to help persons from West Kenya, he says those people don't deserve to have the share they're having in the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Robert Mbui. Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Being in leadership, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed, listening to the arguments that have been passed here this afternoon, and also earlier in the morning, I've noticed that it's getting a little personal, and I'm feeling a little jittery, because I know the subject matter is a person who is a family man with a wife and children, and friends and relatives, and they're all listening. So I think maybe I will start by reading the Bible so that we can bring down the temperatures. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32 says, "Be kind, compassionate, and forgiving to each other in the same way God forgave you in Christ." Now, verse 31, Mr. Speaker, says, "Put aside all bitterness, losing your temper, anger, shouting, and slander, along with every other evil." Mr. Speaker, as a member of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, I didn't believe in the leadership of Kenya Kwanza. I opposed it from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, I am vindicated now because I can tell the people of Kathiani that I said that this government is rudderless, is leaderless, is planless. And Mr. Speaker, is also merciless, because within a very short time, the center can no longer hold. Mr. Speaker, former Senator, now Governor James Orengo, famously said in Senate that governments eat their own people. Former leader of majority of the National Assembly, Duale, was eaten by his government. Today is a CS. Former Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kithure Kindiki, was eaten by his government. Now he's also a CS. Former Chair of Budget of this National Assembly was eaten by his government. Today is the majority leader. I don't know. We are now eating Rigiji. Where will he end up? Mr. Speaker, I have an issue of concern, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, is a Deputy Leader of Minority to assert that I was eaten by my own government, Honorable Speaker, whereas he knows I was never eaten by any government. I only stood firm against tyranny. I stood firm against the bullying that I experienced under that regime. The same bullying I have stood firm against a deputy president today who has been bullying members of parliament. And I have only put my chest forward to defend the rights of all these members, including the Honorable Robert Mbui, who was Honorable Speaker, when the deputy president visited Kathiani. He said to the Honorable Mbui that these Kambas are too few. They can never make a president. Kalonzo can never be anything. How can you defend a person who has disdain for Kalonzo Musyoka, a former vice president of this country, Mbui?
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I love the passion and the humor in the majority leader. But Mr. Speaker, I'm also impressed by the energy that I've seen in this house, the vigor, the passion from morning. I mean, it is a first bill, or rather it's a first motion where this house has gone up to public participation in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I only wish that the energy that we are expending here to send a question to all Kenyans about one individual was being used to fight the issues that are failing us in our education, in our health sector. People here, the cost of living has gone too high. People have no jobs. Mr. Speaker, those are the things that this house should passionately deal with. But Mr. Speaker, for a whole day, and from, I don't know, even the last week or 2 weeks, to deal with that one matter, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are losing direction. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we deal with the things that are affecting our people. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the education sector, I talked about it here the other day. We don't even have classes for grade 9 going into JSS. Mr. Speaker, the funding model for university has failed. Mr. Speaker, the insurance sector, NHIF, is having a problem, Mr. Speaker. How then do we spend taxpayers' money and time to come and deal with a matter of one single individual, Mr. Speaker? Now we are told that this person, Mr. Speaker, is a tribalist. But Mr. Speaker, those comments that he made, yesterday he made it very clear. And I was shocked. I was very shocked, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, to realize that in fact Kenya Kwanza was actually a company that is limited by shares, and that people negotiated shares for themselves. The mover of the motion is a member of MCCP. MCCP shares for Lower Eastern. Mr. Speaker, because we had 2 cabinet secretaries in this government. Now, Mr. Speaker, we only have 1. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words. The Deputy President may have said that he is a shareholder and there are issues about his community, but if you look at the appointments that are being made in Kenya, then you will realize that the person of the President himself is the one who is the biggest tribalist, Mr. Speaker, because he's appointing people from his own community for every provision. Mr. Speaker, if we have to find a situation where a school has failed, you do not fire the deputy principal. You get rid of the principal. Our problem is not the deputy. It is the head.
Yes, Farah.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Farah.
Mr. Speaker, I was standing. Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Robert Mbui, you are normally more decent than that.
This is a house of... Mr. Speaker, protect me. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is this. This is a house of rules. This is a law-making body. This is the place where our constitution itself was passed. You cannot bring, talk about a president or even any other head of state of a friendly country without bringing a substantive motion. So you cannot discuss the conduct of the president. And by the way, I want to correct you. You might...
Point is out of order.
Your point of saying that governments...
Take your seat is out of order. Kahangara? Yes, use my...
Honorable Kahangara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hold on a second, they're going to put for you the mic. Clerk, just yes, I can see the mic. Take the one next to Mheshimiwa Fulamu. Take that one, yes. He's gone to the one you had given him.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. And I want to say that from the onset, I am in support of the motion, the special motion for the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, let me say that this country, Kenya, is a country that is led by a constitution, by laws, and a country that is led by of democracy. In this country, Mr. Speaker, every 5 years, Kenyans go to elections to elect their leaders, and after elections, for people to assume office, they take an oath of office where they say that they are going to respect the Constitution, they are going to protect the Constitution of this country. Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy President took oath of office, he promised that he was going to respect the Constitution of Kenya. In his responsibilities, we are told that the President is a symbol of national unity. He's the one who is supposed to be uniting this country and also to respect the diversity of the various communities and tribes in this country. In the same constitution, it says that the Deputy President is the principal assistant to the President. So if he is the principal assistant to the President, meaning that he performs the duties that are performed by the President. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Deputy President has gone around this country talking about shares, meaning that he has put all the tribes of this country into coalition. And I want to thank the member who brought this particular motion, because we are saving this country from somebody who is, I would call a suicide bomber, somebody who is ready to die, somebody who wants to die with Kenyans. And we want to say that we are ready to fight tribalism, ensure that this country continues in...
Your time is up, Kahangara Kasheri. Give Honorable Njeri the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to vehemently oppose this motion on behalf of the great people of Kirinyaga. Honorable Speaker, it begs the question, does it not prick our conscience as a House that barely 4 months after passing the grossly unpopular finance bill, which the President himself refused and declined to assent to, that we're here discussing an impeachment motion of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya? Honorable Speaker, the young people of this nation unequivocally told us to fix high unemployment levels among the young people, gross corruption at all levels of government, accountability issues in regard to leadership, our ailing healthcare sector, among other things. Honorable Speaker, many young people died on that day, Honorable Speaker. Several others to date are still missing, Honorable Speaker. It begs the question, the priorities we have as a 13th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the motion before us is frivolous, it is baseless, it is lacking in substance. It is nothing but a shambolic political scheme to hang the truthful man for merely being truthful. Honorable Speaker, we must redeem the 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We must ensure that we give...
Kasheri, take your seat. Yes, Donya. Give Donya the mic. Hold, Jerry, you have about...
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Honorable Gachagua in order to bring things which have passed, like the finance bill, when we are discussing about the impeachment motion? Those... And Gachagua is my friend, but this one you are wrong, my dear. We are discussing about the impeachment of Gachagua, not finance bill. Let the foregone be the foregone.
Honorable Speaker, I would want the honorable member, who is my very good friend, to point what standing order she rose on and what standing order can ensure that I do not speak on matters that have been controverted and that are public information, Honorable Speaker. We passed the finance bill, Honorable Speaker. It is a matter of fact. Even if you boo me, I will speak. The young people of this nation deserve more. They want jobs. They want healthcare sorted. The impeachment of the Deputy President is a sham political process.
Kasheri, order. Jerry shall be heard in silence and dignity. But Jerry, your time is up. Women Rep of Migori. Yes, Wanjala. What is out of order? Give Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the person who is accused, whom we are debating, was supposed to be here by 5. It is 7 minutes past 5.
He actually is.
Mr. Speaker, can we bar him from coming because he's late?
He's already here. Yes. Migori Women Rep. Give to Fatuma. I look for you to speak. You had gone out.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly protect me, Mr. Speaker. I can't be heard, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Excuse me, Honorable Member. Please give me time to speak. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity you have given me. And as I stand here as a Muslim, I don't know when I'll die. In case I die before the impeachment time, I vote yes, Gachagua must go. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to the Bible, Proverbs 23:10, verse 11. And it says, please keep quiet. And it says, don't move an old stone that marks a border, and don't take fields that belong to the orphans. God, their defender, is strong. He will take their side against you. I want Gachagua to know, the former Deputy President of Kenya should know that when you touch anything of the orphans, it is not Kenya Kwanza, it is not Azimio, but it is God Almighty that will pull the Quran, the Holy Quran in Surah An-Nisa said, surely those who eat up property of the orphans unjustly, they only eat fire into their bellies, and soon they will enter a blazing fire. I am telling the former Deputy President of Kenya that you have eaten fire into your belly, and the fire will surely burn you. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, I have heard that the Deputy President has 21 lawyers. How much does the Deputy President earn to have 21 lawyers? And I understand each lawyer is paid 10 million. And I'm telling Kenyans, it is your taxpayers' money.
Your time is up. Rueda. Honorable members, we are coming to an end. Order, honorable members. I've given the floor to member for Lamu East.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, umoja wa taifa ni muhimu sana, na vile ilivyofanyika na naibu wa rais ilionekana kwamba hakuna umoja. Nataka ieleweke kwamba watu wa mlima wanaishi sehemu zingine. Kule kwangu Kiunga niko na watu wa mlima, na kile wanachoona zaidi ni sand dunes. Hawaoni mlima, wanaona bahari. Nataka niseme ile kuzungumzia kuhusu NIS ilikuwa ni grave mistake. Wamekosea sana. Afadhali angetaja Nurdin kama akona shida naye kuliko institution ya NIS. Ni kutufanya sisi tukae dhaifu katika maadui zetu. Kwa mfano Al-Shabaab wataona vipi sisi kama tuko weak. Ingine nasema, ukiwa unatukana mwanamke, na tena hii ikuwe kwa mtu yoyote, yule anatukana mwanamke ajue mwanamume yote anatukana mwanamke, mashimo yako 7 kwa kila mtu alioumbwa. Wanaume wanayo, wanawake wanayo. Kama ni malaya basi ni wote wanaweza kutumia kwa malaya. Hii jina ya malaya nimechoka kusikia. Ingine naulizwa mashimo ni haya mawili ya pua, ya masikio, ya mdomo na yale mengine mawili. Kila mtu ako nayo. Ingine nataka niseme, sisi tunafundishwa Kiislamu kuheshimu wajane na mayatima. Ikiwa kuna mtu haiheshimu majane na mayatima, basi hairuhusiwi kidini yetu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Order. Member for Kipipiri, take your seat. Yes, Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this. The mood in the House is such that it's already 5. And Honorable Speaker, it's my plea to you that the country is waiting. We move to the next stage so that we may hear the Deputy President speak. Remember, these are motions which has timelines. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, members. If you listen to the Speaker, when I called out member for Lamu East, I said she was going to be the last one on this. So she is indeed the last one on this. The interaction on the motion. Order. Order, members. The interaction of members on the motion has been very, very intense. Order, honorable members. Member for Machakos, keep your cool, Mami. Keep your cool. Yes, keep your cool. The members who have spoken are many. It is not possible for each and every one of us to speak on the same motion. For those who have spoken, I appreciate you for your tremendous industry for and against the motion. Now, His Excellency the Deputy President is in the chamber, and he is accompanied, I believe, by his legal team or assistants. We will now move to the next stage. You remember I had advised the House. Order. Joyce Kamene. This is not a moment where the Speaker can exercise the option to exclude you from proceedings, but I know you differently. You are normally a very dignified person. I don't know what is the problem today. I want to urge the House that as we move to this stage, you remember we said at 5, the Deputy President had been assigned 2 hours in accordance with the standing orders. The standing orders say not more than 2 hours. So he may exercise to spend the 2 hours or less as he wishes. Secondly, once he finishes, then the minority leader, majority leader will take the floor as we had agreed. After that, then the mover will be invited to reply. And after that, you will go into a voting session. Your Excellency, once you finish, you have the option to remain in the House or to leave because you'll have spent your time as allocated by the House. I want to encourage you members to maintain your silence, to maintain your decorum, and to maintain the dignity of both the House and yourselves in listening to the subject to this motion, who is the Deputy President of the country. And I invite you, Your Excellency, you have a choice. You have a choice between speaking yourself or speaking through your legal counsel. Yes, Comcate, what is out of order? Your Excellency, you may take your seat. Let us hear him.
Mr. Speaker, while I did not want to interrupt His Excellency the Deputy President, who is my brother-in-law, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Deputy President on national television referred to this House in unpalatable terms. And Mr. Speaker, while it is his right to say whatever he wants to say, as a former member himself, Mr. Speaker, would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, that the Deputy President, as a precursor to his speech, apologizes to this House? Mr. Speaker, this House, Mr. Speaker, he used the words, he referred to this House as the theater of the absurd. Mr. Speaker, this House is an honorable House of the people of Kenya. These are elected members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. This House is neither a theater, neither is there absurdity in this House, Mr. Speaker. So I would request, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Deputy President exercises, dignifies this House by offering an apology. I know he has very little support in this House now.
You've made your point.
But he may get a little support even just from that apology. He has to apologize to this House, Mr. Speaker, before he proceeds with his speech, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Order. No more points of order. Your Excellency, Deputy President, as you take the floor, this morning, the Speaker made a communication and indicated that we found it abhorrent that some of the contents of your your statement last evening, in which you described this House in not very good terms. We also indicated that the rules of this House preclude matters pending before the House from being canvassed in other fora, particularly by members of the House, and to an extent of broad interpretation of the standing orders a person who is subject to the motion going on in the House. It is spilled milk, it's water under the bridge. You said what you said, but it is only fair that being an immediate former member of this House, that you exercise your conscience to hold as to whether this is a theater of the absurd or is an honorable National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. You may start by addressing that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the honorable members present, for according me this opportunity to prosecute the matter before us. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have tremendous respect for this great institution. Having served here for 5 years between 2017 and 2022, and I appear here in a very nostalgic moment that I'm back in the House where I stayed for 5 years, despite the fact that I've come under difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, maybe the sound people, is that okay now? Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable members, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity.
I hope, Your Excellency, you have been advised by your lawyers that you are here to respond to specific issues in the motion.
I have my advice.
And not to talk generally.
I know.
Yeah, so rules of relevance will still apply to you as they apply to all members.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before this great House alleges that 2 years ago, since assuming office, I have acquired property and wealth whose estimated value of 5.2 billion shillings. A significant number of properties to which this sum of 5.2 billion is erroneously and maliciously attached belongs to my late brother, the Right Honorable James DP Gachagua, and as demonstrated by his will, a copy of which is attached. The fact as follows. Olive Garden, my response. The allegations that I own the Olive Garden Hotel is false. The truth is that Olive Garden Hotel used to belong to my deceased brother, the Right Honorable James DP Gachagua, and therefore has never been my property. This is information that most of you may be aware as it is in public domain. Upon his demise, my late brother left a will in which, in his recognition that I can take care of his family, he appointed me as one of the executors of his estate. In the said will, my late brother directed that the hotel should be sold, among other properties, and proceeds distributed as per the will. I'm also listed as a beneficiary together with other persons named therein. In accordance with these instructions, the hotel was sold by the executors to a third party. Owing to the above, I do not own the hotel and have never owned it contrary to accusation in the motion. For the benefit of this august House and the general public, I have annexed to this response copies of the following supporting documents. My late brother's will, sale agreement dated 17th May 2023, an official search for Olive Garden Hotel Limited. Mr. Speaker, Vipingo Beach Resort, just as in Olive Garden, above this allegation is also false. Vipingo Beach Resort belongs to the estate of the late James DP Gachagua. For the benefit of this House and the general public, I have attached annexed to this response copy of the official search for Vipingo Beach Resort Limited, confirming that the hotel is still in the name of my late brother's estate. Queen's Gate Service Apartments. The allegation is also false, and the property belonged to my late brother. Queen's Gate Service Apartments, registered in the name of Vipingo Beach Resort Limited, was sold to Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited, Staff Retirement Benefits Scheme, as evidenced by the agreement for the dated 4th May 2022. and a transfer dated 5th October 2022, marked Annex RG6. Land parcel Ruguru Kiamariga 2023 in Madeira East constituency, which have originally constructed a helicopter landing facility. My response is, I do confirm that I own the above referenced property, which is approximately 2.5 acres in size, and which I have planted napier grass for my dairy cows. I purchased the land in the year 2023 for 3.5 million from farm proceeds coming from my dairy farm. I have read through the motion, and there is no iota of evidence adduced of the impropriety in the way I acquired this small property. Finally, on this matter, I wish to confirm that there is no helicopter landing facility for this particular parcel on the motion. This part is also false. I attach a copy of the agreement for purchase of this property marked Annexure RG7. 40 acres of land purchased in Kakuret within Kabraine in Nyeri County. My response, I confirm that I own a property having bought it in 2015, a time when I was not a state officer. I had not even been elected as Member of Parliament from the Honorable Joroge Wainaina, Member of Parliament for Kenyan, who is present in his house. Or I'm not sure whether he's present. Therefore, this property I purchased 10 years ago, and not 2 years ago during my tenure as Deputy President, and as indicated in the motion, the allegation is false. I have read through the motion, and there is no iota of evidence adduced of any impropriety in the way I acquired this property. For the benefit of this August House and the general public, I have annexed to this response copy of the agreement for sale and purchase of this property marked as Annexure RG8. 80 acres of land in Meru County. For the record, I wish to confirm that I do not own 80 acres of land in Meru. This allegation is false. However, in the spirit of full disclosure, I would like to confirm that I have purchased 29 acres of land in Meru, the land of my mother, which I bought on around 9 February 2024 through a loan granted to me by Solution Circle Limited, which I am a member. This said circle has a charge registered against the title, which it continues to hold as security until I fully repay the loan. For the benefit of the August House and the general public, I have annexed to this response copies of the agreement of sale marked RG9 and a letter dated 15 July 2024 from Solution Circle Limited confirming that they financed the purchase of the property marked Annexure RG10. Dairy farm in Nyandarua County. My response is I do not have a dairy farm in Nyandarua County, therefore this allegation is false. The land in Nyandarua has no single animal. Companies. The motion alleges there are 22 companies owned by my family members and which have been used to massively launder money and conceal proceeds of crime, corruption, and benefit from influence peddling. My response is the mover of the motion has listed the 22 companies associated with me and has alleged that they have been used to massively launder money and conceal proceeds of crime, corruption, and benefit from influence peddling. I have carefully gone through the motion and I have not seen any evidence to support or prove the allegations therein. It is not clear to me how to respond without having seen any evidence incriminating the companies. I would like to be clear that these companies have not been involved in any illegal activities, and I believe that is why the mover of the motion has not tabled any evidence of impropriety with respect to the companies. It does appear to me that the mover of the motion was so meticulous to get all the companies associated with me and my family, and I believe that he also had evidence of illegalities committed by the companies, he would have shared or tabled that for the record. However, it is not possible to get evidence of illegality where there is none. Having said the above, allow me just to mention a few companies because there are many. Regarding Gachagua Foundation, this is a foundation I incorporated in 2022, and I clarify that the foundation is a non-profit making entity with the sole objective of uplifting the lives of less privileged in society. This foundation therefore does not trade And honorable members, you are aware that by law, a foundation cannot be used to trade. Since incorporation, the foundation has received a total of 12 million shillings, which has been utilized as per the schedule marked Annex RG 11, which is paying school fees for children in Pwani University and other universities across the country. Dorcas Regadi Foundation, because she is not here to defend herself, this is a foundation founded by my wife, Pastor Dorcas, incorporated immediately we came into office as a non-profit making entity for the sole purpose of rehabilitation of drug addicts, widows, single mothers, and orphans. A brief write-up of this foundation, together with its achievements, is annexed herewith as Annexure RG 12. It is in public domain that Pastor Dorcas have been around the country doing work of rehabilitating drug addicts and helping others who have challenges. There are many other companies that are here, but I don't, because this is a house of record, I don't want to bother the members of parliament of going through all of them. I want to probably only talk about Wamunyoro Investments Limited, named after my village in Wamunyoro. This company was incorporated 21 years ago before I became deputy president, and it's a company that holds family property. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've been accused of exerting influence on officials in the Ministry of Lands to issue an allotment letter to Wamunyoro Investments Limited and using the fraudulently acquired documents in support of a court case. My response, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I wish to confirm that Wamunyoro Investments Limited has never been issued with any letter of allotment for land in Embakasi. Wamunyoro Investments Limited purchased this land from a third party in the year 2012. The company's ownership of this property has been confirmed through two legal processes. One, a case was filed before the National Land Commission in the year 2016, adjudicated, and a determination was made that this property belongs to Wamunyoro Investments Limited. That was long before I became the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Again, a matter was filed in High Court, case ELC, case number E242 of 2022, which was filed before I became Deputy President. All the documents filed in support of this case were filed in court before I became Deputy President, and no documents have been filed by myself in court upon becoming Deputy President. This being the case, it is not true that I have used my office as Deputy President to manufacture documents filed in this matter. The High Court found that this land legally belongs to Wamunyoro Investment Limited and issued the appropriate direction. This matter has since been challenged in the Court of Appeal. I invite any honorable member who may want to be enjoined in this case to have the liberty to do so. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been accused in the irregular procurement of mosquito nets at a cost of 3.7 billion. In response to paragraph 45 of ground 7 at page 23 and 42, paragraph 78 and ground 11 and page 36, 37 or 42 of the impeachment motion, I wish to respond as follows. It is not true, as claimed in paragraph 3 of the witness affidavit of Andrew Mulwa, that I was involved in the KEMSA 3.7 billion irregular procurement of malaria nets, either directly or through proxy. Further, Shobika Impacts Limited was not awarded the subject tender as the acting director of procurement, Dr. Justice Kinoti, by letter 5th May 2023, formally notified Shobika Impacts Limited that its bid was unsuccessful because its tender security was not paginated and the tender was hence non-responsive. That is clear at paragraph 4 of the witness affidavit of Andrew Mulwa. He contradicts himself by claiming that on 11 July 2023, I pressured him to surrender the original bid board, yet by the letter dated 5th May 2023, KEMSA had requested for collection of the original bid. Thus, there was no cause to pressure to be exerted on Mr. Mulwa for any other purpose. I am aware of a foreign company known as Shobika Impex Private Limited, domiciled in India, and which appointed Crystal Kenya Limited as its local agent in the year 2014, that is 8 years before Rigathi Gachagua became the deputy president. To date, Crystal Kenya Limited has complied with the agency terms between itself and Shobika Impex Private Limited, annexed hereto and marked as Annex RG18 in an appointment agency letter by Shobika Impex Limited in the year 2014. Sometime in 2023, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority advertised tender number GF-ATM MOL NFM 2022-2023 for supply of long-lasting insecticidal nets using the international open tendering method of procurement on behalf of the Global Fund. The monies for supply of the nets, as per my understanding, was a pure grant from the Global Fund. I am aware that Shobika Impex Limited still participates in doing business with and has not been debarred by the Global Fund to date. I believe being technically qualified to provide and deliver the goods subject of the tender document, having the financial ability to do so, and participation or assistance from Crystal Kenya Limited, Shobika Impex Private Limited independently participated and submitted in its bid in response to the subject tender pursuant to an invitation by KEMSA. Having not participated in the subject tender, Crystal Kenya Limited did not submit any of the documents in response to the subject tender. Specifically, Crystal Kenya Limited did not submit a bid board or tender security in its name in response to the subject tender. It is therefore not true that Crystal Kenya submitted a fake bid board with an intention to fraudulently acquire public property. It is also not true that with my sons I used Crystal Kenya to massively launder money, conceal proceeds of crime, engage in corruption, and benefit from influence peddling. Subsequently, via the letter 5th May 2023, KEMSA notified Shobika Impex Limited that it was not successful because the tender security was not paginated, and requested Shobika Impex Private Limited to collect its bid security from the procurement office immediately. Annexed hereto and marked Annex RG19 is a said letter by KEMSA dated 5th May 2023. However, EACC commenced investigations of the subject tender, and on conclusion of the investigation by EACC and the Senate on the subject tender, KEMSA CEO Terry Ramadhani, who had been suspended on this issue, was appointed Kenya's Deputy High Commissioner in New Delhi, India by President William Ruto. Thereafter, Crystal Kenya Limited, a Shobika Impex Limited agent in Kenya, followed up in the release of Shobika Impex Private Limited's bid board tender security on behalf of Shobika. Annexed hereto and marked Annexure RG20 is an email from Shobika Impex Private Limited email addressed to Crystal Kenya Limited, together with a letter of even date confirming that Crystal Kenya Limited had authority to collect their bid board. KEMSA was mandated to immediately release the bid board tender security upon determining that Shobika Impex Private Limited was unsuccessful in the subject tender, and that is why they requested that the same be collected from its procurement office. KEMSA did so, as can be seen in its letter dated 11th July 2023, annexed hereto and marked Annexure RG21 in the said letter by KEMSA dated 11th July 2023. Mr. Speaker, noting that Shobika Impex Private Limited was not successful, it did not supply any goods and it did not receive any public funds in payment thereof with respect to the subject tender. Accordingly, I have not committed any crime under Section 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and Section 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act. Further, I have not breached Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, for I did not bully any state or public officer with respect to the subject tender, and specifically, no evidence has been tendered to support the allegation at paragraph 78C of ground 11 at page 37 of 42 of the motion, which alleges that I summoned procurement officers in ministries and institutions, instructing them to direct procurement of goods and services in a specific manner. I have been accused of unnecessary and expensive renovation of the official residence of the Deputy President in Karen and Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to state that funds for the renovation of the official residence were approved and allocated by this Honorable House based on the fact that the premises had been neglected for a very long time when Dr. William Ruto was Deputy President. It cannot be fair that this House would proceed to impeach me because of an action that these honorable members have approved by way of appropriating monies for the renovations. Mr. Speaker, the contract for the refurbishment of the official residence of the Deputy President, dated 22nd December 2022, was signed by Honorable Katole Metito, the Controller of State House, Office of the President, and Agrobic Investment Limited that was awarded the tender, because the Controller of State House at that time was the accounting officer in charge of the Office of the Deputy President. The report of the Auditor General, Mrs. Nancy Gadongo, dated 24th January 2024, on the Executive Office of the President for the year ended 30th June 2023, gave the opinion confirming that due compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the report is annexed herewith and marks as Annex RG 23. I would also like to add that the Deputy President, as Deputy President, I'm not involved in procurement processes of my office, whether directly or indirectly. I would also like to state that I do not know the company, Agropric Investments Limited, which undertook the renovations. I do not know the directors and the company. I did not participate in the tendering or supervising of the same. The motion dated 26 September 2024 alleges that on 29 January 2023, 45 million Kenya shillings was transferred to Bayani Enterprises Limited, which is alleged to be a special purpose vehicle used by me to siphon public funds. No evidence whatsoever is contained in the motion showing that the said company is in any way connected to me or that I have any beneficial interest in the said company, which I am neither a director or a shareholder. I categorically refute the allegation, which is false and unfounded. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to confirm that I'm not a director or a shareholder, directly or indirectly, of the company called Agrobric Investments Limited, and I do not know its shareholders or its directors. Mr. Speaker, there is an allegation of dubiously acquiring substantial portion of the sum of 100 million paid to Lusona Events Limited. My response, Mr. Speaker, is just like in the above other matter. I have read the motion and I would like to state that there is no evidence that this company is linked to me. I wish to categorically state that I have no beneficial interest in the said company, and neither am I affiliated in any way to the directors and shareholders of the said company. I would also like to state that I'm not a director or a shareholder of the company and do not know its shareholders or its directors. I do not sit in a tendering committee. I am not the accounting officer of the Office of the Deputy President. I have also not had any complaints against the manner in which the company undertook the work. I am unable to confirm the allegations on funds withdrawn from the account of the company since I am not a signatory to its account. I am not associated with the company in any way whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the motion dated 26 September 2024 claims that I am reasonably suspected to be the principal beneficiary of the dubious transactions. However, Mr. Speaker, no evidence has been adduced or annexed to the motion to give credence to the allegations or suspicion. I categorically refute acquiring or benefiting from any funds paid to Lusona Events Limited, and therefore the allegation is false and unfounded. Mr. Speaker, I have been accused of siphoning money through St. Nicholas Rehabilitation and Industrial Training Institute Limited. My response, Mr. Speaker, is that the motion dated 26 September 2024 makes the claim that a payment of 21 million was made to a company called St. Nicholas Rehabilitation Center and Psychiatric Hospital. Then subsequent payment was made to Umalari Motors Limited. The motion claims that it is suspected that the entire transaction was used by me to siphon public funds and the payments typify money laundering transaction. I'm not a director or a shareholder of this company, and I've never received any payments from this company. Similarly, I'm not affiliated or related to the shareholders and directors of the two companies. No evidence has been annexed to the motion showing that I was a beneficiary of the funds paid as alleged. I wish to point out that I'm not the accounting officer in the office of the Deputy President, and I'm not aware that the payments made to this company by the office. The allegation is therefore false and unfounded. Mr. Speaker, there is an accusation of alleged sensational but false accusations against the Honorable Lady Justice Esther Maina. My response, Mr. Speaker, it is alleged in the special notice motion on ground 4 on page 14 at a gross violation of the Constitution that I publicly attacked the Honorable Lady Justice Esther Maina and forcefully threatened to bring action against her. First, Article 160, Subarticle 5 of the Constitution provides that the judge cannot be found liable in a court of law for actions taken in good faith in lawful performance of their work. This provision is not a bar on freedom of expression guaranteed under Article 33 of the Constitution, nor a bar of the right to seek redress for legal wrongs simply because a wrong is committed by a judge. They exit multiple legal fora in which to take action against a judge for any actions that are not lawful. My statements were protected speech consequent to a decision by the learned judge in a matter involving my personal assets, which I disagreed with and found to be wholly unfair. The matter having been concluded at that stage, my criticism of the decision was not sub judice, nor in any manner prohibited by law. While I respected the ruling of the learned judge, I was in absolute disagreement with it. Contrary to the assertions in the special motion, I did not falsely threaten to bring action against the learned judge. I took actual legal action available to every citizen of Kenya under Article 160B, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which allows any person to petition the Judicial Service Commission for removal of any judge and filed a legal complaint before the Judicial Service Commission, JSC, in March 2024. The complaint being live before JSC, discussion of the conduct of the learned judge in the said manner here would be sub judice. A copy of the complaint is annexed herewith and marked Annexure RG 24. Mr. Speaker, I have been accused of diverting materials meant for construction of Kilifi Malindi Highway to tarmac a private road to Vipingo Beach Resort. My response, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that Vipingo Beach Resort is registered in the name of the estate of my late brother, Honorable James Gachagua. Number 2, the facts are as follows. King Charles III visited Kenya between 30th October 2023 and 30th November 2024. During his state visit, one of the designated places where King Charles III was to visit was Kuruitu Marine Conservancy, which shares a road with Vipingo Beach Resort. I have annexed a copy of the program for the state visit to Kenya by King Charles III, marked as Annex RG 25, which at page 13 on items 63 and 64 shows his departure and arrival at Kuruitu Marine Conservancy. There are several media reports confirming the visit by King Charles III to Kuruitu Marine Conservancy. I have annexed extracts of the media reports by the Star newspaper dated 7 November and by African News marked as Annexure RG 26. My understanding is that the road to Kuruitu Marine Conservancy was upgraded in respect of this visit, which also to benefit the local community, including amenities like Cheriani Secondary School, Cheriani Primary School, a mosque and a public market as part of the corporate social responsibility. I wish to point out that the alleged road, that is Takaungu Shariani Vipingo, is a public road and not a private road leading to any property associated with the Deputy President, but a public road. Mr. Speaker, I have been accused of undermining the President and the Cabinet by allegedly making contradictory public statements from the position taken by Cabinet regarding the evacuation of the people residing along the Nairobi River. My response, Mr. Speaker, is that Article 147 of the Constitution provides that the Deputy President shall be the principal assistant of the President and shall deputize the president in execution of the president's functions. Article 28, which states that every person has inherent dignity and the right to have the dignity respected and protected. Article 29C, Mr. Speaker, states that every person has the right to freedom and security of the person, which includes the right not to be subjected to any form of violence from either public or private sources. Section 15G1 of the Land Act states that notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary in this act or in any other written law, all eviction shall be carried out in a strict accordance with the following procedures. Be preceded by proper identification of this taking part in eviction or demolitions. B, be preceded by the presentation of formal authorizations for action. C, where groups of people are involved, government officials or their representatives be present during an eviction. D, be carried out in a manner that respects the dignity, right to life and security of those affected. E, include special measures to ensure effective protection to groups of people who are vulnerable, such as women, children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, including special measures to ensure that there is no arbitrary deprivation of property or possessions as a result of the eviction. This includes mechanisms to protect property and possessions left behind involuntarily from destruction, to respect the principles of necessity and proportionality during the use of force, and give the affected persons the first priority to demolish and salvage their property. Critically, our Constitution provides at 147(2) that first the Deputy President shall perform the functions conferred by this Constitution and any other functions assigned by the President. Pursuant to Article 3 of the Constitution, I, as well as every other citizen of Kenya, and state or public officers have an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this Constitution in performing any of my functions. This, the national values and principles of governance contained in Article 10 of the Constitution by those state organs, public officers, and all persons, including myself as Deputy President, wherever we make or implement public policy decisions. In addition to this matter, Mr. Speaker, these national values and procedures include the rule of law, democracy and participation of the people, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. Adherence to these principles become extremely important when we as state officers are contemplating legal evacuation of citizens with a duty to avoid inhuman forced eviction that will be contrary to our Constitution and international law. While campaigning with President William Ruto, and subsequently when I was sworn in as Deputy President, the President and I promised as a key pillar of the Kenya Kwanza government that there will be no forced or unlawful evictions and that all evictions will be human and entail legal compensation. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Deputy President has undertaken extensive engagement with all parties in regard to cabinet decisions on eviction, which I fully support, including the Nairobi River, which is an entity under the Office of the Deputy President and the County Government of Nairobi. Adherence to these principles become extremely important when we, as state officers, are contemplating legal evacuation of citizens with a duty to avoid inhuman forced evictions that will be contrary to our Constitution and international law. Guideline number 6 of the United Nations General Assembly Guidelines for the implementation of the rights to adequate housing prohibits forced evictions, and that the state should ensure that any eviction under domestic law are fully compliant with international law. The guidelines further require meaningful engagement with communities to ensure that the rights of residents are implemented cooperatively without the need for eviction procedures or police enforcement. Of government directives on the eviction, save for the fact that on being informed that the persons residing along Nairobi River would be evicted and paid 10,000 shillings only, which I and many other Kenyans felt was inadequate compensation for eviction. I insisted that the government should abide by the constitutional dictates and international norms while implementing any cabinet decisions, including eviction, and maintain the dignity of the citizens of Kenyans facing eviction. by statements did not and cannot be construed to undermine the president by insisting that people should not be evicted inhumanly and without adequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I've been accused of undermining devolution by allegedly holding a meeting in Nairobi Wakulima Market. The motion alleges that on 28 September 2024, I unlawfully interfered with the running of the Nairobi City County government by holding a public rally where I allegedly incited citizens against lawful directives of the county government on planning and allocation of markets. My response, Mr. Speaker, is that the motion alleges that on 20 September 2024, I unlawfully interfered with the running of the Nairobi City County government by allegedly inciting citizens against lawful directives. Article 6.2 of the Constitution provides that the government at national and county levels are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. This being the case, it cannot be said that there is a violation of the Constitution when someone from the national government makes a comment on matters relating to county government. The traders had sought me out to intervene and request the governor on their behalf to dialogue with them and seek a solution to the grievances with regard to the relocation of markets. I request that a video annexed RG Video 3 be played for the benefit of members to say what I said. Please play the video for us.
Tulikuja hapa na Rais William Ruto, mkatupatia kura, na rais na mimi tukaahidi nyinyi ya kwamba tukipata serikali hakuna siku mtahangaika. Na kwa hivyo mimi nasikitika sana nikisikia serikali ya kaunti inanyanyasa nyinyi. Tukakubaliana ya kwamba akiwa gavana wa Nairobi, Rais William Ruto akiweko, mdogo wake, wafanyabiashara wetu watapata nafasi ya kufanya kazi yao. Na mimi nataka kuomba kwa heshima, wale wote ambaye tumepatiwa nafasi ya uongozi na Wakenya, tukumbuke ya kwamba tulipata nafasi ya kuongoza kupitia kwa kura ya wananchi. Tukumbuke ya kwamba wakubwa wetu, wadosi wetu ni Wakenya, na hakuna siku tutaweza geuka Wakenya sababu ndio walitupatia nafasi ya uongozi. Si nyinyi mlituandika kazi? Kwa hivyo mimi niseme ya kwamba niliuliza gavana mketi chini, kuwe na mazungumzo, kuwe na maelewano. Watu ni wananchi na wananchi ni watu ya kusikizwa. Mimi niko hapa kumhakikishia ya kwamba nimemuuliza gavana kwa heshima, na mimi sina kiburi. Mimi namuomba akiwa kiongozi wetu hapa Nairobi, asikuwe mtu ya kugeuka watu walimchagua. Mimi nimemuomba na nimemwambia yeye akubali aketi chini na kamati. Hii soko ime...
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my counsel has just drawn my attention that in my earlier explanation on Nairobi River, I have a video 1 and 2 that I would like you to play so that I buttress my point on what I meant. Please, video 1 and 2.
People of Kenya to work hard. We don't have a choice. Once we try to fix this economy and create a good working environment where we don't criminalize enterprise, where ordinary Kenyans are allowed to work, where businessmen are not harassed by KRA, where belonging to the people of Kenya will never again be touched by overzealous public servants. Where again, poor people will never again be evicted in brutal evictions by state agencies. And I say, freedom is here.
Now, the number of fatalities from the ongoing forcible eviction by the government has risen to 3, with another tragic loss in Mathare on Monday. An 18-year-old boy died as a bulldozer brought down a church in the area just moments after President William Ruto left. The young man, who was assisting in salvaging the church's belongings, became a casualty of the demolition. Earlier on Saturday, 2 individuals lost their lives in Mukuru kwa Ruben during a similar eviction exercise. Ben Kirui reports.
Monday evening, the ongoing forcible evictions in flood-prone areas tragically ended yet another life. The 18-year-old Ian Otieno lost his life in Mathare moments after President William Ruto left the area where he had been assessing the effects of floods. Bulldozers descended on homes near riverbanks, flattening structures marked for demolition. Winnie Makinda, Ian's mother, struggled to comprehend the loss of her son, a candidate in this year's KCSE.
Wakaambia mtu atingatinga usiangushe hiyo kuta, kuna hapo ndani kuna watoto wa watu, wacha kuangusha hapo ndani kuna watoto wa watu. Akaambia wamama waache kumpigia kelele.
Reports indicate that Ian Otieno was trying to salvage church properties when the bulldozer brought down the wall, leading to his sudden demise.
Driver wa tingatinga vile tu alianza kubomoa hata mara ya kwanza huko mbele, alikuwa tu anakani kama hata watu wakimwambia ngojea watu watoe vitu hataki kusikia.
Nilichimba hivi, mtoto wangu alikuwa anataka kutoroka, sawa. Unasikia alishika mtoto wangu na hiyo kitu hapa. Mtoto wangu akienda hivi, mtoto wangu ana hivi.
His death led to demonstrations by residents, prompting police intervention. The law enforcers lobbed tear gas canisters to disperse rioting residents.
Watu wakachukua mwili tena tuonyeshe maskari yenyewe wametulia mtoto. Maskari kutuona kwa gate wakaanza kutoa gun, wakaanza kulipua shoot.
Residents insist they will comply with government orders to vacate houses along riparian lands only if provided with alternative housing solutions. Saturday's demolitions in Mukuru kwa Ruben claimed 2 lives and injured 3 others, sparking outrage among residents who blamed the government for forcible evictions despite many not yet being relocated. Last week, the government mandated the evacuation of all residents from risky areas within 48 hours, including those near dams, those in areas prone to mudslides, and Kenyans residing on riparian lands. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Hakuna tena mambo ya evictions katika Nairobi. Kama kutakuwa na maneno, ni maneno ya relocation ambaye itakuwa ni kwa utaratibu bila ya mwananchi kuvunjiwa nyumba. Uwezi kutoka nyumbani alafu unarudi jioni unakuta masufuria barabarani na blanketi sijui imekaa wapi. That one will not happen again. We want to make sure that we are an orderly, humane society that respects the right of everybody, irrespective of who they are or irrespective of their financial status. We are all equal before the Constitution. Tumekubaliana watu wa Nairobi? Vijana tumekubaliana?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was President William Ruto talking the same language as his deputy, that brutal and forceful evictions have no place under this administration. We have seen a video of brutal eviction. We have seen young children crying in tears. The deputy president is being accused of undermining his boss by just doing what his boss said, that we should never forcibly, brutally evict the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the leadership of Nairobi business traders approached me sometime in March 2024 at the official residence to discuss multiple issues affecting business and requested engagement in the solution and intervention on these issues. Consequent to this meeting, I directed that short, medium, and long-term strategies be undertaken, coordinated by the Office of the Deputy President, to address the issues raised that cut across various agencies, including KRA, Kenya Post Authority, Anti-Counterfeit Authority, Kenya Bureau of Standards, the National Police Service, and the Kenya Copyright Board. On 11th April 2024, the Small Traders and Government Agencies Technical Committee, coordinated by my office, held a meeting to discuss issues raised by the small traders, including Muthurwa Market, attended by the Office of the Deputy President staff, in a supportive role in keeping with the draft framework of cooperation and engagement between the government, the Nairobi City County Government, and Nairobi business traders. Subsequent this, Mr. Speaker, is clear that my office have been having meetings with the Governor of Nairobi on various matters affecting the people of Nairobi, and hence the Deputy President cannot be accused of undermining devolution. Mr. Speaker, I've been accused of undermining devolution by allegedly holding meetings to fight alcohol. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, if the House took it that I say the House is a theater of the absurd. I was talking about this specific charge of undermining devolution by holding meetings to fight alcohol to be discussed in this House. That to me is what I thought that moment. If it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes, that would be the theater of the absurd. I did not attribute in any way by trying to demean this House that I sat for 5 years, by calling it the theater of the absurd. But this particular charge, Mr. Speaker, drug and alcohol problem in Kenya has been on the increase, and many of our youth have become addicted to alcohol and their lives destroyed because it causes them to drop out of school and start engaging in petty crime to look for money to buy alcohol. I'm a strong advocate for youth rehabilitation from alcohol and substance abuse, which I continue to encourage and support in order to save our future. With regard to alcohol control and regulation, I wish to state that I have held several meetings with the governors in Meru, Chuka, in Mombasa, in Nakuru, in Nyeri, and the efforts that President William Ruto asked me to lead in eradication of illicit brew has been very successful, and we have been working with the governors and county assemblies who have been developing legislation on the control of licensing of alcoholic drinks. If there is one program that has had the best working relationship between county governments and the national government, it is this particular program. I'm a bit emotive about illicit alcohol because I lost my brothers. One who was a medical doctor to alcohol, another who was a farmer to alcohol. I take it passionately. I don't know who complained about this particular charge. I have not seen any evidence of any complaint, and I have not had any person in Kenya complaining that the Deputy President is undermining with the devolution by leading the war on illicit brews and drug abuse. Whatever this House decides tonight, and the other subsequent House, whatever happens to Rigathi Gachagua, whether he's in or out of office, this war must continue and must be won for the sake of our children. I want us to watch video number 4, RG4.
Leaders, those of us who have been elected, Madam Waiguru, Governor Kahiga, Badirisha, Kangata, Wamatangi, what shall we tell our people? Where are we? What shall we tell the people who elected us? When we meet them, what shall we tell them? When our children got wiped out by alcohol and drugs, where are we? We'll have nothing to say. Dead in your Kimani Ichung'wa, Madenge, mtaambia watu nini? Mukami, mtaambia watu nini? So please, this forum here today, let us be open and candid. Speak from your heart. Let us know what ails us. What is it must we do? We have the support of the president and he is waiting. He has told me by 7 p.m. today, he wants a report. He cannot accept the situation. He cannot. Neither can I. And none of you should accept this situation. It is not right. It is not fair. It is not acceptable. We must deal with it as leaders. And we are here, we are all leaders. As an OCS, you are a leader. That's why you have been given that responsibility. As an ACC, you are a leader. County Commissioner, wewe ni kiongozi. DCIO, wewe ni kiongozi. Sisi ni viongozi. Na juu ya hayo, sisi ni wazazi. Tafadhalini, tukubaliane, tutafute suluhisho. Na tukipata, tuende tufanye kazi. It is possible. It is doable. It is something that we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear that the meeting had all governors, members of parliament who are present here today, policemen, everybody, and we are all in agreement that the war must be won. It cannot, but the deputy president should be impeached for leading the war on alcohol. Sensational statements against the National Intelligence Service, its Director General, and officers. Mr. Speaker, during the assumption of office, I took an oath of allegiance in the following terms. Oath or solemn affirmation of allegiance to the President, Deputy President. In full realization of the high calling, I assume as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, I do swear solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of Kenya, as by law established, and all other laws of the Republic, that I will protect and uphold the sovereignty, integrity, and the dignity of the Kenyan people. So help me God. That is the oath that I took in Kasarani. Article 239, Article 3 of the Constitution provides that in performing their functions and accessing their powers, the national security organs and every member of the national security organ shall not act in a partisan manner, further any interest of a political party or cause, or prejudice a political interest or political cause that is legitimate under this Constitution. Article 239, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution provides the national security organs are subordinate to civilian authority. In relation to this allegation, I wish to state that the National Intelligence Service holds a very critical role in ensuring the safety and security of our country. They are responsible for gathering intelligence and share it with all our law enforcement agencies to ensure that the country is safe at all times. Consequently, when the country was caught flat-footed with regard to the scope and extent of the public's dissatisfaction with the Finance Bill 2024, which degenerated in a Gen Z protest, it pointed to the failure of the National Intelligence Service in carrying out its mandate. I am persuaded that the National Intelligence Service ought to have known beforehand that the public was completely opposed to the finance bill, and they ought to have briefed the president before the protest began, and this would have caused a change of tact by government regarding the proposed bill and the protest which culminated in the loss of innocent lives and destruction of property could have been avoided. Hence, I expressed my opinion on this in my public media briefing in Mombasa, and my utterances were not any different from what happens in other countries when there is a lapse or failure by the intelligence agencies. The nation has witnessed unfortunate instances of several extrajudicial killings, abductions, and disappearances. I firmly believe that if the National Intelligence Service had acted diligently, these instances would not have been witnessed. Under the Constitution, the government agencies are supposed to be accountable to the Kenyan people, including the National Intelligence Service, and calling them out when a dereliction of duty does not amount to undermining them. I am also aware that the Kenya Kwanza government has been at the forefront in calling out officers who do not seem to understand their work. Recently, my boss, the president, publicly complained that there are some PSs and CSs who did not seem to understand their role. Please play for me video number 5, RG5.
On President William Ruto has today described some members of his cabinet as utterly clueless and uninformed about the dockets they occupy. And in a sign of trouble for cabinet secretaries, the State House gates were shut for those who arrived late, with both President Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua giving a sharp tongue lashing to the latecomers. And our Citizen TV's Timothai Goin reports the atmosphere at the State House, Nairobi, left little doubt on President Ruto's disappointment with a vast section of his 22-member cabinet.
A cold morning in Nairobi, but the seats on the State House grounds came ultra-heated, particularly for cabinet secretaries. The cabinet members came here to sign performance contracts, but the oral appraisal of the day spurred anything between trouble and outright doom.
If you cannot keep time with your employer, you have basically dismissed yourself. I mean, it's just as simple as that. So, for those who came late, who are members of the executive, I will be expecting a written explanation, and it should not include matters of traffic.
Punctuality was at issue, with some cabinet secretaries being locked out of State House for lateness. And from the podium, the president and his senior lieutenants were unforgiving.
Niona watu wale wamechelewa, nikaona rais unaniona namjua. Nikaona uso yake nikajua hapa kimeumana. Sababu leo ni siku ya performance contract. Ile siku muhimu sana ya kuja kuweka. Na wewe umefika pale, rais amekaa. Tayari amekaa na ndiye rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Wewe umechelewa ukiwa kuona nani? Who else have you gone to see?
One of the things we need to learn in our performance contract is to beat the traffic.
For the 19 cabinet secretaries present, the atmosphere at State House progressed from bad to worse as President Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua issued a blistering assessment of the performance of the cabinet members.
Many of you, the people I speak to, don't even know what is going on in your ministries or departments. You have very scanty information. The moment I know more than you in your ministry, then you must begin to understand that something is very wrong. How do you run a ministry or a department or a parastatal if you have no information? That is the highest level of incompetence.
Those of us who came with the president from the political space and who are his friends, and we assisted him to become president. Once he gives us a job, that is the termination of that friendship. The friendship with the president will be based on nothing but performance.
From travel habits to basic work ethic and even media appearances, it was a brutal ground zero appraisal for the cabinet.
Why do you have to honor every invitation that you have been given to every country? Your Excellency, at times we have tried to hold cabinet committees, we can't. 5, 6, 7, 8 ministers are out of the country. Some change clothes at the airport from one country to another. That is the truth. Why can't you regulate yourself? If the president was to travel and honor every invitation, he will be out of this country the whole year. You just have to decide what is useful and other things you can leave to our ambassadors out of the country.
So when you hear my deputy saying, find time, travel, but travel and see the people who have hired us, you know, go to different parts of Kenya so that you can get feedback from the public.
We have done so much as an administration, but the information is not out there. Our ministers are quiet. They are called for TV interviews, they don't show up to say what they have done. And then the media have a few days because nobody talks for government. I would rather
rather we spend more time explaining to the people of Kenya what we have done in our respective dockets as opposed to travel. And if we have to travel, let's travel up country to where wananchi are and explain what we are doing.
And I remember I called CS Chelugui. I didn't find him, so I called his PS and I found her and I explained to her, I told her, look, the public is not understanding this. Did I call you or not on Sunday? You know, I told you this is what the public is saying. Please do more sensitization on Hustler Fund Phase 2.
With a very public expression of disappointment in his cabinet, President Ruto has triggered speculation on changes in government as his administration approaches the end of its first year in office. From punctuality to work ethic and general performance, the proverbial axe could well fall somewhere. With the performance contracts expected to foster a culture of high performance in the public service and also ensure that public resources are properly utilized, it is also set to offer a framework for President William Ruto to reward performers and also institute sanctions on non-performers. Chamutai Goin, Citizen TV.
Mr. Speaker, President William Ruto, my boss, and I have been calling out senior government officials when they fall short of expectations. The Director General of the National Intelligence Service is no exception. He's not above the law. He's accountable to the people of Kenya for his performance. And I have had an argument that we should not call out those in the security sector. I would like you to play the next video.
We have the most incompetent Inspector General of Police, I think, in the world. The most incompetent in the whole world. His incompetence may not necessarily play out when things are working, but when things get to a head and you need some decisions to be made, I can tell you for sure, the gentleman we have as an IG cannot make any decision.
Nataka tumwambie ule mtu wa sinema mingi anaitwa nani ule mtu? Ule sijui anaitwa DCI, ule anaitwa nini? Ule mtu anaitwa Kinoti. Awache ujinga. Huyo bwana Kiboti awache ujinga. Sio kama tunaelewana. Huyo Kinoti hakuna kitu amefanya kwa hii Kenya ya kisiasa. Yeye ni mtu ya sinema. Anaendesha makesi kwa magazeti. Anatuandikia barua, sijui barua ya kilomita ngapi. Mr. Kinoti, please save your time. Stop writing to us long letters. Leave matters of elections to IEBC. You have no business in IEBC. You have failed as DCI. We don't want you to fail our elections. Tunaelewana? Huyo bwana Kinoti awache hiyo ujinga yake anaendesha pale, kwa sababu anatukasirisha. Huyo bwana Kinoti tunataka tumwambie awachane na watu wa IEBC wafanye hiyo uchaguzi. Alipatiwa kazi ya kufanya criminal investigation. He has never done anything. Ile kesi yote anafanya kesi kwa magazeti. Akiambiwa apeleke evidence kule kotini ameshindwa. So bwana Kinoti, wacha sinema. You have failed and wait for August so that you can.
Honorable members, that was President William Ruto as Deputy President criticizing IG Mutiabai, DCI Kinoti. Rigathi Gachagua has learned his job from his boss, that public officers must be called to order when they fell short of expectation. And I never saw anybody bring William Ruto here for impeachment for criticizing the IG or the DCI. This is a very unfair allegation. Mr. Speaker, it is also reported by media that the IMF has already warned about impending unrest during the people's dissatisfaction with the 2023 and 24 finance bill. Many of you will recall, Mr. Speaker, after the September 11th terrorist attack in the US, the US intelligence agencies were massively criticized, and an inquiry was even opened to investigate why their intelligence agency was not able to detect and thwart the attack. All we are saying is that our National Intelligence Service is accountable to the people of Kenya for its performance. Mr. Speaker, conniving with cartels in the tea sector to block KTDA from implementing guaranteed minimum return, Mr. Speaker, I am yet to see a shred of evidence to that effect, and I have nothing to say. I have seen an allegation that we have not been able to do coffee reforms, Mr. Speaker, out of my work, coordinating coffee reforms. The Cooperative Bill 2023 and the Coffee Bill 2023 is before this House. I request this House, after these impeachment proceedings, to embark on those two bills so that the coffee farmers can realize the full benefit of the coffee reforms that we have initiated. There is another allegation that I have taken control of a local cooperative society in Madeira constituency. I don't know the name of that constituency, of that cooperative. It is false. I am yet to see any evidence. I have nothing to say because there is nothing to be said. On the issue of shareholding, which I think members are interested in listening to, I listened to you this morning, and it was quite emotive. By virtue of provisions of the third schedule of the Political Parties Act, the constituent parties of the Kenya Kwanza coalition entered into various agreements, which were deposited with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate for purposes of Article 108 of the Constitution of Kenya. The following were members: UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, PA, Farmers Party, Chama cha Kazi, Communist Party, Economic Freedom Party, Service Party, Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, Umoja na Maendeleo Party of Kenya, and the Democratic Party of Kenya. In accordance with the provision of Clause 3, Schedule 3, a power sharing agreement and development agenda for the certain regions of Kenya, I attach copies of these agreements, RG 32. All those agreements talked about specific regions. The leaders who appended their signatures canvassed issues of appointments to do with specific regions. Power sharing agreement between UDA and ANC and Ford Kenya, for example, say that the UDA would nominate the coalition president, the presidential and deputy presidential candidates that was honored. The president would guarantee the stature, the dignity, and financial and operational autonomy of the office of the deputy president, which I have been insisting on because it's part of the coalition agreement. The ANC would be allocated the position of the prime cabinet secretary, which has happened. Ford Kenya would be allocated the position of the Speaker of the National Assembly, and that is why Honorable Masika Wetangula sits here today. In accordance with Article 2 of the Power Sharing Agreement, ANC at Ford Kenya would have a 30% share is a word, of the national government positions. This drives my utterances about shareholding. It is embedded in all these agreements that are attached here for you to read. I heard this morning an honorable member saying that the deputy president said the people of Ukabani will not get resources because they did not vote for Kenya Kwanza government. That is not true. The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya does not allocate resources. Resources for the development of the Republic of Kenya are appropriated by the National Assembly of Kenya, where I am today. The Deputy President will help the President to oversee the implementation of funds allocated and appropriated by the National Assembly. It is therefore not possible that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has the capacity to deny any part of Kenya resources because of the way they voted. The decisions on how resources will be allocated for the development of the Republic of Kenya are made here by the honorable members. If your area has no development, please don't impeach the Deputy President. Don't accuse him of not giving you resources. You are in this house to make sure that your area where you come from is allocated appropriate resources because that is your job. The agreements are attached, therefore I don't want to go into them. Let me say my speeches on the shareholder issue were informed by the aforesaid power sharing covenants, which are founded on law, having been deposited with the registrar of political parties, and lessons learned from the well-known disputed 202 NAC power sharing agreement. Further, sharing agreements are a feature of government formation in all democracies in the world that provide for the formation. My pronouncements on the issue, properly understood, are not only anchored in law, but entirely harmless and incapable of being construed as a basis for ethnic animosity, a danger to national cohesion, or a threat to national unity. On the contrary, coalition building has been one of the most important innovations since the disputed 2007 elections in ensuring stability, equitable sharing of political power, national cohesion, and fostering of national unity. Indeed, Kenya Kwanza main opponent in 2022 general election, Azimio la Umoja Coalition, One Kenya Coalition Party, was a political party consisting of 25 political parties who also executed a power-sharing agreement based on shares. I'm also aware that the Jubilee Coalition that executed a 50-50 power-sharing agreement between TNA Party and URP Party for 2013 general election. I have thus not violated Section 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion Integration, nor has this commission summoned me to explain any of my comments and how it can affect cohesion. However, notwithstanding the said power share agreement, upon election as Deputy President, I went out of my way, as required by the Constitution of Kenya, to serve all Kenyans regardless of their political preferences during the election or ethnic origin. I now produce the following video showing some of my speeches all over the country as marked RG Video 7.
We want to confirm to the people of Nyanza that the Ruto administration will serve all Kenyans, those who elected us and those who did not. Kenya hii kila mtu afanyiwe kazi, kwa sababu kila mtu nalipa kodi. Mimi sikusema Kenya ni ya shareholders, nilisema serikali, nikiunda serikali wale wanakusaidia kuongoza, unatakiwa uweke wengi wale walikwambia na wale walielewa manifesto yako. Mimi nimetembea Kenya, si mnasema nilikuwa Mombasa, hii hapana mlima. Mimi nilikuwa Wajia, hii hapana mlima. Nilikuwa Garissa, hii hapana mlima. Nilikuwa Mount Elgon. Nandi nimekuja karibu mara 10. Eldoret nimekuja karibu mara 6. Kericho nimekuja mara 4. Tea conference ya chai tulikuwa na nyinyi, niliyopa Kericho. For now, kazi yetu ni maendeleo. Tutafanya kazi na viongozi wote, hakuwa wa chama ile, hakuwa wa chama hii, we don't care. This is the time to serve the people of Kenya, and we shall work with all elected leaders, irrespective of their political affiliation.
Mr. Speaker, copies of documents demonstrating my efforts within the mandate allocated to me by the President to address security issues and economic equalization programs and policy in historically marginalized areas is Annex RG33. The decision to embrace the broad-based government following the dissolution of cabinet after the Gen Z protest. I attached my video during the launch of the Honorable Raila Odinga's quest for EU chairmanship at State House, again as a demonstration of my embracing the broad-based government.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Government present, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners and members of the diplomatic corps, heads of delegations, members of parliament, and all dignitaries present, good morning. Your Excellency, let me say this is a great moment for our country. What a day, what a moment. We are here, Your Excellency, as a country to unveil Kenya's finest to go and lead Africa. It's a proud moment for this country. And I want to say, Your Excellency, the people of Kenya have been united to a man by the candidature of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga to be the chairperson of the African Union Commission. This is a quest that has brought pride to our nation. And I would like to tell the leaders here from Africa and the representatives that as a country, as we present the Honorable Raila Odinga to be our candidate, it is because Africa, our motherland, deserves the best. The passion and zeal of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in Pan-Africanism is well documented. Passion knows no age, knows no limit. In the person of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, he'll join the ranks of Jomo Kenyatta and Kwame Nkrumah in pushing the agenda for Africa. I therefore want to say, Your Excellency, the lessons of today are that Raila Odinga, the Right Honorable, is a man of great resilience, endurance, and perseverance. Today, you are going to unveil the transformation of the Right Honorable Odinga from a national leader to an African statesman. And for us in leadership, we have learned great lessons of resilience, endurance, and perseverance. Somebody may ask, why is it DP Gachagua, who has before had issues with the leadership of Raila Odinga? As a truthful man, I had nothing against him. It's only that we were competing for the same position between him and my boss. Now that he is going for a bigger seat in Africa, all of us, from the president, I, and the rest of Kenya, are behind him. And the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, as a man who listens to the ground, let me confirm to you, I've listened to the ground, and all Kenyans across the political divide, across communities, are in support of your candidature, and we wish you well. Before I call Your Excellency, let me acknowledge the place of family, not just in our lives, but in leadership. I think it is a great moment for the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. It's appropriate that I acknowledge on behalf of the country the role Mama Ida Odinga has played in the life of this great son of this land. Mama Ida Odinga, we salute you as a country for having been a very strong pillar to your husband in very difficult times, and his lowest moments, you have always been there for him. We ask families to support their spouses. So Mama Ida Odinga, as we wish you happy birthday, it is my hope and prayer that your next birthday will be celebrated at Addis next year. And if you invite President William Ruto to come and he's not able to come, Mr. President, I'll be very happy for you to send me represent you in that great basket. We therefore want to say as a country, it's a great moment. And the Right Honorable Odinga, I have noted with a lot of appreciation, my wife, Pastor Dorcas, who is a very prayerful woman, has been praying for me and the President daily. And I noted from yesterday she has added you in her prayer. And because her prayers work, we have no doubt that you will get this seat. Mr. President, it is now my honor to request you to come and anchor Kenya's finest and embark on the journey of transformation of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga from a national leader to a great African statesman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President William Ruto has many times appreciated my people issues and has repeatedly pronounced himself. Let me have the video number 9.
And speaking of deputies, you have in the last few weeks named Mr. Rigathi Gachagua as your deputy. There's been quite a debate, and I'm sure you know that, around running mates in this country. Perhaps this would be a great time to shed light on why you settled on this gentleman.
Rigathi Gachagua is somebody I have known. Rigathi Gachagua is a very passionate leader. Rigathi Gachagua is a people's person. He speaks about the things that I speak about. He speaks about ordinary people. He's concerned about matters to do with farmers. He's concerned about the things that are dear to ordinary Kenyans. And the nexus between me and Rigathi Gachagua is the people. He believes in bottom-up the way I do. And that is why I chose Rigathi Gachagua to work with me.
Thank you very much.
Speaking of deputies...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In addition, and almost in conclusion, I am not the only leader at the national level who has encouraged unity among Kenyans based on shared regional, geographical, and economic and other factors. I have attached several articles. Luya unity is not optional, Moses Wetangula. Ruto puts case for Gema College in unity. Bijikenda unity in the offing. Masai leaders in unity talks ahead of next year's general election. I have attached those articles so that you understand that regions uniting does not mean they unite against other regions. They unite for common issues, common values, and to strengthen them to join other regions for national unity. Mr. Speaker, the motion dated 26 September 2024, tabled before the National Assembly, makes the generalized claims that have committed crimes under national laws. Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Penal Code, National Cohesion and Integration Act as anti-corruption and economic crimes. It is on the basis of the claim that it is said that the threshold of impeachment has been met. I'm not aware of any active investigations by any state agency for offenses under the said laws, neither have I been called upon to record any step pertaining to any investigation. Just like any other Kenyan, the Constitution accords me the presumption of innocence in relation to criminal offenses until the contrary is proved in a court of law on a specific standard of evidence. Therefore, in the absence of any active investigations by any investigative agency in Kenya, I do not believe that there can be any serious reason to believe that I've committed any offense. Otherwise, that will be an indictment of the intelligence agencies as well as investigative agencies. Therefore, it is inconceivable that the threshold of the impeachment motion as defined in Article 145 of the Constitution can solely be based on the perception of the mover of the motion in the absence of any other evidence. I heard the mover this morning saying that all we need to do is to believe in him. I believe that cannot be the position. We need actual evidence against the Deputy President. The net effect of the impeachment of this basis of allegations of criminal offenses, whose evidence has not been tried and tested in court of law or by bodies mandated to investigate, would be to disqualify me from the possibility of holding public office in relation to Article 99(3) without the benefit of due process of law and exhaustion of the systems of appeal as provided in the Penal Code. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to respond to the issues I had this morning that are outside the motion. I want to confirm that I have tremendous respect for Kenyan women, and I have never disrespected them. What has happened is that as politicians, there is always propaganda to undermine somebody. I call upon anybody with evidence that I have ever disrespected that person to come out and provide that evidence. I heard my very great friend, the Honorable Faith Gitau, say that I disrespect women. Many times I've been to Nyandarua. I've referred to Honorable Faith Gitau as Ngatha. Ngatha is a Kikuyu name for a woman of great respect. That I have done countless times, is on video. Finally, the Honorable Bose Sholei, I heard what you said in Eldoret. I heard this morning that you said I should be charged with treason. But my sister, me, I'm a grateful man. I remember, and I'll never forget, during the last administration when I was arrested on fabricated charges for standing with the President William Ruto against the wish of the government at that time, Gladys Bose Sholei came and sat with me at DCI headquarters, brought me tea, brought me lunch, sat with me, comforted me. At court, she coordinated the collection of 12.5 million shillings as my cash bail. She came to see me in Gigiri for 4 days and had very kind words for me. Despite what you have said, my sister, I do remember that one good thing that you did for me, and I'll love you and cherish you for the rest of my life. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I want to appeal to this Honorable House to consider the allegations against me by the mover of the motion, weigh it against the attached evidence, weigh it against my defense and the attachments and the videos that I've played in this house. And exercise your mind and exercise your discretion. Search your conscience and decide if Rigathi Gachagua is guilty of any of those allegations or is undergoing a political process. If you are so persuaded and you search your conscience without any intimidation or coercion or inducement, and you think is the right thing to do, please go ahead and do so. If you search your conscience and listen to the issues that have been adduced here, and you find that there are no grounds to impeach the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, please make the right decision. But as you do so, many members who are in this house remember what President William Ruto as Deputy President went through. And most of us stood with him. Rigathi Gachagua underwent 4 years of persecution. Others were persecuted. But we took a firm stand because we believed we were doing the right thing. His family underwent humiliation. His friends underwent humiliation. He was a haunted man. And on Inauguration Day, he pronounced himself that freedom is here. Again, Again, under the new administration, the same Rigathi Gachagua, who underwent humiliation and persecution, finds himself in the same space under that administration that he fought for. Try, look, reflect, and apply your conscience and make the right decision. Mr. Speaker of the House, I want to thank you for granting me this opportunity. And my address last night was not in any way meant to disrespect the House. Despite, Mr. Speaker, you having ruled that the matter should not be taken out of the House, it was being discussed in every TV station, in every meeting across Kenya. And Kenyans did not have a chance to also hear my side of the story. So I decided, since the accusations against me were everywhere in the country, the people of Kenya, and more so those who voted for me and President William Ruto, deserved also to hear my side of the story. I have tremendous respect for the National Assembly and your ability and capacity to make the right decision. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Thank you very much, Deputy President. I'm sure your fears that you will not be heard fairly have been allayed. You've been heard in absolute silence. You've been heard with total decorum from the House. And members, I salute you for the display of your legislative maturity in giving an opportunity to a subject to a motion in the person of the Deputy President to be heard. What is it, Rosa? The proceedings are still going on. Who is praying? Yes, Senior Counsel. These proceedings are still going on.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Record, and I had wanted to rise under Standing Order 65, 67A, and 67B. Two of those points you've already covered, Mr. Speaker. It is important that the record reflects that although the standing orders do not require that we listen to the witness in silence, indeed we did.
Yes, absolutely.
Secondly, that there was compliance with the Standing Order 67B2 in giving the witness a maximum of 2 hours. But there's a third one, Mr. Speaker, which I think should go on record. Standing Order 67A also requires that the witness be entitled to appear in person or with counsel. I see that the witness has appeared with at least 3 counsel, all of whose names should come on record, so that the record shows that counsel were actually allowed to the chamber. I see my friend Advocate Ongoya, my friend Advocate Njiru, so that there is no incompleteness of the record. I beg, Mr. Speaker.
That is a fair comment. Counsel for the Deputy President, without making any unhelpful speeches, just put your names on record. I'm sure you have a team leader. The team leader will introduce himself and introduce his accompanying colleagues. Ongaya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you so much, honorable members. The team representing the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President in these proceedings, is as follows. Honorable Paul Kibugi Muite, Senior Counsel, Mr. Victor Swanya Ogeto, my name is Elisha Ongoya, Mr. George Sakimpa, Mr. Ndegwa Njiru, Mr. George Wandati, Miss Faith Waigwa, Mr. Murigi Kamande, Mr. Amos Kisilu, Mr. Eric Kiprop Naibei, Miss Julia Omwamba, Mr. Tom Maina Masharia, Mr. Willis Echesa, and Mr. Andrew Moga. And that is all.
Thank you. And apart from the 3 of you, the rest are within the precincts of Parliament?
Are within the precincts of Parliament, save for Senior Counsel Paul Kibugi Muite, who sought to be excused from attending today, but is part of this team, and we are under his supervision and guidance.
Thank you. From here, we'll proceed as follows. Deputy President, if you wish to leave, you are at liberty to do so with your team. Na mwengi Yes, Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our prayer at the end says that we always be fair to those who are committed to our church. And Honorable Speaker, in his address to the House this afternoon, the Deputy President appears to have referred to some documents. I know we are moving towards the end of this particular session in considering this matter. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for upholding Article 47 of the Constitution on the right to fairly and secure procedural fairness to every party as required by our Constitution. I wanted to ask Honorable Speaker that so that we consider what the Deputy President is saying in the documents, would I be in order to request the indulgence of the Speaker within the provisions of Standing Order number 1 to adjourn for at least 10 minutes so that we consider what the Deputy President's documents have and come back and make the decisions we need to make. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The request does not meet my favor. Where's Mutuse? Mutuse, you have 30 minutes to reply before I call the minority leader and the majority leader. Will you exhaust your 30 minutes or you want to share out to anybody? I got an indication that you wanted to share 10 minutes to Kaluma. Pardon? I know. I am organizing the process. He's not going to be... I'm aware, Robert.
Mr. Speaker, I will share 10 minutes to senior learned friend Mr. Peter Kaluma, 5 minutes to Deputy Majority Leader, who was my seconder, and I will utilize the rest, which is 15 minutes.
Yes. Honorable Mutuse, only you has the right to a second bite to the motion. Your seconder has no right to a second bite. So if you have extra minutes, as I call the minority and majority leader, Kaluma will have 10 minutes if you want to donate to anybody else, but not Owen Bayer. Minority leader, now it's your time. You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for according me this opportunity. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, the minority supports the motion on removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Rigathi Gachagua because, Mr. Speaker, he is unfit to hold office. In Kenya, and yesterday it was clear to all Kenyans to see for themselves the danger this country is in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the impeachment of the Deputy President is not merely a procedural step. Rather, it's a reflection of our commitment to accountability and the rule of law in this country, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the integrity of government and the stability of our nation is at stake, Mr. Speaker, as we speak this afternoon in this House, this evening, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, national security is at stake. Honorable Speaker, the economy is at stake. Honorable Speaker, the DP, since he assumed office, we have witnessed nothing but abuse of power, discrimination against communities, insubordination, disregard for the two levels of government, corruption, bullying, and many other actions that undermine the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, as well as actions that are unethical, illegal, and that severely breach public trust as contained in the motion by Honorable Mwenge Mutuse, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in supporting the removal of the Deputy President from office, we are rejecting the invitation by Honorable Rigathi Gachagua to accept tribal bigotry, Mr. Speaker, skewed resource allocation, and the exploitation and domination of minorities as fait accompli in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move forward, or before I go on with what I wanted to say on the motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this chance first to respond to some of the issues that he has raised in the House a few minutes ago, or his responses, Mr. Speaker. In the first place, his response came very late in the day to the House, Mr. Speaker. He tabled his response at 4 p.m. in the evening today, Mr. Speaker. And he should have done it either yesterday evening or this morning, Mr. Speaker, so that the House can get enough time to peruse what he has said, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the grounds that is being accused of Mr. Rigathi Gachagua for impeachment, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of what he calls shareholding, Mr. Speaker. He has said Kenya is a company with shareholding. But in his response, he comes here and tells the House that he did not mean that. What he meant is that he was talking about political parties, Mr. Speaker, and listed the political parties that have formed coalitions within Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker, including Ford Kenya, ANC, PA, and all other parties that have formed what is called the Kenya Kwanza coalition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to contradict what he said by saying that political parties are national in nature. Ford Kenya is a national party. ANC is a national party. All the political parties that formed a coalition with Kenya Kwanza are political parties that are of national, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this country, under the Constitution, you are not allowed to form a tribal party. You're not allowed to form a religious political party, Mr. Speaker. You are not allowed to form a Mulima political party, Mr. Speaker. That is very clear in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And if the Deputy President is not aware of that, I can read out for him, Mr. Speaker. Under Article, Mr. Speaker, 91, every political party shall have national character as prescribed by an act of parliament, have democratically elected governing body, Mr. Speaker. And it also says in Part 2, a political party shall not be founded on a religious, linguistic, racial, ethnic, gender, or regional basis, Mr. Speaker, or seek to engage in advocacy of hatred, like what he does sometimes, on any such basis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you cannot equate political parties to what the Deputy President has been propagating for the last 2 years in this country, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy President has told Kenyans in no uncertain terms that Kenya is a shareholding company.
Order, honorable members.
And if you do not vote, for Kenya Kwanza, you do not have any shares, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Yegon, and your team. Ngong.
Mr. Speaker, members now are excited because they are not happy with the response the Deputy President has given them. Now they want to vote and go home. I know what they are doing. I know, but let's prosecute the matter. We have to respond to the issues he has brought to the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, political parties are not equal to regional and ethnic, conglomerations that the Deputy President has been advocating for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give him a good example like ODM. ODM has sent the other day 6 experts under the broad-based government, Mr. Speaker. 6 experts. Where are those experts coming from? One is from the coast. Beatrice School is from Turkana. Oparanya is from Western. You know, the Attorney General is from Kisumu. Mr. Speaker, when he's talking about 30% of Fort Kenya and 30% of ANC, he thinks those positions were given to lawyers as a community, Mr. Speaker. When Fort Kenya is a national party, those positions belong to members of Fort Kenya who are in Mombasa, who are in Migori, who are in Kakamega, who are in Bungoma, who are in Eldoret. Fort Kenya has membership in all the country, has membership, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that ground is not, he cannot controvert that ground by saying that he was talking about the power sharing within Kenya Kwanza. No, he was talking about ethnic groups, Mr. Speaker. He said this government was formed by 2 ethnic groups, and that's how they are going to share power, Mr. Speaker. So that ground stands, Mr. Speaker, and that ground is impeachable, Mr. Speaker, on the Deputy President. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to that he has raised here, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of national security. He said that the NSIS, Mr. Speaker, can be called out whenever they are out of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the man Deputy President sits in the National Security Council, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't need to call out any government organ in the streets, Mr. Speaker, like the people who do their things in the streets, Mr. Speaker. He's a man who sits in every governance organ of this country, Mr. Speaker. All organs of government, all governing organs are also oversighted by committee of this House, Mr. Speaker. What happens, Mr. Speaker, in this country if every member of parliament goes out there castigating governing bodies and constitutionally created bodies of governance, Mr. Speaker? We are going to have anarchy in this country. Mr. Speaker, I am not convinced that he has answered in any way that question as to why he was castigating bodies like the NSIS and the police out there when he's the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. On that ground, Mr. Speaker, I feel he's impeachable on that, Mr. Speaker. He has not given us any sufficient answer to that question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Justice Maina. He said that he was not attacking her because of the judgment she rendered against him, Mr. Speaker. And he said that he had filed a petition with the Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. He who wants equity must come with clean hands. You cannot castigate a judge in the rallies, in burials, and then you want JSC to listen to you. You can't have both ways. If he wanted JSC to deal with that matter, if he was unhappy with the way the judge has handled his case, Mr. Speaker, he should not have castigated her in a burial, Mr. Speaker. He should not have talked about her in a very demeaning manner, Mr. Speaker. He should have kept his cool and filed his petition with the Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. On that account, Mr. Speaker, he has failed the leadership and integrity, Mr. Speaker, under the Integrity Act, Mr. Speaker, and on that account, he's impeachable, Mr. Speaker. My last point, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the renovation of his house in Karen, or the official residence of the Deputy President Karen, Mr. Speaker. You remember the Deputy President, when he was assuming office, when he was taking oath of office at Kasarani, Mr. Speaker, the way he lectured us, the way he told us that they have inherited empty coffers, Mr. Speaker. There is no money in this country. The former regime has looted and gone with everything, and goes ahead after 2 months to renovate his house, his official residence, with over 100 million, 45 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. Imetoka wapi, Mr. Speaker? Where has that money come from? Where has that money come from? He has not convinced us in any way how that money was spent, how those companies were paid, and on that account, Mr. Speaker, because of misuse of public resources, he is impeachable on that account also, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. When we gave ourselves the new constitution in 2010, we knew very well that we were coming from an era where we cannot impeach the president, we cannot impeach ministers, we cannot impeach the deputy president. Kenyans gave themselves the new constitution, and they put in there Article 150, knowing very well that one day they will hold their leaders, the president, the deputy president, accountable, Mr. Speaker. And they gave that mandate to this House, Mr. Speaker, and the Senate, Parliament in general, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked under the public participation, people saying that Kufa Makanga, Kufa driver, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow the driver to die because it is an issue. We are witnessing a situation where the Makanga wants to take the steering by force. And what happens after that? The driver is carrying 55 million Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow the driver to die because 55 million Kenyans are going to die with him. But the Makanga, who is just hanging at the door there of the matatu, can go, Mr. Speaker. If he misbehaves, Mr. Speaker. And, if he's not doing his work properly, Mr. Speaker, the easier one to go first is the Makanga, because the Makanga is the one who should be telling the driver what to do. And they're telling us here, Kufa Makanga, Kufa driver. The petition of the driver is not with us in this parliament. The petition we have, the motion we have before us today is the motion of the Makanga. And we are going to deal with him perpendicularly and thoroughly, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the House that us, the people of the minority, the Azimio people, Mr. Speaker, we have lived like orphans in this country for the last 2 years. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, we are taxpayers. Some of the places that contribute to the highest taxes in this country are areas that are dominated by Azimio people. And then somebody comes here and tells me, you are not a shareholder, you are not going to get services, you are not going to get development. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Does the taxes that are paid by the Azimio people count for nothing? Mr. Speaker, and it is coming from the high office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the time we are going to correct this thing so that it never happens again. So that we don't have another deputy president who comes later. Because when we impeach this one, another one is going to be appointed. This is a lesson to the next one. That if you misbehave, we will just take you through this Goleta, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this. Let us not personalize offices. We don't have any ill will. We don't have any bad faith. We don't have anything that we are holding against the persona of Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with the office of the Deputy President currently occupied by one Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, Mr. Speaker. The office holder. And let us not personalize. The office does not belong to him, does not belong to anybody. This is a constitutional office, and the Constitution has prescribed how to deal with you when you misbehave in that office, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, for Kenya to become cohesive, Rigathi must do what? Rigathi must? For Kenya to become cohesive.
Okay, give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker.
Give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I was...
Okay, give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker.
Give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I was telling members, for Kenya to unite, Rigathi must. For Kenya to prosper, Rigathi must. For Kenya to have unity, Rigathi must. For shareholding to end in Kenya, Rigathi must. For us to have a peaceful country, Rigathi must. Thank you very much. That is the mood, and that is what how we are going to do.
Thank you, Kimani Ichung'wah.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. The Honorable Ekomas Mutuse, the member for Kibwezi West, approached me with the impeachment motion. Honorable Speaker, I took some time not just to go through the grounds that he had stipulated for the impeachment of the Deputy President, but also to reflect on what Honorable Mutuse was asking me, not just as a member of parliament for Kikuyu and leader of majority party in this house to do, but also took time to reflect and ask the Almighty God to guide me and give me wisdom to do the right thing. Honorable Speaker, I pray to God that the Almighty God may give me wisdom to do that which is right. And not just what is right, Honorable Speaker, but also what is just. Just to the outgoing Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, but also just, more importantly, just to the people of Kenya who turned out in their numbers in 2022 to vote in a government that they believed would create cohesion and unity and offer them opportunities to excel and prosper as a people. Honorable Speaker, as I prayed for wisdom, I was also conscious that what is right is not always easy. And what is right is not always popular. And being a son of the mountain, representing people of the Mount Kenya region, Honorable Speaker, it was clear to me that what may be popular today may not be right. And that is why I asked God to give me the wisdom to do that what is right, Honorable Speaker. And I am here today to do what is right for the people of Kenya. I am here to do what is right, not just for the people of Mount Kenya. I am here to do what is right for the greater good of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And that is why I rise to support this impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having listened to Honorable Mutuse and all the grounds, and having looked at the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and I would beg for us to look at Article 150 on the removal of our Deputy President, the reasons as to why you may remove a Deputy President from office. The first one is on the ground of physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of that office. We have no capacity to determine the physical and mental capacity of the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua. But on impeachment as a second ground, the first ground is on the ground of a gross violation of a provision of this Constitution or any other law. The question that begs is whether one Rigathi Geoffrey Gachagua has contravened or has grossly violated one provision of our Constitution. And I think the Honorable Ekomas Mutuse was able to demonstrate this morning that Rigathi Gachagua has violated not one, but over 8 provisions of our Constitution, which I agree with the Honorable Mutuse. And for that reason, Rigathi Gachagua ought and must be impeached today. The second ground, Honorable Speaker, is where there are serious reasons. And Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo went to great length this morning to explain what serious, when you believe there are serious reasons that the Deputy President has committed a crime under national or international law. Honorable Speaker, behind the veneer of humility that you have seen here this evening, behind the veneer of humility that Kenyans saw on national TVs on Sunday, pretending to apologize, is a dark face of violence. Is a dark face, Honorable Speaker, that is a great danger to our nationhood, a great danger to the unity of our republic, Honorable Speaker, a danger to the cohesive existence of our nation as we see it today, Honorable Speaker. On the first ground, Honorable Speaker, on the remark of Serikali ni kampuni, it pains me, Honorable Speaker, as I say, not just as leader of majority, but as a member of parliament of Kikuyu constituency, and also as a son of the mountain where I come from. That, Honorable Speaker, today, the community I come from is being depicted as a community that is entitled and privileged. We are a community, Honorable Speaker, that has love for other Kenyans and other communities in our republic. We are a community that is known for our hard work and resilience, not for entitlement. We are a community that is peace-loving and that believes in the unity of one indivisible nation and Republic of Kenya. Rigathi Gachagua does not believe in an indivisible country. He believes in parochial, selfish, regional, and sectarian interests. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, we ought and we should impeach the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Honorable Speaker, we need to ask ourselves as Honorable Members of Parliament, who took an oath of office, Honorable Speaker, and we swore in the name of the Almighty God that we would obey, respect, uphold, protect, and defend this Constitution. And today, Honorable Speaker, what we are being asked to do is to recall those words of the oath of office that we all took either with the Bible or with the Holy Quran in our right hands, Honorable Speaker, that for a man who has grossly violated our Constitution, whether we will stand up today to be counted as protecting and defending this Constitution by sending home one Rigathi Gachagua, Honorable Speaker. I want to say I rise to the occasion today to do what is right and to reaffirm that oath that I took with the Bible in my right hand, to obey, to defend, and to protect this Constitution that we all swore to defend. And I call upon all of you, honorable members, to defend this Constitution. Honorable members, for Kenyans around the country who watched in disbelief as the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua went to great length, and the Honorable Otiende Amolo told us this morning, if you have to spend 2 hours on national TV to defend corruption and tell the world how you are not corrupt, you are definitely corrupt. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President with his legal team submitted their defense late at 4 p.m. this afternoon, imagining that we will not have the time to go through this voluminous document. If you go through what Rigathi Gachagua was telling you here, on Olive Garden Hotel, he claims that this hotel was sold by executors to a third party. Honorable Speaker, if you peruse through the documents, the third party that is said to have bought this hotel, Honorable Speaker, and allow me, Honorable Speaker, first to tell you that the joint executors of the will of the late Governor Nderitu Gachagua were Rigathi Gachagua, Advocate Njoroge Regeru, and one Mr. Mwai, who was said to have been his great friend, Mwai Madenge. And Honorable Speaker, if you read the report filed in court by the joint will executors, filed on the 27th of June this year, it says in the report that the joint will executors will make decisions independently of the beneficiaries and without influence from any beneficiary, except for one who is both a beneficiary and an executor. The joint will executors does not have the same attributes and mandates as for trustees, where beneficiaries would play a part assisting in decision making. What this is saying, Honorable Speaker, a document filed in court, is that Rigathi Gachagua, as a joint will executor, was also a beneficiary of the estate of his late brother. He was not only a joint will executor, he was also a beneficiary And he was also a purchaser for value of the estate of his late brother. Olive Gardens is said to have been sold to one gentleman that many of us know, the Honorable Gishimu Githinji, the member for Gishugu, will tell you that the gentleman who is listed here as a purchaser for value for Olive Gardens, one Peterson Jomo Mushira, was a candidate in Gishugu constituency. He is a direct proxy of one Rigathi Geoffrey Gachagua. And Honorable Speaker, I must confess, and I am sorry to my friend Peterson because I know him. I just called him this afternoon when I saw this document. And I asked him whether TM Civil Engineering Limited is his company, and he confirmed to me it is indeed his company. I therefore want to tell you Olive Gardens was purchased through the proxy of Peterson Jomo Mushira with 0 shares and TM Civil Engineering Limited with 6,000 shares. Those who have visited the Annex House, the office of the Deputy President, know this Jomo is a permanent fixture in the office of the Deputy President, and therefore his direct proxy. Honorable Speaker, we are also told, Honorable Speaker, that these very hardworking young Kenyans, in the names of Keith Ikino Rigathi and Kevin Gachagua Rigathi, who are listed on the CR12 of the documents that were tabled this afternoon by Rigathi, are shareholders of Vipingo Beach Resort that owns the Vipingo property in Kilifi County, the one the Honorable Chonga was speaking about. Rigathi Gachagua told Kenyans on national TV that this property is still owned by the family and therefore is still part of the estate. Keith Ikino and Kevin Gachagua, his sons, were not joint will executors of the estate of Nderito Gachagua. And the owners who are listed on this CR12 is Keith Ikino Rigathi, Kevin Gachagua Rigathi, and the estate of the deceased James Nderito Gachagua. It is a rather ingenious way of trying to hide behind the estate of his late brother. And how shameful, Honorable Speaker, that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya would hide behind the veil of the estate of his late brother to disguise what is outright proceeds of crime, because he is a purchaser of this property, and that is why his 2 sons are listed as directors and shareholders of Vipingo Ridge, of Vipingo Beach Resort. But he was on national TV telling Kenyans, this is a property that belongs to the family, and we have decided to keep it. This is a House of Records, Honorable Speaker, and it is good we gave the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua an opportunity to be heard so that we can expose his lies in broad daylight or this early in the evening. And I want to tell Kenyans and all of you members, save this country from this dark face, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Save this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because of time, I know there was alluding, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the time this company, Vipingo Beach Resort, was formed, it was founded on 5th August 2008. I would guess if Keith Gachagua is 31 years old today, at the time this company was registered, he was only 15 years old or 14 years old. He cannot have been listed as a director. His younger brother must have been 12 or 13. For heaven's sake, Deputy President, give some credit. Honorable Speaker, we also had the issue of shareholding, Honorable Speaker. And we were told that in our coalition agreement, Honorable Speaker, and you are then the leader of Ford Kenya, and you know you never subscribed to shareholding in our coalition agreements within Kenya Kwanza. Anybody who subscribed to the Kenya Kwanza coalition was subscribing not to shares, but to an ideology, a shared ideology, not shareholding, as Rigathi Gachagua wants Kenyans to believe. Honorable Speaker, let me finish by saying, Honorable Speaker, that the mountain is intact. The mountain is intact. The mountain is intact. The mountain is intact. The mountain is named after Kenya because it belongs to all the people of Kenya. We must end ethnic balkanization.
Give him another 2-3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying to conclude, to end the balkanization of our country into ethnic fiefdoms under the control of warlords, we must send Rigathi Gachagua home today. To end divisive politics in our country, Rigathi must. To end the culture of impunity, conflict of interest, abuse of office, state capture, and corruption in high office, Rigathi must. For accountability, for there to be integrity in the political governance of our country, Rigathi Gachagua must. For leaders in high office to bear policy and political responsibility, Rigathi Gachagua must. For national unity, for the fight against graft to bear fruit, for peace and prosperity of our nation as one indivisible whole, one nation under one flag, one people who love their country, who love peace, who want to see a cohesive and working government serving them. Rigathi must. Rigathi must. I submit, Rigathi must go.
Thank you. Order. Honorable members, order. The honorable mover has donated his time as follows. Charles Nguna, CNN, you'll start with 2 minutes. Omboko Milemba will follow with 3 minutes. Peter Kaluma will follow with 10 minutes, and then he himself 15 minutes. So, CNN, Charles Nguna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Kenyans who just expressed their views during public participation on this matter, Mr. Speaker. And to add this, I keenly followed and listened to the Deputy President yesterday, His Excellency. And Mr. Speaker, based on all what is said, we saw a lot of differences, rift, contradictions, divisions, which are totally eminent we are going to have in future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is inevitable that we are going to have battleground between His Excellency the DP and His Excellency the President. And when the bulls fight, Mr. Speaker, grass suffers, Mr. Speaker. And it's that's why I'm saying that if we continue keeping one of them in the office, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are going to suffer most, Mr. Speaker. And based on my wisdom, for prosperity and also for development, for what we call prosperity and patriotism, and for us to live in a amicable manner and peaceful manner, Mr. Speaker, we have to separate the two bulls, Mr. Speaker. And the motion today, it is for Rigathi to go, not for William Samoei Ruto. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Omboko Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, there's a question which makes me stand to speak on. And I want Kenyans and possibly the members who can listen to me to realize that one issue that has not been answered consistently is the question of chairs. Yesterday I listened to the Deputy President and today also. Whenever he's asked about chairs, Honorable
Members, can we reduce our levels of conversation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Whenever he's asked about the issue of chairs, he picks ANC party agreement and Ford Kenya party agreement. And instead of answering that question, he hides in it. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I'm now holding the reply by Honorable Gachagua, and on page 333, the agreement is annexed. And I want to demonstrate to this parliament that what you have been told was wrong. Because that agreement does not talk about just power sharing for a region. He has avoided intentionally to read the entire paragraph, which says that the sharing of the political parties will also depending further on the need to achieve an inclusive government that reflects the face of Kenya, including the need to accommodate the representation of any future member party and all regions of Kenya. He avoided to read that and therefore gives an impression that there was a power sharing agreement which only confined ANC party to Western only, when ANC party is a national party. Look at this, Honorable Speaker. The only member of the ANC party we nominated was Honorable Dena Hamisi, who comes from Kwale and not Western. So this is an issue which has not been tackled. Two, he is unable to deal with Senior Counsel Tienda Molo's assertion in the morning that how would you elevate the agreements of a political party beyond the Constitution of Kenya. It's very important that as you make your decision, you get that this was a false lie. Finally, Honorable Speaker, in all this we have seen all the techniques of card stacking, of propaganda, which include card stacking, emotional appeal, branding, and that's why we have seen the name of the president being dragged in this matter today. I think the motion on the floor is for the makanga, it's not for the driver. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
I have been advised by the mover that Lilian Kogo will take 2 minutes and Kaluma 8 minutes instead of 10. Lilian Kogo.
I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank all the members who have contributed to this motion. I rise to support. I had not given my voice to it, but Honorable Speaker, as you were speaking earlier, Honorable Speaker, I believe the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya was following the proceedings of this House. And one of the matters, Honorable Speaker, that came out so clearly, Honorable Speaker, was the insult on women, Honorable Speaker. Women from a substantive position in this country's national development, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I expected that when the Deputy President came to this House, he was going to address this matter on a special way, Honorable Speaker. But I did not listen. I did not hear him. I did not hear the Deputy Speaker say when, where, how. The Deputy President, sorry. I did not hear the Deputy President, one Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, answer to the question of saying that one noble member of this House, the Honorable Jemachia, is a Malaya, Honorable Speaker. It concerns me, and I wanted the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua to tell this House where, how, when, who witnessed him sleep with one Jemachia and how he felt. We wanted to know, because we are not going to allow women to be used with derogatory language moving forward, Honorable Speaker. It is nobody's choice to be a Malaya. These are mothers. It is nobody's choice to be a Malaya. These are our sisters. It is not.
Time up. Peter Kaluma. Peter Kaluma. Peter Kaluma. Honorable members.
I thank you. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I thank you in a very special way. Honorable Speaker, I have this benefit of speaking after listening both to the mover of the motion and to the Deputy President, who is the subject matter of this motion. And so, Honorable Speaker, I can look at it from all perspectives. Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by saying that I listened to the Deputy President, as I did to Honorable Mutuse, with the mind of a lawyer, looking at how the grounds have been addressed, their particulars, and how they have been addressed by the two respective parties. And Honorable Speaker, let me begin by saying that I don't know what happened, but we had Honorable Mutuse presented before this assembly a motion seeking to impeach the Deputy President on up to 11 grounds. And Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether it is by act of omission or commission, or it is just the nature of some people. The Deputy President focused on those matters concerning property, money, integrity, procurement, forgetting the most fundamental issues. And I want to say that even when he addressed those money issues, there are very patent gaps going to constitutional violations which are stated in the motion to be gross. I expected the Deputy President, for instance, to use the opportunity you accorded him, Honorable Speaker, to explain that SMS which came from his son Ikunu Gachagua on the bid bond issue involving that company. No mention of that at all. Honorable Speaker, before I go to the matters I want to address in substance, let me thank you, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, for ensuring that the process this House is going through has been very fair. And in doing so, Honorable Speaker, for according and upholding and protecting the provisions of Article 47 of the Constitution. I hear people still saying that the courts will intervene. But I'm thanking you for this, Honorable Speaker, because the only time the courts intervene is if we have not secured a party procedural fairness. This motion was advertised across the country for the participation of Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to reiterate this short data in 1 minute. 146,429 Kenyans said that the Deputy President should be impeached. And that, Honorable Speaker, constitutes 65.11% of the people of Kenyans. 76,026 of Kenyans said the Deputy President should not be impeached, coming to 33.8% of those Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, 2,452 Kenyans said Kufa Makanga, Kufa Dereva, and those other things. And there are the others. And Honorable Speaker, in terms of our constituency, which is Homa Bay Town constituency, 1,080 Kenyans whom I represent said the Deputy President should be impeached. And Honorable Speaker, that constitutes 89.81% of the population of the people of Homa Bay who are duly notified. 54 Kenyans in Homa Bay Town constituency, constituting 5%,
said the deputy president should not be impeached. And then 56, which is another percentage there, said other things, including Kufa driver, Kufa Makanga. Honorable Speaker, let me clarify this other issue also. That the courts have persistently and consistently said that public participation must be meaningful. If public participation should be meaningful, and Honorable Speaker, you made it so open, at the county headquarters involving all constituencies, and then all constituency officers remained open on that day, and you notified it to the public, Honorable Speaker, following that order of court, then really, there is nothing much for us to continue debating here. If public participation is to be meaningful, then the Kenyans have spoken. And as their representatives, we can only give meaning to what they say during public participation by securing what they have said, which is that the deputy president should be impeached. Honorable Speaker, because I'm running fast, let me say that this constitution has been termed a living document. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at ground one, people take it lightly. But Honorable Speaker, the idea of the unity of our nation has been the one thing which has been disturbing the people of Kenya in terms of being a nation for very long. Honorable Speaker, allow me to read the preamble of the Constitution. And this is what it says. We, the people of Kenya, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. When the Kenyans were making this constitution, they identified the need for unity as one people, as one thing they had to deal with. Honorable Speaker, I request the members to look at Article 4, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution. It says Kenya is a multi-party democratic state founded on the national values and principles of governance under Article 10 of the Constitution. And Honorable Speaker, people have said so many things about this Constitution. But let me say today, before this House, Honorable Speaker, that Article 10 of the Constitution, if this spirit has a soul, if this Constitution has a spirit, then you can only find it in Article 10 of the Constitution. At Article 10, Sub-Article 2, those national values which were identified by the people of Kenya during constitution making as the things which Kenya needs to address are the following, Honorable Speaker. Patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy and participation of the people, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. Honorable Speaker, at the very heart of a nation is equal ownership and equal sharing in the resources of the nation. It cannot be therefore, Honorable Speaker, that a state officer at the level of the deputy president is singing to other Kenyans how they are shareholders and they don't belong to this country. And Honorable Speaker, it saddens me that having given him the opportunity, the deputy president did not proffer a defense, the deputy president did not offer an apology, but the deputy president said other people are also doing it. Honorable Speaker, let me say an impeachment motion proceeds in personam. It proceeds against a specific person. You may say Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga.
Give him 1 minute to wind up. Wind up, Kaluma.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, it does not matter. This motion we have is against a person. You cannot have a motion for impeachment against Kaluma and somebody. Those who are saying Kufa driver, Kufa Makamba, bring the driver and we will also consider it on the merit. And on account of that, Honorable Speaker, this person must go. Honorable Speaker, in the few seconds remaining, let me say that when Westgate came under attack, I lost a cousin in the name of Jackton Port. He was the first one to be shot there. When Garissa University came under attack, Honorable Speaker, I lost Solomon Oludo from Marindi, a son of our land I educated at Uyobiero Primary School. Honorable Speaker, we have no problem holding the security apparatus of the nation, to account. But Honorable Speaker, we cannot have a situation where you talk that recklessly in public about our national intelligence service being dysfunctional. For a state which is permanently under terror, target and attack. And by the way, in the Security Committee, each minute we are fighting terrorists. You cannot speak that way and come back and say it is normal. Honorable Speaker, how can you be a principal assistant to the President when each time the President leaves the country, you are organizing rallies to incite ethnic animosity against your own government? Honorable Speaker, how can you be a principal assistant to His Excellency the President when the President is having a press conference in Nairobi and you are having a separate one instead of standing with him to calm the nation from Mombasa to say that the President, in fact, there is a problem and is a dysfunction in government?
Time up. Mutuse, you have 15 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my reply to the motion, please allow me to table additional documents, being a newspaper advert that was placed by His Excellency the Deputy President in today's newspapers, and also the video recording of his speech yesterday, because they are material to these proceedings.
Go ahead. Request granted.
Mr. Speaker, I have tabled the two documents, electronic and physical, because during the course of this debate, members in many instances had referred to them, and therefore it is only fair that they are part of the record. Number two, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank...
The documents were available to me earlier, and I ruled that they are admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I want to be very brief because I know the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya wants to make a decision on the matter of impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, to begin with is to thank colleague members of Parliament from both sides of the House for the robust debate in terms of the motion that we presented before the House this morning. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank Kenyans in their millions from all over the Republic, because in the course of this debate, Kenyans have been commending, Kenyans have been exercising their democratic right through public participation, through their right to odd opinions, and we have not witnessed a single incident of violence anywhere in the Republic. There had been vitisho that if you table an impeachment motion for a person of the magnitude of the Deputy President, there may be violence, people will lose lives. But I thank Kenyans because Kenyans have proven once again that we are a peaceful country and we are able to engage in our democratic processes without violence. Mr. Speaker, allow me to re-examine some of the few issues that have come through the response. First is to let Kenyans know that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has filed a response of 501 pages, and the response has come at 4 p.m., and I was only able to be given the response about an hour ago. And therefore, in terms of the doctrine of equality of arms, I feel that I needed adequate time so that I may be able, during my reply, to respond to some of the things that he has raised in his response. However, be that as it may, I want to refer members to page 99 of his response. In the morning, I did tell members that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has acquired properties through corruption and through